Hello, everyone. Hello, how's everyone doing? We good? We good? I just have to make a comment here. I know I'm starting early. I'll explain why in a second. I did see a comment here in the chat I wanted to address at the beginning here. Hello, Mark. Mark says, casual revolt. Why are you constantly advocating to disadvantage white Americans? Explain that to me, Mark. In what way am I advocating to disadvantage white Americans? Would you please explain that to me? I would love to talk about this with you. Please explain to me what that means. Love to speak about that with you. Let's see who we have here. Who do we got here, guys? So I've decided to start early because I wanted to watch a video that is a pretty long video. And I wanted to start by doing, I know, Pizza That Giant. I wanted to start by kind of doing that. And then, of course, at our regular time, we will get into the news, do a little lesson, etc., do our regular stuff. But I thought it'd be nice to start a bit early so we could watch it together. Okay. Um, so let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got here. All right. Let's see who is here this early. Hello, Burnjabi. Oh, Burnjabi. Hello. Yes, I am starting a bit early. Yay, Burnjabi. So glad you're here. So glad to get to chat with you a bit. Hello, Sir Bart. Sir Bart is here. Always glad to see Sir Bart here. Hello, Gwen. So glad you're here, Gwen. Of course, as always. Pizza That Giant. Hello, Pizza That Giant. How are you doing, a Pizza That Giant? So glad you're here as well. Lacroix. Yeah, Lacroix. Yeah, well, good morning, Lacroix. Excuse me. Lacroix says, morning. I am so mad about the SCOTUS decision. Okay. Imagine if I did conversion therapy for my conservative child. The right would be up in arms about how that's torture, and your political beliefs are much more of a choice than your gender or sexuality. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that decision just came out not that long ago. I think like 15 minutes ago. So we'll talk about that, guys. Breaking news on that point. For those who didn't hear, the Supreme Court ruled that Colorado's limits, Colorado's limits on conversion therapy are unconstitutional. So they basically just said it's illegal for Colorado to try and ban child abuse. Anyway, so that's good news. Love that for us. Great. We'll talk about that a bit. The Pizza That Giant. I'm just laying down. I got you. Body Swap is here. Hello, Body Swap. So glad you're here. So glad you're here. I'm always harassing Body Swap about Body Swap's personal life, but love to see you here, Body Swap. Love the ducks. Let's see here. Bright Love. Hello, Bright Love. Wow, I am back to turn this into a gaming stream. I need to do a gaming stream. I know I keep saying, Bright Love, I'll do these things, but then I get so busy with the politics stuff. But I will get back to doing some gaming streams. Absolutely. Okay. And I would like to do the Diablo 3 thing. I hope you know I'm not ignoring you, Bright Love. Also, like the Hearts of Iron thing. Okay. Hello, Tiago's here. Oh my God. Welcome, Tiago. Welcome to the shit show. So glad you're here, Tiago. Okay. So it looks like the Mark decided to leave and not engage with me on the comments Mark was making. Anyway, I'm in a fighting mood, so I would love to get into it with Mark. Oh well, too bad. Okay. I'm sorry. Did I say Hearts of Iron? I meant Heroes of Might and Magic. Jesus Christ, Heroes of Might and Magic. Forgive me, a Bright Love. Heroes of Might and Magic. You know, one of those games that begins with an H. Okay, so guys, let's get into it. We do have a video. Again, we will get into the regular stuff here in a bit. There is a video, though, that I saw, I've heard is a very good video on fascism. Let's put it this way. It's called YouTube Has a Fascism Problem. And I would like to watch it with all you, knowing, of course, I know a lot about fascism. I thought it'd be interesting to kind of watch before we got into the main stuff. Yeah. So let's watch this, okay? And now I'm starting 6 minutes into it. Yeah, I'm starting 6 minutes into it, primarily because the beginning, just to let you know, the beginning of it is talking about how YouTube became a breeding ground for conspiracy theories and things like that, starting with the movie Loose Change, which was a YouTube documentary about how 9/11 was an inside job, which became very popular and stuff. So that's what he started talking about. So I'm skipping the first 6 minutes. It's a 41-minute video, so I have it on 1.25 speed, and we will see how much of it we can get through before I start the regular stream. But I think it'd be interesting to watch because, God, we know, folks, right, that a lot of the internet, really, Invalid Axiom? Okay, hello, Invalid Axiom. So glad you're here. a lot of the internet, there's been a lot because of the internet and because of social media, a lot of ideas has spread faster than they would have normally. Okay. Good and bad ideas. The internet has allowed people to get around corporate and government propaganda by getting around it by listening to other people who don't do that propaganda, but it's also made people start listening to things that are also batshit crazy conspiracy nonsense. So it's been good and bad. It's gone sort of both ways. And it's also allowed a lot of people to fall into far right wing politics. Okay. But it's also allowed people to become more left wing. So, it's complicated. So we'll see what he's going to talk about here. I'm sorry. I still got to go back to this. What that individual here in chat said. But the individual here that was Mark, Mark, Mark. Okay. Mark said here, casual revolt. Why are you constantly advocating to disadvantage white Americans? I'm sorry. I just have to address this real fast. I advocate for human beings. I don't give a fuck if you're white. I'm sorry. You're no different than if you're black, if you're brown, if you're whatever blue. I don't care what your skin color is. I advocate for human beings. So to say, why are you constantly advocating to disadvantage white Americans is a moot point, because I advocate for all humans. So I really, really do want to know what this person meant by this, because I'm in the mood to yell at them. But regardless, we will move on from that. Okay. After reading that article about the Supreme Court and conversion therapy, I'm in a horrendous mood. So I would love to get into a fight. Okay. Whatever. Matt Sai Guy. Hello, Matt Sai Guy. So glad you're here. Okay. So let's watch this. Okay.
Be the odd funny documentary taking the piss out of it, but by and large it wasn't really going to be there, and there is a reason for that. Due to section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, written all the way back in 1996, places like YouTube were given a legal privilege to not
welcome back, Ice. Ice says, what happened with conversion therapy? So the Supreme Court just struck down Colorado's law banning conversion therapy, claiming that it is unconstitutional and violates the First Amendment. And by the way, guys, this was an 8-1 decision. 8 of the justices agreed. Even the liberal justices agreed with this, because they claim it's a violation of the First Amendment. So that's good. That's good. Yes, we are Fox Emblem. So that's good. Love that. Love that almost all the justices agreed to basically say that conversion therapy shouldn't be banned in Colorado. Good. Who was the single dissent, Lacroix? I don't know. I really don't know who it was. All right. Yeah, let's watch.
Held liable to content other users published on its platform. You can't sue YouTube for content that is on YouTube. Traditional mainstream media had some constraints to it. They had some regulations, but also they could be held liable for defamation if they just outright lied about a public figure. They had shareholders who wanted to maintain a good brand image. They had advertisers that could threaten to pull out if you were getting backlash. All of these different stakeholders generally kept mainstream media from covering absolutely unhinged conspiracy theories. Generally, I mean, they lied about the weapons of mass destruction, but let's not go into that. But yeah, if I was, a CNN host and I alleged that George Bush is actually...
So Gwen, sorry guys, I know I keep pausing this. We'll talk more about this in a second. So it's an unsigned judgment. What does that mean, Matt Saigai? It's a judgment. They made that judgment. Gwen says, doesn't that mean we can talk more freely like in classrooms? So maybe it does. I have to look into the details of it. All I know is that this will open up all the other states who have conversion therapy bans to get rid of those conversion therapy bans on the idea that it violates a therapist's First Amendment rights to speak about these things, which I highly disagree with, because it is child abuse, and I think it's a very bad sign for our society that we can't, because of the First Amendment, we can't ban child abuse. We're claiming it has to do with freedom of speech. All right, but we'll see here. We'll see what happens. I'd have to look. We'll read more about it here in a second. This ruling, guys, only came out 20 to 30 minutes ago, I think. So it wasn't even that long ago that it came out. So I'll have to double check on it.
Actually, a demon lizard who smells like sulfur, who deliberately orchestrated an attack on the World Trade Center. And my source for this information was a guy on Usenet called Trutherman777. Yeah, that might have some negative consequences for the network. But we're on YouTube, baby, and who gives a fuck?
Sir Bart.
I can literally say anything I want.
So slowly, YouTube, with this freedom, started to actually progress. And things that are happening on YouTube started to increasingly have an impact. IRL, Occupy Wall Street, the rise of Obama, exposing police brutality, organizing the Arab Spring. But you're also starting to see the weirdest shit, right? The 9/11 truther protests, the Sandy Hook harassment campaign, and pizza.
Oh, so, okay, Ketanji Brown Jackson was the dissenter. Based. Love Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Yeah, all of this shit was happening in real life, and no one really took it very seriously. That was until
Donald Trump is our guest, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 30 minutes or so. He is...
Oh, don't we all love fucking Alex Jones? I just love this man. Honestly, he's kind of entertaining because he's so clearly mentally ill that it's like, you know, it's just funny how popular he is, or at least maybe he's not mentally ill. At the very least, he's deranged. Okay. And, you know, but still, this is what I mean, guys. Social media has really empowered the loonies, and it has also empowered the resistors. And I unfortunately think that because the loonies are less dangerous to the power elite, those have been more enabled, right? And the dissenters have been more suppressed, thus making the loonies louder, in my opinion.
A maverick. He's an original. He tells it like it is. Can you speak to, as president, what your relationship would be with foreign leaders and what you know about Vladimir Putin? Because all I know is, why are we starting a fight with Russia when they're not doing anything to us?
Right. Well, number one, and just to finish on that,
Perez dead
I say
inside.
the oil, but we should keep the oil. In other words, we should keep. We'll get ExxonMobil.
Correct.
They'll go in. We'll get other of our oil companies. We'll get some of the great oil companies. We bid it out. We should keep the oil. You know, in the old days, to the victor belong the spoils, right? We don't have that. We go in, we fight a war, and we leave. We get nothing except we get debt and we get deficit. That's all we get. I think I get along great with people. I mean, I will probably get along well with him, and if I don't, somebody else will, and who knows? You know, he's a difficult cookie.
So around 2017, right, there's a research.
It's weird. So remember, this is on 1.25 speed, but it's weird to see how much he's declined mentally. I mean, he was never fully there, but it's so obvious that Trump is, you know, sundowning, right, at this point. Is that the phrase, sundowning? Obviously.
His name is Zach Exley. And they wrote a paper. The paper is called Black Pigeon Speaks, The Anatomy of the Worldview of an Alt-Right YouTuber.
Propelling the term alt-right into the national spotlight.
Explain to us what alt-right is.
In this paper, they go through the various topics, the emotions, and the tactics used by the emerging far-right YouTube scene. Another paper pops up a little bit later, The Making of the YouTube Radical. And in this paper, they explain how the YouTube algorithm itself was pushing people toward far-right extremist content. And, you know, you probably know how this story goes, but a lot of this content is kind of hard to find now. But sneaky old Jimmy managed to find us a little archive, right? So this is from 2017, an archived version of a video called What is National Socialism? So yeah, this is Nazi propaganda, right? This is what we're watching. And we watch it, and it's kind of like this almost jolly
I think I've seen this before.
friendly guy. He's disarming a little bit, and he explains to us very reasonably about Nazism and why it's great.
So real fast, you'll notice on this guy's shirt, you'll notice on the, yeah, exactly, Gwen, Mad King Trump. On this guy's shirt, it says Faith, Family, Volk, okay? Now, in German, that's a V. So it'd be V-O-L-K, Volk, which is, V's in German are pronounced like an F, okay? So Volk. That's why it's Volkswagen, okay? Volkswagen. And then, so this, okay, real fast. In German, like I said, V's are pronounced like F and W's are pronounced like V's. So Volkswagen would be how you say Volkswagen, okay? Or, you know, the car company. Anyway, so the word Volk, okay, or Volk, as is, you know, as in Germany, it doesn't necessarily mean race or people. A lot of people think it does. It's sort of a combination of the two. It's like the racial people, the people, your people that are of the same race. Okay, so it is a race term and like it means the people. It's different from the English word folk, which, you know, like folk music and people's music. It doesn't have a racial connotation in English, but it has a major racial connotation in German. So a lot of times far righters will use the word folk, understanding that people who understand the word Volk in German has a racial component. Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? So it's sort of a dog whistle for the far right to use the word folk, if that makes sense, because the German word that the Nazis used was racialized.
We believe in taking from the right nationalism without capitalism, and from the left socialism without internationalism. At the end of the day, National Socialism and its economic theory is about putting the nation first, because the nation is your family. Communism wages a war of the poor against the rich, and capitalism is a war of the rich against the poor. Both of these are Jewish ideologies, and ideologies that poison the national community.
So, okay, that's that's straight out of Hitler's mind. Hitler had the idea, guys, that things like laws, the state, the state, like government. This is confusing, but laws, the state, communism, capitalism, all these different things, codes of morals, are all Jewish. And he believed this because Hitler's fundamental idea about the world was that the only moral good of the world was racial struggle. And he defined that as the struggle between races for food and life. So that's the only, this is to show you how messed up his worldview was. That's the only moral good, is that struggle for food amongst various races, who he practically viewed as their own species, okay? So anything that prevents the natural struggle of races, the natural struggle between races for food, is immoral. So, laws. What do laws do? Laws prevent people of different races, for example, from hurting each other, stealing from each other, abusing each other. It prevents the stronger from taking from the weak and things like that. So clearly laws are immoral, okay? And they were invented by the Jews in order to prevent themselves from being defeated by the racially superior. Okay. What about communism? Communism, yes, okay. Communism prevents the natural racial struggle because it says all people are equal, and that, you know, all workers are equal. There are no racial divides. There are no nations. Okay, it's just everyone is equal and should be treated that way. Yeah, it is, LaCroix. It's very dumb. That's how he thought. He was a lunatic, okay? Most people don't think about how he viewed the world. So a communism, obviously, is immoral. Capitalism. Capitalism is immoral. Why? Because capitalism is all about money. It doesn't matter. Like, you could be a black person and make lots of money. Now, this is what he said, okay? You could be Jewish and make lots of money. It doesn't matter. The races don't matter so much, right? You could be any race and sell and buy things. So capitalism, free market capitalism, was Jewish and therefore immoral. So I guess, Guy, you know, according to Hitler, communism and capitalism were Jewish and immoral. Now, guys, that doesn't mean that he was not pro-capitalism in the end. Obviously, in practicality, he was pro-capitalism, but that was his ideology. We could talk about how the state, the governments are largely immoral because they provide stability and prevent racial conflict within their borders. So my conclusion here, guys, what does that mean a concentration camp is? According to Nazi ideology and law and Hitler's thoughts, a concentration camp is fundamentally a place on a map where German law does not apply. A place where the so-called natural racial struggle can take place without interference. So one of the weird things about Nazism is the idea that they viewed concentration camps not as a state, not as part of the state, but as a place where anarchy was allowed. And within that anarchy, the dominant race, the Aryans, would be able to wage the only moral good against their racial inferiors. Now, obviously, this is complete bullshit because it's not like it was a fair fight, for one thing, right? And yes, invalid axiom, Gitmo. What is Gitmo? Gitmo is a place, okay, where we don't have to necessarily abide by American laws. That's why it's on foreign soil, where we can kind of do what we want to these prisoners. Okay, so him saying those things, the idea of like communism, capitalism, all these things being bad is very Hitlerian, all right? Okay, I was going on here.
So there I was browsing the World Wide Web and I was clicking more buttons. Young, hip and far right, Europe's youth reject multiculturalism. Uploaded to a channel called Julius Streicher, which is the name of a Nazi politician. And this video had 200...
Of course, Julius Streicher, who was executed at Nuremberg because he was a horrendous man. He was the head of the Nazi newspaper Der Stürmer, which was basically an anti-Semitic rag, constantly rambling about Jewish control of everything. And he himself was a brute thug who is just kind of like a Neanderthal. But that's insulting Neanderthals.
79,000 views.
They're well equipped to do a Facebook Live, which instantly attracts hundreds.
Correct. No, you're right, LaCroix. There isn't as much of a racial element in regards to Guantanamo.
Views. Europe Youth Reconquista. The last word referring to a key identitarian belief that they need to retake and protect Europe from Muslim migrants.
Yeah, Reconquista. You always run if you hear any group that calls themselves Reconquista.
I was clicking some more and I came across Black Pigeon Speaks. You remember this guy, the paper? All right, this is him. I found him. Just a couple clicks. This video had 163,000 views, and what's more is he had 218,000 subscribers, and his channel was verified. He was dropping bangers like why women destroy nations / civilizations.
Wow.
And other uncomfortable truths. I found James Alserup. This one is pretty well known. He was very close to Nick Fuentes. They nearly set up a business together from my
When they were gay lovers, probably.
understanding. Then I found Red Ice TV, a Nazi organization set up in 2002. Then I found the infamous Stefan Molyneux, a white nationalist, promoter of scientific racism and eugenics.
Jeez.
Now, whilst I was clicking through all these videos, right, you know, these were channels I didn't watch personally when I was even on the right. I wasn't really even aware of many of these people back then. But the strange thing that instantly stood out to me was just how similar and how much crossover and overlap there was between Nazi creators and softer right-wing creators that I did listen to. Back then,
You know, I mean, that's not that. Are we? Is anyone shocked by that? Of course, there's not. There's a lot of crossover between the far right. Really, that's cool, LaCroix. I don't think I've ever. That's interesting. But are any of us actually surprised by that? Of course, there's tons of crossover between the Nazis and the right wing, and like the normal right wing, if you want to call them that.
and these lot used to call themselves classic liberals. They loved that one for a while. They would call themselves moderates or centrists. They would be the kind of person that would be like, yeah, I don't mind about gay people. You go, queen. And maybe we should even consider legalizing weed. But feminism, I think it's gone a bit too far, don't you think? These lot, look, let's be honest, they weren't Nazis. But in their
True and
content,
valid.
right, the thumbnails, the titles, and the enemies in society
Oh, I
they
got
didn't
you,
like,
invalid.
the content the actual Nazi people would make was kind of identical. Feminism has gone too far. Woke progressive cancel culture is threatening Western civilization. Black Lives Matter is too extreme. We're okay with them existing, but mattering. But what's more, right, is some of the overtly white nationalist creators would do direct collaborations with some of the softer right-wing people that I did listen to.
It was a particularly ugly aspect of science because...
Oh my God, look how young he is on this. Jesus Christ, Jordan Peterson, you have aged tremendously. Dear Lord. Stefan Molyneux, by the way, I cannot stand Stefan Molyneux. First of all, he looks like a thumb, okay? He looks like a human thumb, and I don't know what's going on with his jawline, but he just, I don't know. There's something deeply wrong with he has a very weird, what's it called? What is it called? Like when, I always forget this, probably a good thing. When you measure someone's skull, not phylogeny, you know what I mean, okay? We need to, he needs to do some bone smashing. We need to get out calipers and measure his skull. Thank you, phrenology. I always forget it. We need to do phrenology on Molyneux here, okay? He has very Nazi phrenology. Yes, I know that's a racialized thing that they used to do, but hey, he is a Nazi, so I'm not too concerned about making fun of him and saying we need to do phrenology on him.
The IQ literature reveals that which no one would want to be the case, which is that there are profound and virtually irremediable differences in people's cognitive performance.
Is the race and IQ stuff.
Jesus Christ.
You dive into a
Bullshit. Never, if anyone's ever heard of the bell curve, it's a book, a famous book, an infamous book that by some psychologists that claim that there is a racial differences in IQ. Bullshit. Multiple studies showing that is an inaccurate assessment. It is still commonly used, though. Tons of studies, old studies are still used that have all been shown to be untrue. For example, guys, okay, there is a group in Japan, and I forget what their name is, but they're considered kind of an underclass. They are the ones who are responsible for dealing with dirty, like things that are considered dirty, and they have darker skin. And forgive me, I can't remember the name. Exactly, invalid axiom, okay? And in Japan, if you were to give them state testing, they almost always perform less than people that are Japanese that are not of this racial underclass, okay? Now, if you were to take those people out of Japan and put them in the United States, for example, and give them testing here, they do just as well as anyone else. Okay. So why is it then that they don't do as well in Japan? Well, because of bias. Okay. Deep biased questions because of racial norms and in questions and or like cultural norms and questions that bias the questions. You can also do the same thing with, for example, students in Africa, right? Black students in African countries, right? Who do perfectly fine in Africa, who score great high scores, like in Nigeria, score great high scores. If you were to take those kids over to the US and give them a test here, suddenly their scores drop. Even though they're clearly not stupid, it's because of social construction and things like that, okay? Social constructions and things like that. Yes, it is, Matt Saigai. Why did you say it? I didn't say that. I didn't. Okay. Anyway, that is a slur, Matt Saigai. Correct. So, did I say that? I mean, I definitely didn't say it as a slur. If I did say it, maybe I cut off the word Japan. But okay. No, I didn't, Matt Saigai. When did I say that word? Unless I cut off the word Japan, I didn't call anyone that. Anyway, all right. So let's go on here.
And I think people think that there is somehow a racist element to it.
It's like saying, do you want to make your argument that the sun is the center of the solar system? It's like, but it's not a personal thing. Like, this is not an idea.
I don't know, Matt Saigai.
Stephen,
because I clearly didn't use that word to refer to Japanese people, obviously. I'm just saying, I don't know. That's why I was like, why did you suddenly say that?
I don't know, he was kind of in the gang. He interviewed Dave Rubin, Milo Yiannopoulos, Jordan Peterson. I mean, Joe Rogan even had him on, for fuck's sake. The borders between the most extreme creators and the anti-SJW crowd.
I hate it. I hate Stefan Molyneux, Jonas. He's awful.
Pretty blurry. So it begs us the question, why was there so much crossover and so much in common with literal Nazis?
One of the things you...
that makes sense about Exum. So I was saying Japanese and I broke my... Oops, okay, that's common me. You guys know my brain jumps around. I sometimes stop speaking in the middle of a sentence, so that was just a bad timed thing to say.
See, that's very characteristic of the utopian left, is the absolute insistence that anyone oppressed is a victim. On some campuses, and this is true.
I'm sorry, wait a minute. Wait, but isn't that by definition the case? I'm sorry, wait a minute. Seriously, I'm asking. Isn't that just like if you're oppressed, you are the victim, right? You're the one being oppressed. Is that right? It's not that complicated, right? That's just true. That's just true, right? Like, okay. Am I wrong? Like, I don't know. But that doesn't mean, okay, so for example, if you're like a child predator and you've been put in prison, yeah, Jonas, like if you're a child predator, I'm trying to really think of examples here where that's not the case. If you've been a child predator and you've been put into prison, yeah, I guess to some extent you're oppressed, but you're not a victim. But I guess it depends on how you... Okay, yeah, so I guess there are some examples. But anyway, regardless, yeah, they're bright love. I don't know. It sounds like woke lib commie nonsense to me, Sam. Thanks, the bright love, okay?
California, it's now considered a form of aggression. It's classified under the microaggression.
The current cult of victimhood now encourages people to appeal to others to recognize their victim status.
Guys, and of course, the biggest people who engage in the cult of victimhood are Zionists and Nazis. But I repeat myself, right? It's Nazis, all right? Or Zionists, whatever you want to call them. The people that do this the most, of course, are Zionists and Nazis, right? They're the ones who are always like, we are the victims, we are the victims, we are the victims. The Nazis did this. As I just said, guys, Hitler was always saying that the Germans were victims of everything. They were the victims of communism, of capitalism, of the state, of morals, of Christianity, of other countries, of blah, 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 blah. They're they're victims of everything. They're all attempts to prevent the natural racial struggle. Okay. So, all right. Hey, you know what, Doug? That's a good point. The rich getting taxed are victims without oppression. That's fair. Yeah. So I guess there are some examples of this. I was literally asking, all right. Yeah, they are interchangeable, Sir Bart. Yeah, you're right. That's punishment for a crime. That wouldn't be oppression. That's fair, Lacroix. Yeah, good point. I don't know. So I'd have to really look at the definitions of these words. I'm literally asking because I'm like, is that okay? Well, we'll figure it out.
And look for support on.
Yeah, right. Jonas, sorry. Jonas is right. Reminds me of Rabbi Barclay. We will never forgive the Palestinians for what they made us do to them. Yeah. Okay. There is a very famous book called From Ashes to Life. I'll show you guys real fast. This is why, by the way, guys, while I'm looking this up, for the people that just came in here, I started early today so that we could watch some of this video, and then we'll get back into our regular programming, all right? So please stay around if you want to see the news and hear the lesson. Obviously, we're just started today with this video. And I recommend people watch it, read it. It's really short, From Ashes to Life. I actually recommended it for book club at one point. So this is the memoir of a young girl during the Holocaust who survived the Holocaust. She's alive today, and it is very telling at how it describes the Nazis and how they behaved. And there's this scene where she is doing. There was an Allies that bombed some town, and she and a bunch of Jewish folks and people in concentration camp had been sent out to do slave labor to clean up this rubble. And there's this Nazi guard who suddenly, out of nowhere, just starts screaming at them and beating them. And he had been wounded in war, so he had been assigned to this detail because he had been wounded. And he starts screaming at them, "This is all your fault. This is all your fault. You goddamn use slurs. This is all your fault. We wouldn't be in this situation if it weren't for you. Okay?" And it is like the perfect encapsulation of the Nazi mentality. They start a vicious war of aggression against all their neighbors, and the response to it is the fault of the Jews, right? Is the fault of people in the concentration camps. It is like the perfect encapsulation of victim ideology. And I just love that scene in that book. It really made things click for me. And how he's just then he's using he's scapegoating his anger on these people in front of him. That's a lot of what the right wing does, okay?
Social media for the smallest of perceived slights. Think of the ludicrous idea of microaggressions.
Okay, so we'll answer that. We'll get there. But for me to do so, we need to explain what exactly fascism is. When you were in school, you walked in and you were told fascism is Hitler, swastikas, gas chambers, and white master race. Which all of this, yeah, that is true. That is it.
That's a form of fascism. Fascism takes many forms, but it all has a fundamental there is a fundamental center to all fascist movements, which we've talked about on stream.
Me trying to explain the sun by just saying it's a bright blob. Sure, correct, but did that help you? Fascism is a process. What fascism becomes at the end is often not what it presents itself as in the beginning. It doesn't start with a dictator campaigning on genociding people. That is where it ends. Fascism is the process of getting to that point. Okay, so fascism will always typically arrive during a crisis. You know, the economy's fucked. Living standards are falling. Inequality is getting out of control. And people...
Make comparisons, folks. Make comparisons to modern day.
...are losing faith in the establishment, the system. So often in this period of time, many people who are working will look around and go, hang on a second, we're doing all this work and the bosses are paying us shit while them lot seem to be doing pretty well. In steps a socialist. The socialist comes along and goes,
well, good, Gwen. I mean, well, I will say that's good. Gwen, that is true, right? Fascism is fundamentally right-wing.
Hey guys, this whole capitalism thing is what's causing this, right? Capitalism inherently produces wealth inequality. The wealth then concentrates in the hands of a few very powerful people, meaning that us lot at the bottom, we all get fucked.
The idea that anybody would believe that this is a great economy.
Right, Jonas. America won't be great again. I'm sorry to say. Okay, just like Germany, the German Reich won't last 1,000 years. Okay.
When 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck, when the cost of the healthcare is going up, people can't afford housing, people can't afford their basic groceries, childcare system is dysfunctional, people can't afford to go to college, and if this is the greatest
exactly, invalid axiom,
economy in the history of the world, God help us.
And the fascist, you know, he's sat there and he's listening. He's going, oh, boring. It's not that. It is actually, have you thought about it could be the gays? Could be the gays that are doing this to us. And the Jewish, it could be the gay Jewish ones. So what fascism does, right, it subverts a popular feeling in society that the economy is unfair. And typically in the beginning, they will agree with it. The talking might even sound similar. He'll say, you're right. Your instincts are correct. Society has been corrupted. But my friends, let's not blame capitalism. It's because there are...
guys, what have I said before? It's a distraction, right? Fascism is where you take popular, basically this popular feeling against the establishment because of capitalism, and you focus it towards ethnic minorities and scapegoats, right? So, yeah, capitalism causes... fascism always comes out of capitalism because if you have a capitalist class that prevents real changes that help people, they don't want the people to blame the people at the top. So then they distract the people by blaming ethnic minorities, by blaming gay people, by blaming other countries and things like that. So that's why I have always said that fascism is essentially inevitable in capitalism. And because capitalism always has economic ups and downs. Whenever there's an economic down, it's like the roll of the dice that the alienation and suffering of the average person will be turned into hatred for some minority group and then used by fascists to gain power. Okay. So that is the big problem. Guys, every fascist regime in history has come out of a liberal democracy, a capitalist liberal democracy. One of the requirements of creating a fascist regime is that you first have a liberal democracy. I know that sounds dark, but it's true. And the liberal democracies that are least susceptible to becoming fascist are the ones that have the most regulations on capitalism. All right? The ones that limit capitalism the most. What does that tell you? Okay?
Series of enemies trying to undermine us. Outsiders, degenerates, disabled people, Marxists, feminists.
I just want to caveat, sometimes fascists do criticize capitalism, but it's always done so that they can blame Jewish people. So don't
look, remember what I told you? This is a quote from Hitler. Capitalism and Bolshevism are two sides of the same international Jewish coin. That makes zero sense. But they always are victims of something, right?
They're not that bothered about the structural inequality. It's they don't like the Jews. That's it. And they have to subvert socialism in other ways, right? So if they feel a specific camaraderie with other workers who are also being exploited by the elite class of owners, of bosses.
Yeah, body swap. You're 100% right. And by the way, so Body Swap says, how did we get here? As if Trump and Netanyahu just woke up and chose violence one day. Yeah, this has been happening for years. It has been a very long process of enabling the president to become a monster, of diminishment of democratic norms, of centering power in the elites, of the creation of a very violent American empire. This shit has been happening for a while. Some of the structural violence has been happening for a long time. The wealth inequality has been happening in a long time. We have not been living in a democracy for a long time, Eleni. We haven't. Okay. And it's just been by luck that this hasn't happened sooner. I got to tell you, right? So, okay. There we go.
Capitalist. What the fascist does is it wants to retain the original hierarchy and structure. It doesn't want to completely upend the system. So it creates a new identity based around nationalism or one's race, one's ethnicity.
And I say, really, we're not supposed to use that word. You know what I am? I'm a nationalist, okay? I'm a nationalist.
Lacroix, exactly. By the way, guys, Lacroix says that's almost exactly what Professor Jang says. He says that capitalism and communism in the USSR were run by the same group of people. You know what, Lacroix? Do you know that he's been going on a bunch of right-wing channels. He's become suddenly very, very popular on the far right after he made those comments about the Illuminati and stuff. Yeah, Professor Jang is a complete is a liar and a fraud. Let's just be careful with him, okay? Exactly, Lacroix, you're right.
It tells a story that our civilization is under threat because of cultural enemies. They believe that the strong must rule, that hierarchy is natural, that weakness is decadent, that the quest for equality is a disease, and that the nation must re-find its former glory, its former strength.
Correct, Eleni. It just started as wild. That's like saying October 7th started everything. Yep.
And be reborn through discipline, hard force, masculinity, tradition, and crushing their enemies. Meanwhile, the big businesses, they hear all that and they go, yeah, no, sick. We're like, that's okay with us. I wasn't really sold on the guillotine, the Bella Ciao. Yeah, that stuff was making me feel a bit weird. So yeah, very often big corporations will fall in line with the fascists. And like, yeah, they achieve it, right? They do it, that happens, and obviously nothing improves. You know, if you're a worker, like, that system doesn't really fix a lot of your problems. So what the fascist has to do then is to resort to performative fuck shit. They have to keep...
Eleni, no, Eleni. Have you heard? Are you joking, Eleni? No, I don't disagree with him because let's put it this way. I disagree with him because he's wrong and he's a lunatic. He says that the world is run by the Illuminati and the Freemasons. And anyway, so he is a fraud. He's absolutely a fraud, or at least he's not a fraud. He probably believes what he says, but he's a loony.
The public endlessly distracted, endlessly angry through wars, crackdowns on their enemies, big shows of strength through military parades. Some call this the fascist spectacle, transforming politics into aesthetic performance, as opposed to improving people's material circumstances. So if we jump forward to now, with all of that in mind, you have to remember the neo-fascist, the neo-Nazi, they don't...
There you go, Matsy. He's a Nazi propagandist, Matt Saigai. Gwen, we could debate this, and as in like, not I don't want to debate it with you, but as in the historians debate this too. Okay, Gwen says, I personally think it started with Reagan. When Obama was elected, it intensified with the Tea Party, etc. Then Bernie scared the shite out of both parties, and here we are. First of all, Elaney, I never thought he was credible. As a matter of fact, the first time I talked about him on stream was to say, don't listen to him. Yeah, right. Remember, guys, the only time I ever mentioned him was to say he was uncredible. Anyway, exactly. Okay. Moving on. But you're joking, Laney. Forgive me, Laney. I'm always misinterpreting you. Okay. So Gwen says, I personally think it started with Reagan. When Obama was elected, it intensified with the Tea Party, etc. Then Bernie scared the shite out of both parties, and here we are. Yeah, so Gwen, this is debated by historians. I would argue it started a little bit before Reagan during the 70s. Remember how I showed you guys that there was a massive backlash to the 60s? Then the corporate entities and the elites started really plotting to sort of roll back the populist power of the 60s. So I think it started in the 70s, and that kind of culminated with Reagan. So we could also talk about how capitalism generally in the United States has always been a problem, but definitely the modern origins probably were in the 70s or around the time of Reagan. Other historians would say it was Reagan. So yeah, Gwen, I think that's a good idea.
Always say and do things exactly like it's 1933. But what is similar and what's important to remember is that every single issue that happens in society is fed through the exact same machine. Immigration becomes an invasion, white genocide. Modern feminism is degeneration. Progressive anti-racism is actually anti-whiteness.
It might be regarded as unacceptable to the woke authoritarian moralists who now insist
oh my God, I hate him.
Celebrate Pride Month, not hour or day or week, but month, and who have literally called it Pride Month instead of LGBT.
But Gwen, you're right. Like, you're right historically. I think it was largely Reagan. A lot of historians would say it did start with Reagan, and I don't have a set answer. Historians talk about it, right?
BT plus month, or whatever else alphabet acronym which is currently insisted upon as the only acceptable enlightened terminology.
God, he's so annoying. I hate him so much.
Yours, woke.
Yeah, up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. Oh my God, shut up.
Moralists.
And whilst many of the people engaging in making this content might not have identified themselves as being neo-Nazis or neo-fascists, either knowingly or unknowingly, the videos that the soft right-wing anti-SJW people were making was priming the viewer to have the same feelings, concerns, and blame the same enemies as the real neo-Nazis and neo-fascists. And you have to bear in mind, the fascists, they're not stupid. This blurring of lines between themselves and maybe softer anti-SJW creators.
Guys, here's the thing, and this is true. I think, remember, guys, I talked to you about power elite theory, which I think is a really interesting theory that is important for understanding how things work in this country. Can we see how, like, I know, right, Gwen? Can we see how a lot of conspiracy theories are close to the truth? Okay, let me phrase it this way. Not close to the truth, but are truth adjacent, right? They're wrong, but they're truth adjacent. So, for example, QAnon. QAnon was complete batshit insanity, claiming that a cult of satanic pedophiles were ruling the country. But guys, that's kind of truth adjacent given with the Epstein files and shit, right? Or let's talk about conspiracy theories about lizard people or the Illuminati or the Freemasons. This idea that there's sort of a group of people that work behind the scenes to control things. Not true. It's not the Illuminati. It's not lizard people. It's more of a, there is, however, a class of power elite that's more of a class rather than like just a set group who does have an inordinate amount of power and control over the country. But they're not lizard people, and they're not like some secret satanic cult. But a lot of these, or even the fact that the idea that Jewish people control things, and it's almost like a good way of hiding the reality by like allowing, by there being crazy conspiracy theories that sound loony, and that make it harder to say what the truth is, because you can just dismiss it as, well, that sounds like you're being anti-Semitic, or that sounds like you're believe in the Illuminati. You see what I mean? Even though, okay. You see what I mean? But there is. Yeah, it's the clanker a link. You can't fool me. Exactly. There you go, Doug. Okay.
Was deliberate. They had developed a
Hello,
deliberate
Alyssa.
strategy of hiding their ideology in irony, memes, and plausible deniability. They knew that if an academic, a reporter, a journalist, wrote an article warning about how the OK hand signal was racist because the alt-right had turned the OK hand signal into a racist symbol, the alt-right could use
Hello,
their
SoCal, how have you been?
article and twist their concern into laughing at them.
You're a neo-Nazi. That's according to The Independent, who published an entire article defaming Mike Cernovich and Cassandra Fairbanks as white supremacists.
Making these people, these academics, etc.,
Yay,
seem
SoCal.
unhinged and hysterical. And what this does is delegitimize experts, people who really know what they're talking about, to make you lose trust in them. And by doing so, creating more opportunities to turn people against the out-of-touch liberal elites.
Some examples include white nationalist Richard Spencer. However, it was the use by the Christchurch shooting suspect.
Yeah, Body Swap. I love your framing here. Body Swap says there are elements of conspiracy theories that have valid critiques of the state power and capitalism, but their framing and approaches are so weird, but the structural critiques are somewhat there. Exactly, Body Swap, right? And that's what's dangerous about conspiracy theories. So guys, imagine like if a fascist takes over the government, and let's say it's a fascist who claims that the Freemasons are in control of everything, okay? Well, what will they do? Let's say they end up going after all the Freemasons and throw them into concentration camps. That's not going to solve the problem, is it? No. And that's the point. That's not actually going to stop the elites. So those conspiracy theories are very useful for the elites, the people who actually have the power, because, yeah, they might lose some of their number, I guess, but they're still going to have power afterwards. But it gives the public the appearance that the issue has been dealt with. You see what I mean? All right.
To shift in the conversation. The OK sign.
And by the way, one other thing too, it can often be beneficial for the elites. For example, in Nazi Germany, when Jews started being thrown in concentration camps, all their property got taken and redistributed to other people, sometimes elites, sometimes other Germans. So not only do you get to remove someone you claim is causing all your problems, you also get to materially benefit others by looting those people. You see what I mean? Which makes people feel better and more financially secure if you're looting one group and then giving that wealth to the other, but it's not fixing any of the structural problems. You see what? Okay. Exactly, Lacroix. Exactly, Lacroix.
Isn't the first seemingly innocuous bit of culture claimed by alt-right groups. Pepe the Frog went from innocent cartoon to alt-right meme during the 2016 election, thanks to a similar online evolution.
The intersection of ambiguity and racism can be weaponized in order to manipulate the media, to manipulate popular opinion, to spread ideas into the discourse.
It's okay, yeah, Donald Trump wins, right? 2016. He wins, you remember that? All the way back then?
Don't
Somehow
remind me.
during that, they didn't decide to,
Was that like one of the worst days for everyone here? Was that like one of the worst days ever when you woke up and found out that Donald Trump had won 2016? It was horrible. Hello, Plant Sunshine. So glad you're back. Do we all remember that day? I know as an American, like I remember when I saw that he won, I became so depressed. I don't think I went to work the next day. Yeah, me neither. Invalid
throw
axiom.
him in jail forever. They chose to do it again now. Okay, yeah. And with all this reporting around how the YouTube algorithm was pushing people towards far-right content, after movements like Gamergate, all the SJW-owned compilations, QAnon, new important political names coming into the scene who didn't rise through traditional media, like Ben Shapiro, Milo Yiannopoulos, Candace Owens. And they hear about a person called Richard Spencer. And
oh, God, I hate Richard Spencer.
Asking, what the fuck is the alt-right pipeline?
Right, Alyssa.
College-educated, clean-cut, and radicalized.
I got you, Lacroix.
The alt-right movement ready to stand up for white power.
And you got to remember, right, in the mind of the liberal establishment, they can't be responsible for why people have turned into the far right. It cannot be due to decades of neoliberal economics, widening wealth inequality, decimating towns, deindustrialization, alienation, creating a feeling of resentment amongst many people in society. No, it's not our system. It's them bad boys saying the bad stuff on that bad YouTube website. And so their fucking solution is, well, if we just ban everyone.
Okay, this is so true. This is so true. This is my issue with a lot of the liberal critiques or even lefty critiques, where we will say that we just need to ban these people off YouTube. How is that going to end up solving the problem? The structural problems are still there. That's the issue. The reason that these people are so successful is because of these massive structural problems that are pushing people towards fascism, okay? And I don't want to say these are lefty critiques. There are some leftists who focus on trying to ban or like limit free speech and things like that. And sometimes I agree with them, to be honest. But the big way to fix this is to solve the structural problems that are causing the growth of fascism. Bribe these people, literally. Give them free healthcare. Give them housing. Raise taxes on the wealthy, give them a bunch of shit, and then see if it's just as easy to convince them that gay people are ruining society. You know what I mean? Okay. Yeah, it's like a Hydra LaCroix. Exactly. And Sir Bart, YouTube would never ban them. There's also the profit motive, and that's a really good point, Sir Bart. There's also the profit motive here, like, which is, again, a structural issue. So, okay.
What could go wrong?
Millions of videos are uploaded onto YouTube every day, but they include extremist material such as jihadi propaganda and footage from neo-Nazi campaigns.
Correct,
both of
SoCal.
which are outlawed. And yet these hate videos attract advertising, often randomly generated. Here, a radical Islamist preaches above a holiday advert.
All of these big brands who just started social media themselves, they panic and threaten to pull out, and YouTube brings about what is known as the adpocalypse.
Yeah.
What triggered it was an ad for Coca-Cola appeared on a racist...
And this is funny, guys, because the presentation I'm going to give to you all later is about how the elites distract from solving real issues by offering their own ways to solve it that are actually not real fixes. We'll explain.
Video on YouTube that had about 800
I
views.
have not, SoCal.
Advertisers flipped out
Well,
saying, if YouTube
not
can't
recently.
make sure our ads don't show up on racist content, we're pulling our money out of YouTube. Some actually did, and as a result, YouTube drastically overreacted, cut almost all ads to news and politics channels like The David Pakman Show, and overnight, we lost 99% of the revenue on our YouTube channel.
Right, so you had Adpocalypse 1. Everyone loved it, really good reviews.
Yep.
And then, yeah, in December of 2017, Logan Paul goes into a forest wearing this hat and films a dead suicide victim.
Why does he have a rainbow flag on his thing? I remember this video where he went into the suicide forest and was a piece of shit about it, but he's not gay, right? I guess I don't know these people. I just know I don't like him. Whoever he is, I don't like him, but whatever. Anyway.
And he's in the thumbnail, and that video is fully monetized, gets loads of views. Second Apocalypse! Yeah, the second one was shit. They didn't need to make it. They lost all the magic. So yeah, YouTube brings around like a new era of content moderation. Whereas before, basically, anyone could be monetized. Now they put a threshold. Like, you had to have a certain amount of subscribers, certain amount of views, watch time. You needed to be a legit channel. You can just pop up and bang out like a 4-hour Nazi documentary anymore. As well, they changed the recommended system, the algorithm, to deliberately suppress content that they considered to be borderline content. So obviously, they were, suppressing over Nazi content, but also just, stuff that was a little bit spicy. Entire categories of content, not just political content, started to see a massive reduction in views. I'm talking like gaming channels that maybe they were playing a horror game. Sports channels, like I know firsthand, friends of the channel Stora, their whole channel of doing parkour was completely demonetized. Overnight, like nearly destroyed their business. And
yes, Fox Emblem, you're right, and I agree with you, Fox Emblem. That is one, like some historians argue that Reagan was sort of the death knell that sort of really spelled the fall of everything. I would argue it started before that, like way before that, at the very least in the 70s, probably even earlier. But this is like, I'm just pointing, it's just debated by historians, let's put it that way. But I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, news channels as well. And a lot of the suppression was pretty unfair. The reason this was happening was because YouTube were in fucking panic mode. They were desperately trying to seem like they had the platform under control, and they were just dishing out bans and completely demonetizing channels, and it was pretty fucked up. But all of this effort and all of this attempt to try and keep shit under control, it was too late, man. The genie was out of the bag, the cat, the lamp.
One people, one nation, and immigration.
We begin tonight with that breaking news. A horrific scene in Charlottesville, Virginia. A white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence and chaos.
In August 2017, you get Charlottesville, what was called the Unite the Right rally. A coalition of white nationalists, neo-Nazis, and militia groups, or as Donald Trump calls them,
very fine people.
This event galvanizes a whole new generation of white nationalists, namely Nick Fuentes and his Groyper movement.
I need to stop. I keep playing with my
far-right political
arrow
violence
here.
was growing and growing, becoming the largest category of political violence. Then, in March of 2019, Christchurch happens.
It is with extreme sadness
But see,
that...
can I also point out, guys, that the normalization of political violence in the United States has been happening for a very long time. And what I mean by that is, like, how do I frame this without sounding like an asshole? You do know that the United States has been murdering people overseas for a very long time, bombing people, killing people, overthrowing regimes, funding right-wing militant groups that commit genocides like we did in Central America, doing tons. Yeah, and valid axiom, exactly. So I have found it amusing that people in the United States have begun freaking out about that violence coming home to us. That it is bad and it's dangerous. That is fascism. Fascism, okay, one of the definitions of fascism is colonialism and imperialism turned inward, where the tactics that were previously used abroad are suddenly turned on the home population. And we're kind of seeing that. Now, I have some issues with that definition for a few reasons. I don't want to get into it, but that there is a big point to that, though. There is a big truth to that. And so I have found it like that, at least the violent part of it, like a lot of liberals, especially, freaking out about what happened at the Charlotte protests, about the one woman getting killed, by that Nazi terrorist and things like that. Yeah, obviously horrifying and things like that. But we do know that we've been literally doing this all over the world this whole time in much worse amounts. And that's the problem, guys. If you start killing human beings, okay, if you start killing human beings, there is no barrier that will stop you or your countrymen, I guess, and women from being killed. Because the line between what makes someone worthy of death and not worthy of death is arbitrary. Okay? So, okay. But I know that that's sort of a lot of people out there would not like my analysis of that. Or would be, okay, regardless, it is true.
I tell you that as at 7 p.m. tonight, we believe that 40 people have lost their lives in this act of extreme violence. It is clear that this can now only be described as a terrorist attack. These are people who I would describe...
Or, guys, sorry, one more example here. Something that the Nazis did, and I think I mentioned this, is they gave the impression to the German people that they had reduced violence in the streets. What am I talking about? So the Weimar Republic had a lot of violence happening in the streets. There were bands of armed militants literally doing open street battles, like armed communists would be fighting armed far-right wingers. Brown shirts would be beating up social democrats, and there were political assassinations and stuff. So what the Nazis did, and this convinced a lot of Germans that they were the right choices. After they took power, they took that violence that was happening in the streets and they hid the violence. They put all the people doing that violence into concentration camps and continued the violence in secret in these concentration camps. And what it did is it gave the impression to the German people, oh my God, there's no more violence in the streets. No, the violence was still going on, but it was going on inside of concentration camps, okay? In the United States, where have we typically done a lot of that violence? We have done it structurally, okay, and we've justified it with ideology. So if you're poor and you can't afford health care, well, you're lazy, so we justify the violence that way, or we throw people into federal prison. Okay, we have more people in prison in the United States than any other country on the planet, and that's despite population. Okay, we have more people in prison than China, despite it having a far larger population than us. We literally take the violence and just throw it into prisons, and the violence then happens inside the prisons. Okay, so the fact that the violence has now been happening in the streets, yeah. You can see it a lot easier now, but just realize that it's kind of gone on for a while. We've just been throwing people into prison. Okay, so all right.
As having extremist views.
The Christchurch shooter was a product of this online far-right culture. The whole massacre was done and designed as like an internet age performance, steeped in great replacement narratives and meme culture. Within the video he posted of it, he says the phrase, subscribe to PewDiePie.
Hello, Elite.
Subscribe to PewDiePie was this meme that was originally a light-hearted online feud between PewDiePie and a channel called T-Series, an Indian channel that were competing for the top spot of most subscribed channels on YouTube. But the alt-right, like like they have done with many, many things, decided to co-opt this meme. Subscribe to PewDiePie to the neo-Nazis became a rallying cry to promote their ideology of inferior races. A video that was made 6 years ago called this out, talking about the Pewdie pipeline. It's an incredible watch that you can learn a lot about this stuff from. I'll link it below. All of this world online brewed into this moment under our noses. No one saw it coming. And the big tech social media platforms were being increasingly pressurized to do something about this real world problem that was coming from these platforms. So yeah, big tech starts going into panic mode and starts deplatforming and banning some pretty high profile people. Alex Jones gets banned after racking up tons of strikes for misinformation and hate speech. Whilst not being a neo-Nazi, YouTube were clamping down on conspiracy theories because it was resulting in real life harm, harassment, and attacks built on some of the theories that these people were peddling. High profile neo-Nazis get banned also. David.
So guys, yeah, this is true. I'm going to show you something real fast. We might not get through this whole video before I just go into my regular programming, folks, but you know, we can finish it some other time, but I wanted to show you something. So imagine here for a second, you have a, I don't know, we'll call this a, I don't know what is this? This is a really bad iceberg. You have an iceberg, okay? You got an iceberg, right? Thank you, by the way, for whoever just followed me, okay? You have an iceberg. Now, you all know that icebergs, the vast majority of the iceberg will be underneath the water, right? So here you have the tip of the iceberg, which is just above the water, and you have the rest of it. Okay, so what we have started seeing happen, guys, is we have all these structural problems that have been underneath the surface, that have not been out in the open, all right? So like you have prisons, okay? And it's going to be hard to write using my mouse, but okay, prisons, okay? Structural, like, you know, poverty, gun violence, whatever it may be, gun violence. And I mean like school shootings and shit like that, okay? All these issues that have been underneath the surface, they're obvious, but they've been there. And recently, we have seen a lot of those issues start to pop above the surface or become politicized, right? So up here, you have things like the Charlottesville rally. Okay, Charlottesville. All right, Charlottesville. Trump is a result of a lot of those under the surface issues, right? Trump, I don't know why I said Trumps. I know this looks horrible, but you got Trump, okay? Trump. So one of the reasons we have a lot of the Trump has been one of these issues that have popped above the surface. You have Charlottesville, you have Trump, you have Charlie Kirk's murder, okay? Charlie Kirk's assassination, okay? My concern is that a lot of liberals or a lot of people in the United States seem to think that all we got to deal, that they're only looking for solutions that will get rid of the tip of the iceberg, right? To them, it's an aesthetic issue. They don't like seeing the iceberg, all right? They do not like seeing the result of all these problems underneath the surface. So I am deeply concerned that we're going to get to a point where Trump is removed from office or whatever may happen if he is removed from office, okay? You know, he's going to be voted out of office. And then people are going to go back and sit on their laurels and think, well, thank God that's over, all right? Or that we will do some like little altering around the edges shit. We'll think that the Nazi issue has been solved, that the MAGA is gone, that all these issues above the surface, we no longer can see it, okay? But the goddamn iceberg is still going to be there. And all it takes is a little shift in the iceberg for that part of the iceberg to come above the surface again, okay? Do you see what I mean? So that is why we need major structural changes, okay? We need to melt the whole goddamn iceberg. It's not just an aesthetic issue. The ship is still going to hit the iceberg, even if there isn't a tip above. And I would argue, guys, that it is actually almost more dangerous when there is no tip above the water, when you can't see the structural issue, okay? Because, all right, you see what I mean? Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm kind of, yeah, there you go, Invalid. So I know this is like crazy. I look like a lunatic, but let me erase that because I'm embarrassed by it. It looks crazy. But you guys get what I mean? So we need to fix the goddamn structure. It's not enough to just fix the stuff above the surface. Okay? All right. Let me go back to this. Continue watching this.
Duke.
Tiago, it's like when BLM was happening, and one day where we were discussing racism, and the next day we were discussing statuses and posts on social media. Correct, Tiago. Okay.
Richard Spencer, Stefan Molyneux, and Nick Fuentes. But you see, like, yeah, instead of just getting rid of them, it really had the opposite effect. Very quickly, inside the conspiracy world, the idea of deplatforming was weaponized, turned into a narrative that the liberal elite were cracking down on free speech and suppressing the truth tellers.
After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
The viewers are then trained to see that every time an individual is demonetized or deplatformed, it's because the establishment wants to hide the truth from you.
As I watch the entire establishment's media, government, politicians lie about me. But I also know there's an army of people watching this who have seen their lies. So there's
oh my God, look at the veins in his neck. He needs to calm down. This guy's not going to be alive much longer. He's going to have a heart attack. I don't even know who he is, but he needs to calm down.
people that you think you can just silence me.
Is this Tommy Robinson? Is this literally Tommy Robinson in Valid Axiom? I can't remember what he looks like. Oh, ew. I'm so sorry, guys. Ew. I didn't know that this was Tommy Robinson. Dear God. Well, I don't think he'll be on the earth much longer. Look at those veins in his neck. I doubt his heart is doing well. Dear God, what a disgusting man. I honestly thought he looked different than that. He looks exactly like I would think he would look. Okay? Like, he looks like, I don't know, he should be in a brown shirt beating up a gypsy. I'm sorry, I shouldn't, the word gypsy isn't good to use in Europe. I should say beating up a Romani person in the streets of Nuremberg. Like, he looks like just a thug. Okay.
It's not going to work. You're going to martyr me. And I'm not going to back down. And do you know what? You're going to create 1,000 Tommy Robinsons. You've already done that.
Oh my God, he's such a victim, guys. Look at this. Such a victim. Dear God.
Actions over the last 7 days. They've already done that. So there is no winning for them at this current situation.
Look at this piece of shit over here on the left, too, with his arms crossed. He has all these Orthodox Christianity icons all over his... okay.
Is the built-in immune system of that worldview. And because of the sloppiness of the moderation in the adpocalypse era, many YouTube channels were catching strays who were not neo-Nazis at all. And so the entire right-wing ecosystem capitalized on this.
See, this is the left-wingers who silence the people who tell the truth. This is political bias. This is what George Orwell warned us about in a book he wrote that I have definitely read.
So yeah, this topic of censorship and free speech became an on-ramp for many people toward the political right, because they framed the adpocalypse.
Who was held accountable for his crimes, Jonas? Was Tommy Robinson held accountable? If that's true, I haven't heard of that.
As if this was a thing that was only and exclusively happening to right-wing people. And they even go after the centrists who try and explore the truth. Centrists in this context.
When? That'd be good. That'd be fun.
Text meaning people.
Really? I didn't know that. Gus, I need to learn more about Tommy Robinson. He's been sent to prison. Well, he looks like it. He looks like he would be a member of the Aryan nations. Anyway, yeah, I can see that.
Right wing who don't know that they're right wing. Of course, in reality, the adpocalypse didn't just target the right. Many left-wing creators also went down. Carl Kolinsky, David Pakman, the Serfs were completely banned.
Jamie.
And the other thing I find funny is, you know how Tommy Robinson, he also too got banned or shadow banned. And he obviously would claim that it's because of left-wing YouTube silencing anyone who criticizes radical Islam. Meanwhile, YouTube were also removing and banning radical Islamists. But yeah, of course, none of the right-wing podcasts.
Yeah, what? A radical Islamist, like some Muslim person on YouTube that's like, peace be upon you. Oh my God, they're a terrorist. Is that what they mean? All right. Whatever. Okay. Or is it like, do they define radical Islamist as someone who's like, hey, I think Muslim, like timidly says, I think like Muslims are human beings and they deserve to live. Terrorist! Ban them! Is that what they mean? Okay.
With that concern.
Yeah, I hope they better be banning the radical Christians out there, because we do have, remember guys, we have a radical Christian death cult that controls the country, to be clear.
And about the free speech rights of jihadists or of just regular left-wing creators. Instead, they created a convincing narrative. And once you accept that narrative that YouTube represents the left, who were tyrannically suppressing right-wing views to control all of our brains, as opposed to being a capitalist organization, protecting itself from brand damage and losing advertisers, ignoring that, you become psychologically primed to think that if a person is censored or suppressed, they must be speaking the truth. But you know,
of course they are,
because YouTube, they purged all the bad guys and now everything's okay. Right? No, wrong.
That's hilarious, Jonas. Oh my God, they should deport him, Jonas. Tommy Robinson needs to be deported. Hell, send him to the United States. Honestly, I don't think he can do much damage here. There's already enough people doing damage. He'd have a lot of competition for the damage he could do here. Let's let the free market play out and see if he can defeat the likes of Ben Shapiro and shit. So please send him here. We'll take the hit. Yeah, he'd fit in here perfectly. Can us Americans unilaterally agree to take Tommy Robinson off the UK's hands? I think we can manage it. We can manage it. We're already dealing with all these other lunatics. What really could he do here? That's a big problem. There you go. Invalid axiom. Christians can't be radical. What do you even mean? Exactly. Yeah, we could all, hey, we could send Tommy to Gitmo. I'd love that. Let's let the quote unquote natural racial struggle play out there. All right. That's a really dark joke. You get what I mean. How dare you, J-Mac? Okay. Farage is more dangerous than Tommy. Correct. I agree. He is. But well, yes. Okay.
By Facebook and Twitter for months, former U.S. President.
No, Jonas, no. That is bullshit, Jonas. What do we get out of that? We will never give you Bernie Sanders. Jonas says, can we do a 2-for-1 deal and get Bernie for Tommy and Starmer? No. Who do we get? Yeah, we get to keep Bernie. How dare you, Jonas? Okay, how dare you? We're gonna, no, okay. Okay, maybe if you give us something we want, we'll agree with that. But there's nothing, we don't get that, okay? We don't get that. No, invalid axiom. We don't get King Charles. You know what? As if he would survive the plane flight to the United States. Come on, the man is barely alive. But anyway, no, we're not getting, no, okay?
Donald Trump said Wednesday he'll be launching his own social media platform, Truth Social.
So you guys watching, you know the wonderful world of capitalism, right? Where it makes really, really useful things that we all want and desire and
can be
beneficial for everyone. Well, luckily, right, you know, after all these neo-Nazis and also just right-wingers were kicked off of YouTube, the free market swoops in benevolently. It says,
ooh, Paul Squaw. Paul Squaw actually makes a hard bargain here. Can we get the bones of Margaret Thatcher or the embalmed body of Margaret Thatcher? I would love to do some corpse desecration. Maybe if you send us the body of Margaret Thatcher and some other folks, we might be willing to give you Bernie. I don't know if we give you Bernie. We'll send you Graham Plattner or something. I don't know. Okay.
My friends, let us bring you to a new home, a new promised land. And so yeah, very quickly, a bunch of competitors to YouTube pop up. Lots of them. Kick, Rumble, Odyssey, Gab, BitChute, DLive, Local, Substack, Truth Social, Telegram channel. And what some of these platforms were doing was explicitly marketing themselves as free speech alternatives to mainstream social media.
There we go,
LaQuan.
Specifically
attract creators who had been banned off of YouTube. Or
yeah, thank you, Malzord, for recommending this.
Censorship is back and it's happening everywhere. Platforms are controlling narratives and pushing the stuff they want us to see. We've got to fight back.
Deal, Glenn.
Is the only company that stood the test of time, and they deserve our support.
Inviting them to a place that had far less rules and far less regulations.
Yes.
And how do you think that went?
Yeah.
Wait, how many Nazis do we
Yeah,
have here?
so it's like, bro,
What
like,
the hell?
Dude, I don't know if you realize you're at a Klan rally.
Guys, this is what I'm talking about. It's like that game where you have to hit the gopher or whatever the fuck it's called. You have to like, you know, the game where like the gopher pops up from the hole. Oh my God, this sounds dirty. Okay, like pops up from the hole and you have to hit it on the head. Whack-a-mole. I always forget. Jesus, I feel like an idiot. Thank you guys. Whack-a-mole. It's like whack-a-mole unless you fix the actual iceberg, right? That's okay. Brompa gopher. I love that, Meowser. Let's Brompa gopher. That's okay. This is why all this like trying to moderate the speech and thinking that'll help. Well, they're just going to pop up elsewhere, or they're going to create a goddamn channel that allows them to say what they want. Okay. J-Mac, you disgust me. You're the degenerate here, okay?
Rumble, heavily funded by billionaire and all-round evildoer Peter Thiel, and a ton of
who, by the way, again, is not gay. We have donated Peter Thiel to the Straits. For all the LGBTQers out there, all the queer people, all the trans people, all the bisexual people, gay people, lesbians, non-binary people, we have officially donated Peter Thiel to the Straits. I want to make that clear. From this day forward, Peter Thiel is not a gay man. All right, we've donated him to all my straight friends out there. Okay, we do not claim him.
Capital tied to conservative media ecosystems. Truth Social, owned by Donald Trump. Financed through SPAC investors.
Too late.
Linked to
We've
major
already
conservative
taken it.
political networks. Kick, closely tied to crypto gambling company Stake.com, founded by billionaire crypto gambling entrepreneurs. These men arrived on the scene and they did not give a fuck. Anything goes.
This is not a democracy, Gwen. No one votes. I make the decisions.
you want. Just say whatever the fuck you want. Finally, the exiles had found their promised land. This was like, yeah, home to people like Andrew Tate, who got sweeping bans across all social media, along with the red pill creator Sneeko. Russell Brand moved over to these, along with a load of COVID skeptics, vaccine deniers, as well, Jan 6 people, all the election fraud lot. You know, these lot, they just switched platforms. Every single ban that would happen on one of these mainstream platforms would be further fuel for the far right to bring people over to this alternative ecosystem that was concentrating everyone into the same.
Look at this. And there's not much of a surprise here that there's a lot of overlap between the elites guys and these groups.
Place, connecting with each other, sharing ideas, beliefs, and learning from each other.
Correct. This is a jesterocracy or a clown dictatorship, whichever you prefer.
Creating a potent far-right ideology.
You are Gwen. That's right. Gwen is the queen, okay?
12th of January, 2021, where the president of America, Donald Trump, got banned from posting to YouTube, as well as a ton of other, basically all other social media platforms, which would change absolutely fucking everything.
We're going to stop there for now, guys. We did watch 35 minutes of it. I'm very proud of us. Let's finish this maybe tomorrow or Thursday, okay? But this is a really good good video, okay? And I know I'm stopping it suddenly, but I realized it is 12:34, and I want to get on to our regular programming. For those that just came in here, I'm actually surprised we got through so much of it. I thought we'd only get through like 20 minutes of it, but that was pretty good. I really like this. We'll finish watching it, okay? So let me put up my face. For those that just got here, I decided to start very early today so that we could watch some of that video. I think it's very interesting. I think he's hitting it right on the nose. I think Meowsword was 100% right to recommend that video. Great video. As always, guys, fascism is a process by which, when people have lost faith in their democratic institutions and in their society, the fascists come about and use scapegoating to blame minority groups and marginalized groups for the problems of the society, even though those problems are almost always due to the capitalist elites and the hoarding of wealth and things like that. Okay, so yeah, capitalism creates fascism, all right? So just be aware, that's what that is, and the internet has sort of enabled this problem to an extent, and unless we solve, as I showed on that image, unless we solve the problem with the iceberg underneath the surface, we will keep getting it coming above the surface, all right? We'll keep getting it coming above the surface, which is why we need radical changes in this country, okay? Revolutionary changes, all right? Invalid axiom, fascism is the ideology that slips through the cracks of structural problems of society and brings the crap to the fore. Correct invalid axiom, okay? And a lot of times fascism, people don't, it ends up being scary for people because it hits you right in the face. Unlike the problems when they're hidden under the surface, you can kind of ignore them if you're not a victim of them, but you can't ignore the fascism. But just realize, even if you ignore it, it is still there. I mean, underneath the surface, those structural issues are still there, and you need to get rid of them if you want to stop the fascism. Correct, Fox Emblem. And Fox Emblem is right here. Fox Emblem says, refusing to deal with the structural and social inequality will lead to the same end result. Hence why, irregardless of party, I believe the end result is the same. Correct. And this is why I've said, guys, that we need to go outside of electoralism. I'm sorry, but the electoralism is built within the system that is part of that iceberg. So we need to do something outside of it in order to change it. Now, we can try and pressure the system to change outside of the system, like having a massive national strike that lasts for days and days and days and deprives the elites of their economic capacity. That could put heavy pressure on it to make it change. But we need some sort of outside pressure other than just thinking. I want people to get out of this mindset of next election, next election, next election. You can think about the next election, but we also need something more to happen at the same time, at the very least. Okay. Oh, I know, Fox Emblem. I know you're not saying that, okay? I feel like I've traumatized you, Fox Emblem, because I sometimes disagree with you about those some of these things. But you know, I almost completely agree with you, Fox Emblem. Okay. Another Paprika reference quote: "The internet is where the repressed mind vents." Yes, Meowser. Oh my God, I need to watch that movie. Probably why social media accelerates fascism. Yeah, totally. Lacroix, anti-bourgeois electoralism. Sounds like something Lenin would say. Lacroix, I would never. Quote, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, I would never do that. He's a communist. Why? Well, okay, Fox Emblem, forgive me. Maybe it's me that's paranoid, Fox Emblem. Why would you say that, Lacroix? Shame on you, Lacroix. You get a bonk, but it's actually a boot, but I'm going to pretend it's a bonk, but it's going to sound like a boot because I want you to know it's a boot, but I want everyone else to think it's a bonk. Bonk. Okay. So, all right. Moving on, guys. So let's get into some of the, actually, first I'm going to do is I'm going to go pee. That was a fascist bonk. How dare you? I'm going to go pee, guys, and then we'll get into our regular content. All right. So stay around. We're going to talk about some of the big news items, including the conversion therapy shit. Okay. The conversion therapy shit that just passed. Some of the military shit happening, you know, all that nonsense. Please contribute to the stream. Today is the last day of the month, right? Yes, it is. So I will try to post how much I made sometime this coming week. Whatever. I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. Stay around. Stay around, everyone.
Can we talk about me and you?
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you.
Oh, I'm back. Yay. Yay. All right. How's everyone doing, by the way? You know what? You know what we need? How about this, guys? If we get one super chat / 200 bits on Twitch, I will put on the Jester hat. If we get to 3, we'll do Jester Caller. I'm going back to doing our regular thing here today, okay? So, one super chat or 200 bit. Well, LaQual, there you go. Okay, we got the 1. If we get 2 more, I'll put on the Jester Caller. Thank you, LaQual, so much, as always. And then, if we get to 5, I don't know, we'll do a Q&A or we'll play a game if I get to 5, all right? So there we go. Thank you guys thank you for the contribution. For those that are over on Twitch, I would deeply appreciate if you followed me. I'm like 1 or 2 away from 300 followers, and I just really want to get to 300 followers. So please follow me if you. I beg 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 you. Okay. So please just follow me. I will get on my hands and knees and beg you. Okay. I will get on my hands and knees and beg all of you. Thank you for that, LaQual. We got the Jester hat now. And am I missing anything? Yeah, you can become a member on YouTube for as little as 99 cents a month or about $1 a month, which would be great. Or you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime over on Twitch. Make sure you renew your subscription if you used Amazon Prime over on Twitch, or you can subscribe regularly. You no longer have to see ads. All right. So I think that's everything. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Let's go on. Okay. All right. How dare you, SoCal? SoCal, I'm not happy you're back, SoCal. SoCal said, of course you're on your hands and knees. How dare you, SoCal? How dare you? Okay, shame on you. All right, all right. So, Tiago, it's not going to work, Tiago. People are already talking to me. I already know you all can hear me. Okay, so you failed, Tiago. You failed. All right. So, okay, so Invalid Axiom says, did Jester shill as hard as you did back in the day, CR? Probably, Invalid Axiom, probably. I will shill as often as I need to, okay? Fuck you, Invalid Axiom, by the way. Okay, anyway, love you all very much. All right, let's continue, guys. We have so much to talk about, don't we? Let's get into it. By the way, happy, what is it, Tuesday? Happy Tuesday? Let's see what we got here. We got some shit to talk about. First, we have a few news items. Then we have a topic to talk about. Okay. Let's see here. So put up the scene. All right. So let's talk about the news items. First great story we got for all of you. First great story with 0 problems that doesn't infuriate me at all and make me homicidally angry. No problems. Now, this story, I don't even know. So this story only came out like an hour or so ago. It didn't come out that long ago. Remember, guys, how we talked about conversion therapy and how evil it is and how it's like child abuse? Let me watch that cute little clip of that mother who was a monster, talking about how she wants her child to have conversion therapy. Okay, so the Supreme Court just decided today that Colorado's ban on conversion therapy is actually illegal. So, yeah. Now, I haven't read much about why they decided this. Yeah, I know, me neither, SoCal. But they decided in an 8-1 decision that it was illegal. Basically saying that it's perfect, that therapists have the right to talk about, to try and do conversion therapy to their patients. Now, let me quickly go in and actually read why they ruled this, okay? I hear that it has to do with the First Amendment. I really don't give a shit, but let's see, okay? The Supreme Court sided Tuesday with a Christian talk therapist who contended a Colorado law banning the discredited practice of conversion therapy to change minors' sexual orientation or gender expression violated her First Amendment rights, okay? The decision has implications beyond the Colorado therapy sessions. It sets the precedent that therapist conversations with patients are regarded as a form of constitutionally protected speech and rolls back protections for LGBTQ plus youth. A study from Suicide and Crisis Prevention Group, the Trevor Project, found that young people who reported going through conversion therapy were more likely to off themselves. Yeah, we know that. Okay. In an 8-1 decision, the court ruled that Colorado's law, even though it was tailored to licensed professionals, does not overrule free speech protection. Okay. They may believe that state-imposed orthodoxies in speech pose few dangers and many benefits in the field and who knows what others, but their policy is not the First Amendment's policy. The Constitution does not protect the right of someone to speak freely. It protects the right of all. It safeguards not only popular ideas, it secures even and especially the right to voice dissenting views. Consistent with these principles, our precedents have expressly rejected the state and dissent's notion that professional speech represents some special category of speech. So they're basically saying that that's just like, because even though it is professional speech, it is done in a professional setting, the state cannot regulate that speech because it's speech. So, as a teacher, I guess that means I can get up in front of a classroom now and say that, I don't know, lizard people control the planet, that the earth is 6,000 years old, and, children, 13-year-olds should, I don't know, date 60-year-olds or something like that, something crazy. Okay. Because this is what it implies. It implies you cannot regulate a professional speech, right? Like, what are we doing? All right. So that's cute. They're claiming that professional speech is the same as, okay. All right. Ketanji Brown Jackson, who's a hero for this, okay, who's a hero for doing this, was the lone dissenter, arguing medical speech is different from generic free speech, as patients need to rely on sound industry aligned advice. Totally agree with her. Totally agree with her. What just happened over on Twitch? Did something just happen? What does that say? Something just happened. So, thank you, Musical Foodie. She said the following: in the worst case scenario, our medical system unravels as various licensed healthcare professionals, talk therapists, psychiatrists, and presumably anyone else who claims to utilize speech when administering treatment to patients start broadly wielding their newfound constitutional right to provide substandard medical advice. Yay. All right. It's baffling. It is baffling what we could now be standing on the edge, that we could now be standing on the edge of a precipitous drop in the quality of healthcare services in America, as if it can drop any more. But the court sees fit to bring us one step closer to this fate today. Yeah, you're right, LaQual. Ketanji Brown Jackson, being the one former public defender, is the only voice of reason, of course. So, okay. That's good. Apparently, it is now just, professionals can say whatever they want because it's their freedom of speech, and they can even do it as a professional. All right. So you could have an electrician tell you should grab onto that wire there and let it electrocute you. That's my sound advice. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but you get my point. All right. So that's good. And so they just legalized the torture of children. And I'm not exaggerating, guys, the torture and abuse of children, because that's what conversion therapy is, as we've talked about before on this this program, this channel. Conversion therapy is torture and abuse of children. So that's good. Don't you love how functional this country is right now? That our Supreme Court, in an 8-1 decision, just re-legalized the abuse of children at the hands of a therapist. That's cute, because we have to protect the sacred First Amendment, which does, okay. Good. Good. So all those all those hyper-Christian therapists out there who have like degrees in theology and shit can basically convince a child, well, no, you're a sinner and it's wrong, and you need to go back to your gender assigned at birth, and you need to not be gay, and I need to make you straight again. So that's good. Yeah, no, you're right, LaQual. If you think that, that allows a therapist to tell someone that their interracial couple is wrong. Yeah, so now they can say whatever they want. So good. This is great. I love reducing the standards of our medical providers, which already weren't great to begin with. So good. There are 20 other states, by the way, that have bans on conversion therapy, and a lot of them, this decision was very broad. It'd be one thing, guys, if this decision was like limited and basically said you can still stop conversion therapy, but you cannot stop speech about conversion therapy outside a professional setting or whatever. Okay. But it isn't. It's broad. So it very much opens up the door to 20 other states also overturning their bans on conversion therapy, a form of child torture and child abuse. Great. I love that. Okay. As I said before, I know this might sound crazy, but it is a form of ethnic cleansing. Okay? A form of ethnic cleansing or a form of extermination. Okay? All right. Cute. Gwen says, but now you can tell your students how great being gay is, how slavery was bad, and encourage your students to express their sexuality and gender. Gwen, perhaps I have to look more into it. That is possible. That being said, Gwen, that I think that should happen anyway, right? But yes, but I still don't like if they would have allowed the conversion therapy thing to stay in place, they could have said that you were allowed to ban that and also enabled speech in classrooms. Okay, so so this ruling was bad. Okay, overall it was very bad, and we all know that the Supreme Court will go against any attempts to translate this into classrooms because they already have in a lot of ways. And teachers will still be fired for speaking their minds and shit like that because they're limited by curriculums, etc. Regardless, okay. Yeah, no, I get it, Gwen. So I'm very glad for my okay. All right. So good. I'm very happy about that. Please reach out. Please reach out to anyone you know who is correct. 4T. Welcome, by the way, 4T. 4T2DE. White Christian nationalists have taken over this country. Correct, by the way, 4T. 4TI. I'll just call you 4TI. Remember, guys, we have a right-wing nationalist Christian death cult that runs the country and runs the Supreme Court and runs everything. And isn't that cute? So we're all heading towards apocalyptic death and destruction because of them, and also their evil child torture, etc. So that's good. Love that for us. Please reach out to any LGBTQ folks you know, queer people, gay people, lesbians, bisexual people, non-binary people, trans people. Did I say bisexual people? Okay, so I don't get yelled at again. Anyone you know who is in this group, just make sure they're okay, all right? And I know, even if they're not directly affected by it, you guys have to understand it is statistically proven that LGBTQ folks have a very high rate of self-unaliving, especially trans folks, very high rate of that. Rulings like this don't make that easier, okay? So we need to prevent people from dying because of the horrors of this country and how it treats sexual minorities, okay? So can we just please reach out, check in on them? You don't have to directly say it's because they're LGBTQ. You don't have to call them and be like, hey, I know you're bisexual. I wanted to see if you're okay. Just see how they're doing. How you doing? Everything going well? You're great. I love you, etc. All right. And I know that sounds okay. All right. Okay. Just do that. All right. We have a lot of folks who are trans and transitioning in here in this community. We have a lot of people that are not straight in here. Okay. Okay. Just be careful. All right. And please look out for people. All right. So there we go. That's that's a news thing that happened right before I got on. Yeah, Fox Emblem. And we all should be pissed at this. Very much so. Okay, so, all right. Let's see here. 4-1. So I would 4-1. Welcome, by the way. Glad you're here. You say this isn't the start of the decline. The orange turd LARPing as POTUS was the start of the shit. I would actually argue 4-1 that this started well before Trump. Trump has definitely accelerated it, and he's a horrible person, and he is a fascist piece of shit, and he has massively accelerated it, and he's an evil monster. These issues have been going on for a long time in the United States, but yes, I agree with you. Today wasn't the start of the decline, but there's certainly the decline was going on before Trump. Trump just made it a lot worse. Exactly. Trump is a product and an accelerant. Hello, Dolly Boy, and hello, Louise. Hi, guys. I didn't notice you came in here. If I didn't say hi to anyone, please forgive me. Yeah, exactly. Mutual aid is important. That too. Okay, so let's go on here. So that story came out. Love that. Let's talk about this. All right. Because yesterday I was rightly called out for not mentioning this because I forgot to mention it. So let's talk about it. Meanwhile, as the United States is allowing child abuse, both literally, well, just literally. As a matter of fact, not only are they allowing child abuse in terms of ruling against, what is it called? Conversion therapy. They've also allowing child abuse by not doing much about the Epstein files and the class of Epsteinites who just like abusing children and stuff. So that's cute. We are a child of guys. How do I say this delicately? We are a country of child molesters and killers and child killers. Okay. Isn't that cute? And I don't mean like everyone, but the state of the United States, like the government apparatus, is basically a giant child killing and assaulting organization. Yay. Hello, pacifist orc. Great. Love that for us. Zero problems. Speaking of America's crimes, God bless this country and its child abuse. Okay. Don't clip that. You know I'm saying that jokingly. All right. So there was in Ecuador, which for those who don't know, map of South America. Map of South America. This country right here, just because I know geography might not be everyone's, I got you for when I agree with you. So right here, just for those who don't know, this country right here is a little tiny country. Do you see me circling it on my map? It's a little tiny country. I'll even zoom in a bit. Per Fetty Spaghetti's response, per Fetty Spaghetti's suggestion that I do better at showing geography, this country right here, Ecuador, okay? I know, I'm on an Etsy page. How dare you, Malzord? I just found it real quick, okay? Real quick. So this right here is a small country, and it's in a very mountainous region, and it is a great... Quiet, Malzord. Okay, how dare you? It is a very small country, but it's located in a very mountainous region that makes it a great spot for drug plantations and stuff, okay, for people that are trying to, grow coca powder and, they do drug shit. Well, the United States, by the way, has sent special forces there and are now aiding the Ecuadorian government in a violent campaign. Okay, I will, Fetty. Okay, forgive me. Hey, I'm trying my best. How dare all of you? Okay. Anyway, have been kind of secretly, not secretly, who have kind of we've quietly gone there with our special forces and are now aiding the Ecuadorian government in a campaign of bombings and military action against drug people and things. Okay, whatever it is. Quiet, Alyssa. I'm having trouble speaking. You know what? All of you get a bonk. Bonk. I will do communal punishment if I have to. I will punish all of you. How dare you? You're making me flustered. Shame on all of you. Okay. So in our effort to be the good guys, right? The good guys, all right? In our effort to be the good guys, because we never are, we accidentally bombed a dairy farm, thinking it was a drug plant or whatever. Oopsie, whoopsie. So that's cute. Accidentally bombed another thing. So let's see here. The Times visited a village where the United States and Ecuador said they destroyed an armed group's training camp. Residents said it was actually a dairy farm. Okay, yeah, there you go. You can tell it was a drug plant because of all the drug cows. So that's cute. As President Trump prepared to welcome conservative Latin American leaders to a summit in early March, U.S. officials released a video of a massive explosion. Yeah, we bragged about it, capturing the destruction of what they said was a drug trafficker's training camp in rural Ecuador. The video was meant to show that the U.S. military, which for months has bombed boats it says are carrying drugs from South America, was now bombing narco-terrorists on land. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth wrote on social media, cute, I believe him. Don't we all believe Pete Hegseth? He's so trustworthy. But a New York Times investigation raises questions about the operation that both the United States and Ecuador spotlighted as part of a new military alliance targeting drug traffickers. All right. Yep, Gwen, damn these Ecuadorians and their fake news, right? Paul Squaw, move over, Henry Kissinger, correct. The military strike appears to have destroyed a cattle and dairy farm, not a drug trafficking compound, according to interviews with the farm's owner. Okay, guys, I'm going to be nitpicking here. Not a good source. I will say, if they just had interviewed the farm's owner, obviously, if they are a drug dealer, they're not going to say it. But listen to the rest of this, okay? According to interviews with the farm's owner, 4 of its workers, human rights lawyers, and the residents and leaders in San Martin. So there, that makes it much more believable. We have all those sources combined, okay? The remote farming village in northern Ecuador where the strikes took place. Okay. Okay, look, here's the video. Because we love gore porn, right? We love showing off how we love murdering innocent people and like bombing dairy farms, you know, the great American empire and our ability to bomb cows. This is posted by Pete Hegseth, by the way. Here's the epic LARPing music. All right, wait for it, wait for it. Wait till you see. Oh my God, look at all that. Oh geez. Oh my, that's a lot of steaks. Okay, I hope you like your beef medium well, or at the least, I'm sorry, not medium well, well done. Okay, okay, yeah, Operation Epic Mooing. That's a lot of heated up milk. Okay, okay, I'm sorry, I should stop making these jokes. It's not that funny. Please, allow me to cope. All right? I bet McDonald's is very sad that one of their ranches... Okay, I'm sorry, McDonald's does have a lot of ranches in Latin America, and they really abuse the ranchers. All right. There you go, Lurking Snow Leopard. Yeah, instant pasteurization. Lurking Snow Leopard says, excuse me, I like my beef is evaporated. Correct. So, great. Yeah. I can't see who said movies, but it's funny. There we go. Wow, American power. Look at that. Well, I'm sure a lot of that will be sent to Golden Corral by the end of the day. All right. So, and look, and then they have this thunder screen at the end, which isn't fascist at all. So, okay, again, love that. You know, just a little fun little war crime. Again, we love these war crimes, don't we? They're so cute, aren't they? These cute little, war crimes. These cows are victims. Great. So, again, great military. I don't know, guys. Did you see that at the end? I don't even know, Lurking Snow Leopard. It's very fascist. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Look at this United States Southern Command symbol. How many other countries on the planet have coats of arms that show a continent that has no that isn't like isn't the country you're from? Kind of imperial, isn't it? Kind of imperial. Why do we have a coat of arms that has all of South America, Central America, and the Caribbean in it, and no actual American territory? Like, it's kind of like South America as part of the Greater American Reich, right? Like, kind of imperial, right? Okay, just a note there. Yeah, graphic design is shit. Yeah, I'm sure it's part of their weird American Shield initiative, right? Right. Okay. By the way, the SS in Nazi Germany was called basically the defense force. That's what Schutzstaffel means, like defense force. So my point being, okay. So a lot of weird things here. So just a note, we're also bombing cattle farms in Ecuador. And by the way, guys, remember the issue with the drug trade isn't, let's see here, pacifist org. The war on drugs is not working, mostly due to a lack of any real practical support. Oh, no, that's fine, pacifist org. Seems is only good to whitewash. Not exactly, pacifist org. I was actually about to mention pacifist org. By the way, love your name, love orcs. Okay, from Lord of the Rings at least. The issue, guys, with drugs is supply and demand. So no matter how much America does this bullshit, we're going to kill all the drug dealers, destroy all the farms, and I guess the ranches, there's still going to be drugs being sold, right? This is another issue of the iceberg and the tip of the iceberg, right? As long as there's a demand there, organizations are going to fill in for that demand. You need to reduce demand. And how do you do that? You provide for people in the United States to lower the demand. You provide them economic opportunities. You provide them treatment. Provide them stuff to help treat the drug problem to lower the demand. All right. Another way, by the way, you can lower demand, or at least lower the demand for illegal drugs, is to legalize some of these drugs. Okay. If you legalize them or make it so that they're not decriminalize them, you can also start having legitimate, I guess, if you want to call them legitimate, businesses set up that sell the drugs under intense regulation. So Yeah, exactly, Jonas. It is literally true. Pacifist work is 100% correct. It has never worked. The war on drugs has never worked. Never, ever, ever worked. None. Okay? It has, like, we're just doing the same thing over and over and over again. And by the way, remember what I said. The United States is the biggest terrorist state on the planet. All right? Knowing that bombing these drug dealers and creators and shit isn't going to do anything, what's the purpose? It's to frighten them, right? America is trying to do these very open bombings, videotape them, and put them online to try and frighten people from selling drugs, from growing drugs, from growing like the precursors to drugs and stuff like that, from transporting to drugs and being like, look what's going to happen to you if you do this, okay? Because we don't have the capacity to stop it with bombs. We can only use, what is it, folks? Terrorism. So this is terrorism. All right? Now, it's especially funny terrorism because it's like we're the terrorism of killing a bunch of cows, but it is still dark. All right. Anyway, all right. There you go, guys. I do hope that there was a cocoa plant nearby so that at least there was chocolate milk created by this explosion. All right, guys. So there we go. That's fun. Just wanted to let you know that. This is another form of American terrorism. Not to be confused with Israeli terrorism, which is also there. Yeah, shock and spectacle. Terrorism, right? When you use the media to amplify your power. True, invalid axiom. Okay. Let's go on to the next story, right, guys? Because it's going to be cute. It's going to be cute. We're going to briefly talk about what's happening in Iran. I mean, not briefly. We're going to talk a little bit about what's happening in Iran here in a second, because God knows that's not going well. As we all know, that's definitely not going well. By the way, guys, if we get 2 more super chats or 400 more bits over on Twitch, I will put on the Jester collar. Just throwing that out there. I did mention that before. Whatever, it doesn't matter. So let's do another story that you all are going to love, and I hopefully will enrage all of you. Okay? So, by the way, waging an illegal war of aggression against Iran and aiding a genocidal Lebensraum state like Israel costs a lot of money. I know, guys. I know that's shocking. I know doing all these silly little war crimes and these wars of aggression and enabling a terrorist state like Israel, etc., is, bad in itself, but it also costs a lot of money, all right? Guess what the GOP is proposing, okay? Guess what the GOP is proposing as a way to pay for this war of aggression for the sake of our military-industrial complex in Israel? Guess what they're proposing? They think that we should pay for it by cutting health care. I mean, why not? Why not, guys? No problem there. Okay? No problem there. Lurking Snow Leopard, you might not be wrong. Lurking Snow Leopard says, a way to force more people into the military. Yeah, Lurking Snow Leopard, you actually might not be wrong there. So, is that true, Fox Emblem? They just destroyed another E-3 aircraft? Good for Iran. Long live Iran, okay? Yeah, cut their healthcare, right? Cut Congress's healthcare. So Republicans are considering reductions in federal healthcare spending to help pay for a budget bill containing as much as $200 billion to fund the Iran war and immigration enforcement. Okay. Oh my God, right? Maybe we should all stop paying taxes. I don't know. Is that legal for me to, I'll have to look if it's legal for me to promote that. But theoretically, we should all stop paying taxes, right? That would also be a good form of resistance, by the way. All right. So cute. New efforts to rein in health programs are sure to be controversial and open the GOP up to election year attacks. Okay, it's slightly illegal. I know, Paul Squaw, but still, if everyone did it, what are they going to do? Track down every American? Okay. Driving the news, top House Republicans are looking at healthcare offsets, addressing fraud in federal programs. Addressing fraud, let's put that in quotes, okay, because they're the biggest fraudsters on the planet. The Republicans are. As they did during last year's debate over the budget law that made deep cuts to federal Medicaid spending and imposed first-time work requirements. Oh, God. All right. So, again, they're saying that they're trying to get rid of fraud and abuse in the healthcare system. Isn't that cute? All right. Yeah, we all know that's bullshit, right? Honestly, guys, there is fraud and abuse in the healthcare system. You know what it's called? Healthcare companies and the drug companies. Those are all institutionalized fraud and abuse institutions that need to be either nationalized or gotten rid of. Preferably, we should nationalize the drug companies, and then we should get rid of the healthcare companies. I know I'm crazy. I know I'm a crazy lefty socialist, communist, a fascist. I know, whatever words people want to throw out there, it's fine. But we should do that, okay? Alas, I know that'll never happen. Regardless, they're saying they want to get rid of fraud and abuse, which is basically they want to stop poor people from getting benefits. Okay, so there we go. You're right. How much does that a hand-carved Corinthian column cost? A lot, Gwen. All right, so again, love this, don't we? I'm sure you all like this. We can't have anything. There's always socialism for the rich and the military, and then capitalism for the rest of us. All right. House Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington is reviving an idea that was considered last year to fund Affordable Care Act payments, known as cost-sharing reductions. The Congressional Budget Office previously found the move would lower overall benchmark ACA premiums by 11%, but result in 300,000 more uninsured people. Yay! Yay, 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 yay! I'm so happy! Yay! Woo! Yay! Okay, Drusilla, yeah, stop being reasonable. That's not American. Jonas, right? Jonas is a socialist. Jonas says, I take every penny the Purdue family has. Jonas. Come on, Jonas. You can't do that. I mean, I'd publicly behead them, but we can't do that either. Legally, of course, legally. I want to do it myself. There would have to be a legal process. All right, Meowzord, I wake in a cold sweat every night knowing that a poor person might be buying hot food with SNAP benefits. Meowzord, come on, you know they do. They have nightmares about this shit, apparently, all right? Yay! Okay, so that's good. It would cut the subsidy amount that some enrollees receive, thereby increasing out-of-pocket premium costs while saving the government over $30 billion. Good. All right. But guys, you know the one thing we can't do to help pay for the illegal war of aggression? So let's say we did want to pay for it. I don't really want to pay for it. I'd rather we not be doing an illegal war of aggression and killing children and stuff. But, but if we have to, okay, guys, if we have to murder children, overseas and stuff, maybe we should raise the taxes on the rich to do it, okay? So that they can pay for what they are promoting to do and that we don't have to. Regardless, we also should tax them to pay back Iran for all the damage we're doing there. Okay, Fox Emblem, I will try to stay in Minecraft so I don't lose whatever my job. Okay, so all right, so that's good. President Trump is also pushing Congress to enact into law his most favored nation proposal to link U.S. drug prices to lower prices paid abroad. Good. Okay. A new reconciliation bill could be a vehicle, though GOP congressional leadership remains cool to the idea after declining to include it in last year's bill. Okay. Arrington told Axios he'd personally like to include two major healthcare savers in Medicare, okay? One, known as site-neutral payments, would equalize payments across hospital outpatient facilities and doctors' offices. A second would crack down on what critics say is insurance company gaming of Medicare Advantage system through upcoding of patients' medical conditions. Arrington expressed skepticism that either would be included, saying they'd open up a false narrative that we're cutting Medicare. Well, you are cutting Medicare. On Medicaid, he said there's hesitancy to open that back up, but that some policies discussed last year could be tried again. Yay! Of course, Paul Squaw, because they still have the ability to choose whether they want to accept Medicare. You're right, Paul Squaw. So hospitals are like, well, we don't want to pay less because we need to make money. Partially not their fault because it's expensive to run a hospital these days. But yes, all right. Okay. You guys get it. So I just wanted to point that out. Our country is obviously in terminal decline for the Americans out there. I don't know if you guys noticed, and they don't give a shit about us, and it doesn't represent us, and the fascists have taken over, and we'd rather murder innocent people overseas and spend all of our money on that for shit we don't want rather than actually helping its own people. Okay, we all know this. I don't know why this is so repetitive. We get it. Okay, we get it. So, all right. So we get it. I don't know what else to say. We get it. Everyone happy with that? Everyone overjoyed with that? By the way, don't worry, guys. The Democrats will save us, I'm sure. I'm sure the Democrats will save us, even though they're massively contributed to. You know what? As a matter of fact, let's check Chuck Schumer real fast. Let me just look up something. Let's look at Chuck Schumer. Who donated to Chuck Schumer? Chuck Schumer donors. Let's just see who donated to Chuck Schumer. Let's see if he will be able to help us. Obviously, the top industry that donated to him, he got over $5 million from Wall Street. So that's his number one big group. By the way, Blackstone was his biggest donor, apparently. So that's cute. I'm sure that has no impact on him. Let's see what else we got here. Here, let's see if there's anyone. Let's see what his top industry donors were. All right. Health professionals. Hey. Yay. Health services. HMOs. Yay. So he has lots of donations from healthcare companies, from health professionals, from all these groups that I'm sure, and insurance companies gave him almost $1 million. Good, good. Pharmaceuticals, guys. Pharmaceuticals gave him $500,000. I'm sure he will fight for us for this. Okay, I'm sure he'll fight for us. I'm sure that money will have no effect. Let's go over here. This was sent to us by Paul Squall. Trump's last-minute pardons highlight the problem of staggering Medicare and Medicaid fraud. Oh, yes, I forgot. Trump did pardon several men whom federal courts found guilty of defrauding Medicare or Medicaid. Oh, good. Right? Love that. Good. Good. So good. Yay. Right, exactly, invalid axiom. But the next election, can we do something outside of the elections, folks, please? Yeah, they don't. Of course they don't. Look, well, they don't actually care about that. It's all a lie. The idea that they're fighting fraud. And they, by the way, guys, this for those that are older. Yep. Yep. Pacifist. That's what we need here. A pacifist org. You should stay in here, orc. By the way, free Palestine. I love your flag. Okay. Yes, we need universal health care in the United States. We're a barbaric country. I know you're from Britain. So, guys, Pacifist Org says, I'm a Brit. I had prostate cancer 3 years ago. By the way, fuck cancer. Great job surviving that. Okay. I had the initial consultation, operation, hospital stay, and 2 years of follow-up care, free. Comes from my and other Brits' taxes. Yeah, and you know what, Pacifist Org? Because you live in a civilized country. The United States is a barbaric country that likes watching people suffer and die because they can't afford taxes. I mean, because they can't afford health care. Wealthiest country in human history. No, but our people can die. It's fine. No problems. Okay, there you go. Look at that, guys. I love having UKers in here. Okay, Gwen says, I live in England. I get 6 prescriptions a month for about $125 per year. Guys, Americans, can we imagine if we lived in that sort of scenario? Oh my God, I would splooge, okay? I'm sorry, that was gross. You get what I mean, right? I would do it right now on camera. Okay, if that suddenly happened. LaCroix, but the profit margin, CR, I know, right? I feel so bad for the profit margins of the pharmaceutical companies and the insurance companies, right? We need to protect those. Elevator lady, don't you laugh at me. Hello, elevator lady. I'm sorry, it just kind of came out. That was a bad way of framing that. It came out of my mouth, all right? I'd be so happy if we had universal health care, okay? All right. Okay, whatever. So, you guys get it. Can we just, stop being barbaric? A bunch of barbaric monsters in this country? All right. Okay, so there we go. Yep, there you go, Mr. King K. Also pro-Israel groups. Yeah, that was also a big donor to his. Did we see that? Pro-Israel? Yep, pro-Israel. He got about $500,000 from Israel. Yay! Okay, there you go. I meant splurge. You're right, Gwen. That's what I actually meant to say, was I would totally start splurging. Right, Gwen. That's what I meant to say. Okay. Okay, let's go on. Thank you, Gwen. Gwen, you should be my PR agent. That's great. You can be like the Kellyanne Conway who tries to make what I say sound better. Okay, he promotes alternative facts. Okay, no, I'm sorry, that's an insult. You're not like Kellyanne Conway. You're not evil, but okay. So, all right. Let's go on, guys. Let's go on. Yeah, splurge all over the place. Of course we do, Forty. We have to. Guys, don't we know we have to give all of our money to Israel? Israel, which has a budget surplus and, has universal health care and great education and shit. One of the happiest countries on the planet. So we just need to give them all of that. We need to give them all of our money so they can murder tons of children and bomb their homes and mass slaughter them and do things like that and occupy southern Lebanon and expand greater Israel and ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip, do a genocide. You know, that's where we should send our money, right? Okay. Yep, Jonas, healthcare is too regulated. If they were allowed to run freely, oh my God, Jonas, that is the argument that is made. You know, I know you know that, Jonas. That is what American conservatives say. We need less regulated healthcare. We need basically an capitalist anarchism. Okay, you know what? Let me look up something. Fox Emblem said that the stock market is crashing or something. Is that true, Fox Emblem? We'll see. Stock market falling. Is that true? Let's see. Oh, wait, no, it rallied. It says it's rallied to 900 points. Oh yeah, it's going back up. Okay. Brent crude. Oh, I see. This is the cost of Brent crude. Okay, so it's actually going up. Of course it is. It's going up because Trump lied and said that the war will be over soon. This is insane. Okay, I got you. So it's just going up and down and up and down. Whatever. I got it. Okay. So that's fun. But the cost of oil is going up through the roof. All right. All right. Let's go on to the next story here. Yay! All right. Yay. All right. You're right about that, Drozilla. Oh, okay. You're right, Drozilla. Okay. Let's go on to the next story here. All right, let's talk about Iran and the American and Israeli illegal war of aggression against Iran. By the way, I'm rooting for Iran. Anyway, don't tell anyone that. I don't want to be demonetized or whatever. Okay, I don't want the goddamn ICE to come knocking at my door and be like, you're a gay immigrant or something. I don't know. What would they say? Who knows? Okay, so, let's see here. Trump tells Europe, go get your own oil. And Iran hit an oil tanker off of Dubai. So President Trump took to social media early Tuesday, advising European countries that have fuel shortages because of the Strait of Hormuz blockade, but haven't aided the U.S. in the war to go get your own oil. Okay, that's cute. That's cute. His comments came after a night of continued fighting. Iran attacked a large Kuwaiti oil tanker off the United Arab Emirates city of Dubai overnight. On Tuesday, city officials said the blaze was extinguished with no oil spill occurring or any injuries recorded. All right, early Tuesday, the Emiratis' defense ministry said it was intercepting missiles and drones fired by Iran. Guys, I am deeply impressed with Iran. I'm shocked that they still have missiles. They must have a lot of those things saved up, more than I thought. Now, the number of missiles they've shot off has dropped, but it appears that they're trying to hold off on using all of them. So they can still have a commanding control over the region. And they definitely aren't going to run out of drones anytime soon. Meanwhile, a wave of attacks was reported in central Israel. What a shame. What a goddamn shame. All right. What a terrible shame. I wonder why that happened. Oopsie. Those missiles must have been anti-Semitic, right, guys? Anyway, I'm sure the Israelis did nothing to deserve that. Okay. With the Israeli military saying rescuers were on the way to the scenes of impact and Israeli media reporting injuries. Oh, no. Okay, the Israeli military said that it had completed a series of strikes on government infrastructure in Tehran. It also pushed ahead with its invasion of southern Lebanon. Oh, wow. Yay. Okay, great. Saying it targeted weapons infrastructure belonging to the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. I'm sure it did. I'm sure it was a school or something. Yeah, they have, Gwen. They have been preparing for this for decades. Iran has. And it's hilarious. Yeah, if only Israel didn't exist near those missiles. Okay, shame. Yeah, totally anti-Semitic missiles that hit Israel there, clearly. Clearly, those missiles were just there because they don't like Jewish people, apparently. No other reason why they may have been hit by missiles. Okay, Israel also reported more losses in Lebanon, announcing 3 of its soldiers were killed. Guys, oh my God. Oh, 3 IDF soldiers killed in Lebanon. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. That was definitely crying, by the way. I was definitely crying there. That was not laughter at all. 3 Israeli soldiers were, in fact, killed in Lebanon. Oh, how sad. And while more than 1,200 Lebanese people have been killed by nearly a month of Israel's attacks, okay? According to the Lebanese government. So, that's what happens, guys. Israel's just defending itself from all those unarmed civilians, okay? Don't worry. Israel is defending itself by murdering innocent people, all right? Okay, so that's good. Trump, by the way, is going on to say things like President Trump criticized France and the United Kingdom, amongst others, on his social media platform. All of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved. I should say this like Trump does, but I'm not in the mood. Which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran. I suggest for you, number one, buy from the U.S. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Go to the Strait and just take it, Trump wrote on Truth Social. I do hope the UK does not take this advice, and I expect they won't, and they shouldn't. Okay, so that's good. I love bullying the allies. This will further quicken the fall of the American empire, and I support that. Trump has asked allies for help after Iran largely blockaded. Okay, largely blockaded. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Yep, of course they are. Of course they are. Jonas, of course Israel's announcing their intention to annex Lebanon. I mean, okay. Oh, I love the terrorist state of Israel. Pacifist org. Hilarious. Guys, pacifist org, you belong in here. I hope you know. Can we all agree that pacifist org really fits the energy of this stream? Pacifist orc says, I think you're not being fair. The U.S. clearly went to war to save the women. Right? Oh, my God. Okay. So, moving on, guys. You have to start learning how to fight for yourself, says the U.S.A. We won't be there to help you anymore. Just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Oh, really? Have you won the war yet? Okay. Go get your oil, okay? Trump's post concluded. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing, Jonas. Jonas says the strait is most narrow. At most narrow is like 2 miles wide. The reason, guys, he wants our allies to do it is he wants the allied troops and ships to be attacked. He doesn't want American soldiers to die because that'll look bad for him. So he wants our allies to go and die for us. That is literally our national security policy. I told you guys, didn't I? That in that national security document that his administration wrote, it says that they want to do burden sharing where our allies fight our wars for us. And that's what he's trying to do. And that's what old declining empires do. They start using non-national forces to fight their wars for them. And they even admitted in the document that America is overextended and we need our allies to fight our wars for us. Well, as it always does, that speeds up the decline of the empire. All right? Okay. Jesus. Okay, I'm calm. I'm just saying. All right. Whew. Right, we get the idea. So again, you all get it, right? Yeah, right. Dolly Boy really doing a great job of getting the allies to come to our aid. It's hilarious to me. Okay. So the war is continuing, guys. That's the conclusion here. Israel is invading Lebanon illegally and is planning to annex large chunks of Lebanon. They've murdered a bunch of journalists. They're planning to get rid. By the way, something else. Speaking of Israel, guys. Speaking of Israel, I'm sure. Have you guys heard this? Please tell me you all have heard this. Did we hear the law that was passed in Israel yesterday?
Why is Blackstone?
Did we hear the law that was passed in Israel, guys? Here we go. Did we hear about this? Let's watch this real fast. You all will love this. You all will love this. Okay, listen. This law, by the way, do we all see who this is? This isn't Smotrich, is it? This isn't Smotrich. Who is this guy? The terrorist monster who's an open Nazi, basically. I always forget his name. Not Smotrich, the other one. The other one. Ben Gvir, thank you. The other monster terrorist piece of shit. Who deserves the death penalty, according to international law. By the way, I'm not joking. According to if the Nuremberg laws were still applied today, a lot of these guys you see on the screen would be hung by now. But regardless, let's watch this, okay? So yesterday, Israel passed a new law.
Israel's parliament on Monday passed a law making the death penalty the default sentence for Palestinians convicted of deadly attacks in military courts. The move fulfills a pledge by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's far-right allies. Far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir promoted the measure.
I'm gonna Fed post. I'm gonna Fed post. I'm gonna Fed post. I'm gonna Fed post about Ben-Gvir. I'm gonna Fed post about Ben-Gvir. Something about his face. By the way, on a side note, do we see what? Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Sorry. I just saw something I didn't see before. Do we see what's on the lapel of his, do we see what's on the lapel of his coat? I just saw this. Can anyone see that? Am I going crazy? Is that a noose? Does he have a lapel pin of a noose? Oh my God. He has a lapel pin of a noose while advocating for the death sentence. Okay. It is, guys, it's a noose. It is literally a, I can see it on my screen. It is the lapel pin of a noose. Okay. Yeah, something about this man, it makes me want to lose my mind. Okay. All right.
From today onward, every terrorist shall know, and the whole world shall know, he who takes life, the state of Israel will take his life. This justice needs to be seen and done, and starting tomorrow morning, with the help of the blessed God, it will be done.
Palestinian President Mahmoud.
Why are all those far-right Israelis so fat? Did you see that? Let's just go back here. They're all fat asses. Complete fat pieces of shit. Did we see that? Forgive me. I know I'm being kind of, whatever. I'm being kind of mean. Look at how fat all these men are.
Convicted of deadly attack.
We got, this guy is fat. This one up here is fat. These ones down here are fat. This one's fat. These ones over here are fat. Okay, anyway.
Military courts. The move fulfills a pledge by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's
yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu's not that fat.
Far-right National Security Minister
no
Itamar Ben-Gvir promoted the measure.
Yes, SoCal, I'm fat shaming them. There's nothing wrong with being fat, folks. I don't give a shit. They're all a bunch of fat monsters. I don't care. I'll call them fat. Nothing wrong with being fat, folks, if you're fat. It is wrong to be fat, though, if you're a genocidal monster. I will make fun of you being fat if you're a genocidal monster.
Today onward, every terrorist shall know, and the whole world shall know, he who takes life, the state of Israel will take his life. This justice needs to be seen and done, and starting tomorrow morning, with the help of the blessed God, it will be done.
Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, meanwhile, condemned the legislation, saying it's a breach of international law and a doomed bid meant to intimidate Palestinians.
Probably so.
The measure has drawn international criticism of Israel, which is already under scrutiny for increasing violence by Jewish settlers against.
Oh, wow. Such a strong response by the international community. They're criticizing Israel. That'll change them, guys, right? That'll change this genocidal state that's enacted a death penalty law for Palestinians to just execute them if they're accused of participating in an attack. And we all know what that means. As our new friend here, 4i2D said, this will be, I'm sure, will be applied fairly and without bias, right? I'm sure like a Palestinian child standing in the vicinity of an attack won't be counted as a terrorist and then hung. I'm sure they'll be very, okay.
Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. It includes provisions requiring an execution by hanging within 90 days of sentencing, with some allowance for delay, but no right to clemency. Palestinian militant groups Hamas and Islamic Jihad called on Palestinians to launch attacks in revenge for the law. Israel abolished the death penalty for murder in 1954.
Jonas, you're right.
The only person ever executed in Israel after a civilian trial was Adolf Eichmann in 1962.
Oh, that's fitting. And it's fitting that Adolf Eichmann was tried in Israel. That appears to be where we need to have a lot more of these kind of trials. All right.
Eichmann was an architect of the Nazi Holocaust. According to Amnesty International.
Oh, you're right. SoCal, thank you. I'm such a fool. You're right. Fortitude. I just realized, or fortitude? Is that okay? Maybe.
Some 54 countries around the world permit the death penalty, including a handful of democracies such as the United States and Japan.
Well, if you're under the age of 50.
So that's good. Israel enacting a death penalty for Palestine. Okay. By the way, guys, we do that here. We obviously have a much more broad death penalty, so it's not good. Okay, thank you. SoCal, you always correct my stupidity. Thank you. Fortitude, thank you for correcting your name. So glad you're here. You should also stay around, Fortitude. I think you fit very well in this community, okay? All right, I love your comments. So, All right, I'm gonna lose my mind. Sorry guys, like I cannot. I sometimes feel like I'm deranged about Israel. I got to tell you. And I sometimes, guys, do get worried that I present myself as being deranged about Israel. And but I honestly, though, like whenever I start thinking about it in depth, I'm like, well, of course, why shouldn't I be deranged about Israel? Okay. And like, I feel deranged about it. Like I feel this anger welling up inside me I see, whenever I see someone, um, like, I don't know. Whenever I see like something that Israel's doing, I just feel this anger building up inside me. And it's like, it hasn't been this way for me forever. But the more I learn, the more I see, I just get angrier and angrier and angrier. Thank you, Drizella. Drizella says, don't worry, you always seem deranged. Okay. All right. So, yeah, the world, thank you, Outer Signal. The world is deranged. And same thing with the United States. I get more and more angry at the United States, like and like my derangement syndrome. It's not derangement syndrome. It's just I feel like I'm going crazy sometimes. Let's put it that way. Okay. Sir Bartholomew, whenever I feel like that, I remind myself that I'm genuinely a better human being than most because I actually see what's happening. That's fair, Sir Bart. Okay. Have your feelings. Do not abandon them. Of course, Redmond Barry. And I think you know, Redmond Barry. I don't. I'm not trying to dehumanize. I'm trying very hard not to dehumanize people. Maybe I do sometimes, but like it's really hard. Okay. Sometimes when again, as Paulo Freire said, guys, the guy who I presented on once, when you oppress people, oppressors end up becoming dehumanized too, because we view them as monsters and we no longer view them as human. So yeah, sometimes I view the Israelis as monsters. I have trouble not seeing them that way. It's okay. Whatever. I'm just very pissed off. And I feel I just get so angry. Okay. All right. Okay. I spelled one of the accepted ways, but yes, yarmulke. Okay. What are we talking about? Someone said something about a yarmulke or whatever. Well, Gwen, I would not say that the yarmulke is a swastika. I feel that is a bit. I can see what you mean in that it's enabling anti-Semitism, what Israel's doing. I would say that the Israeli flag is a swastika. Okay. I think it might be a bit. I don't think we should make that conflation. I see what you mean, but okay. Yeah, I got you, Gwen. It's okay. So anyway, right. So yeah, me too, Drizella. I would like to learn more about how the Israelis got propagandized too also. And yeah, and I know how they did, right? Remember, I lost my job because I was working at a school where people were getting propagandized to by Israel. So, and you know, it's just, I just get so angry. Okay. Yeah, it is, Paul Squaw. Israel is constantly doing stuff to equate Judaism with with Zionism and fascism. And it's just not okay. Okay. But it's hard. Okay. It's very, all right. Yeah, tragically, the Israeli flag is a swastika. Yeah, that's the issue, guys, is that the state of Israel is such a problem. Pacifist, maybe pacifist. Maybe you're right. Pacifist says you're not being deranged enough, my friend. Well, first of all, pacifist, you should watch more of the streams because I do get pretty deranged. Just today, I feel especially angry. Okay. All right. Okay. So, and I lost my job because of how angry I am with Israel. But regardless. Okay, moving on. Yes. I know we're stalled on this image. Okay, so let's go on here, guys. Let's quickly do something slightly unrelated, just for shits and giggles, and so I can calm down. Okay. Can we free the Palestinians, please, from the murderous monsters? Yeah, exactly. Outer Signal. That we're murder. You know. Can we free ourselves from the murderous monsters that are of the Israeli government and our own government, which are murderous monsters and things like that? Can we just like stop doing that? Like, call me crazy here. Call me a hippie. Can we like do something to fix that? Okay. So moving on. Let's go on here. It's okay, Gwen. It's okay. Really. It's okay. All right. You know, I love you, Gwen. Okay. That's one way, right? Okay. Can we just stop? That'd be nice. Okay, so let's do something a little bit unrelated here while our evil government and their puppet state of Israel is destroying the planet. Let's do a little lesson. Now, you guys know, don't you leave. Don't you leave the stream. I know it. I got to do this every time. Don't you leave the stream, okay? Don't you leave the stream. How dare you? Okay, how dare all of you? No one leave the stream. I'm going to quickly talk about something. I've slightly Dolly boy? No, I'm not using it as derogatory. I'm saying it as a good thing, Druzilla. I think we should be hippies because don't you dare, Mr. King K. Yeah, all right. So let me do a quick little learning presentation here. It'll be short, and then we'll get back to the news, okay? And I want you all to hear it because this is about how the elites and the powerful how philanthropy and the solutions offered by the elites and powerful typically do not actually help anything, okay? And they actually typically make things worse. And I've briefly talked about this before, but I wanted to talk a little more in depth about it based off a really good book of a guy I really like named Anand Giridharadas. Oh my God, I'm going to embarrass myself here. Anand Giridharadas. I'm a racist. I'm sorry. No one clipped that. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name. Giridharadas. I love Anand, though. I always call him Anand. Okay, we're on a first name basis. I don't know we're not, but I do like Anand's work. Okay, so let's talk a little bit. Okay, how dare you guys? Let's talk a little bit about his name. Not his name. Oh my God, listen to me. About his book. Okay. So. God, see, I'm just ruining myself left and right. So Anand wrote a book called Winners Take All, all right? And this is from a few years ago, and I read this book. It's a pretty short book. I recommend people read it, all right? How dare you, okay? I recommend people read it. It's called Winners Take All, The Elite Charade of Changing the World. The Elite Charade of Changing the World. Yeah, there you go, pacifist.org. It's definitely the goddamn, they want to do Lebensraum in the Middle East like the Nazis did. Correct. And he's a journalist, but he is a very smart guy. Not that a journalist isn't, but he's kind of an anthropologist. So he actually spent a lot of time hanging out with the elites, hanging out at places like the Aspen Institute, going to these big international meetings of elite finance people, going to, what is that one event that's held in Davos, going to Davos, okay, things like that. And he hung out with them and he kind of got a sense of the culture of these elites, okay, of the power elite and things like that, and how they talk and how they think and stuff like that. Okay, the World Economic Forum is another example, all right? And so he's a really brilliant writer, and he's a good writer. It's very entertaining to read his stuff, and he's very satirical, and I really like it, and I highly recommend him, okay? Anand, okay? So this is the conclusion he came to in this book. The power elite's efforts to combat social and political issues make it harder to solve those problems. What does he mean by that? Like philanthropy, all right? A lot of times give me some examples in chat of initiatives started by the elites in an effort to quote unquote fix social problems or fix economic problems. Give me some examples. You all know of them, okay? That are mainly based off of, nonprofits or things like that. Okay, yeah, the Beast Games, that would be an example there, I guess, to an extent. I have to know more about that, but I'm guessing invalid axiom. What else? What are some other examples of this? Elites or powerful people doing things in an attempt to solve social or political. The Gates Foundation. Correct me, Alzord. What else? Any other examples? Live Aid. Okay. Anything with the name Rockefeller on it. Okay. You see what I mean? Round up our dollar and give it to charity. Okay. Lots of examples like this. Or, I mean, there's other ones we can come up with, I'm sure. The Carnegie Foundation. Various museums. Okay. There's tons of things like that. Philanthropy in general, right? Papers. Yeah. Okay. So, all of these things, he makes the argument that even if these things end up doing some amount of good, like the Gates Foundation, for example, has ended up providing some number of vaccines to people across the world, that even if they end up doing some amount of good, in the end, these things make it even harder to actually solve the problems they're trying to fix. Okay, so that's the first thing he says. The second thing is that elite philanthropy enables wealth hoarding by offering an illusion of change. Okay, so right, the problem here being that if you you know, one of the biggest problems across all parts of society is that there isn't money to solve these issues because the elite have all that money and they control most of that money. Okay, so a philanthropy gives the illusion of change while maintaining the power of the elites and maintaining their hold on all the wealth and power. Okay, so like it's not actually fundamentally changing the problem. It's sort of like tossing a bone, and then you get the illusion of change while nothing changes. Okay. So lastly here, elite philanthropy creates a mindset. So it creates a cultural mindset and an ideological mindset that strengthens the elites at the expense of democracy. And I think this is one of the most important ones. Okay. I think this is one of the most important ones, that it creates a mindset that strengthens the elites at the expense of democracy. Okay. It gives the idea that solutions should come from the elites, which implicitly gives them more power. Okay, that gives them more power, right? Because if the people with the money are the ones who can change these problems, then they're the ones that have the power to change them, and that makes us dependent on them. All right? So, okay, so he makes those three arguments, and let's go into a little more detail here about what he means. And again, he hung out with these people. All right. So first one, I've talked about this briefly before, but he calls this ideology that elite philanthropy creates the win-win ideology. Okay. And I've talked about win-win before. And I think this is his greatest contribution to elite power elite theory is win-win. So we've probably heard this phrase before. It's a win-win. This is a win-win. This is a win-win. Okay. So the elites, when the elites or an elite try to solve a social problem, they often do it because sometimes they do it because they do actually care. I'm not going to diminish that. The elites are human beings, and some of them actually do seem to care about solving issues, okay? Sometimes they do it for other reasons that are selfish, but, you know, I'll give it to them. Maybe sometimes they actually want to solve a problem. So let's say you have an elite or group of elites that are seeking to solve a social problem. Oftentimes, for these problems, there is a solution that exists that we know will solve the problem. But these solutions are never the solutions that the elites come up with because they're often detrimental to the elites. Okay? Correct, Paul Squaw. Paul Squaw says, casual Tony Stark. What is Tony Stark? There's an example, okay? All right? So instead, what they will do is that instead, the elites will offer a fake solution that offers a win-win. So instead of like actually enacting what can actually solve the problem, they will offer a solution that benefits them and at least gives the illusion of addressing the problem without actually fixing the problem, okay? And that's called a win-win. It's a solution that benefits themselves and gives the appearance of trying to fix the problem. Okay. Does that make sense? Now, this is a problem, guys, because fundamentally, the biggest problem is wealth inequality and the fact that they have all the power and the money. So if the solution doesn't diminish their power or their money, it's not going to be a real solution. Does that make sense? So let me explain. All right. Let me give you an example here. Empowering women. So let me give you the example. Empowering women. All right. So there is an existing solution to women, for example, making less money than men, for women, the issues involving gender inequality and stuff like that. The existing solution that we know of that would be able to fix this, okay, in a lot of ways would be, for example, creating universal childcare or giving tax credits to mothers, okay, universal childcare. Oh, I listed that twice, okay. Universal health care. Universal health care would allow women to more easily access treatment for pregnancies, get birth control, things like that, okay? Those are all well-known solutions to a lot of the problems that are facing women, all right? But that's a problem for the elites, right? Because this is expensive. It ultimately creates more political pressure for increased taxes on the wealthy, right? So because you're going to have to spend to do this. And if you need to raise taxes, the most likely people to get those taxes because of social pressure will be the elites. They don't like that. And they're not going to benefit from this because a lot of elite organizations profit off of offering things to women, right? Selling things to women, right? So, okay, correct, Fortitude. I don't get how they have, okay, blah, blah, blah. So, all right. So the elite instead offer a different solution. In this case, it's Lean In. This was a book, guys, that was very popular, I think in like 2013. This is, wait, what's happening, guys? What happened, guys? Did something happen? No, what happened? Did something happen? I see a lot of people talking about stuff in the news. Did something happen in the news I should be aware of? Okay, so Lean In was this very popular book from 2013 written by Sheryl Sandberg, who was one of the CEOs and owners of Facebook. And in it, she said that the issue with women is that they're not leaning in enough. They're not promoting themselves enough. They don't have the will to lead. They need to work harder to be leaders. Literally, the subscript of the book is women, work, and the will to lead. That the way to solve inequality is for women to actually speak up more at that board meeting, okay? To advocate for themselves more, okay? To, work harder, push harder, advocate harder. Do nothing to change their material conditions. The whole burden should be placed on women to fix this, and no structural changes. And this book was extremely popular, and there were like tons of programs on TV pushing this, and interviews with Sheryl Sandberg, and feminists, quote unquote, advocating for this idea, okay? That does nothing to fundamentally fix the problems given of empowering women, but it is an elite solution, right? They don't have to pay anything for it. She literally is explicitly saying that, well, they need to advocate for themselves in like board meetings, which is a very elite way of thinking things. So, okay, that is the kind of shit he's talking about, all right? Where the elites create a solution that isn't a real solution. Okay. Even if they are thinking that they're helping. And because of this, we don't think about as much about real solutions. And all this does is give bad actors the opportunity to point to this fake solution as a solution, okay? Instead of talking about the real solutions, people will be talking about this fake solution. Let's go on to another example. Education. Here's another example. We know a solution to some of the problems with the United States education system, all right? It is better funding for public schools, a better funding system, not just more money, but a better system for funding public schools. One of the big ways you could fix the problem with American public schools is stop making it about property taxes, because if you live in a wealthier neighborhood, there's more property taxes to draw on, so schools in rich neighborhoods will always be better off than schools in poor neighborhoods. One of the ways to do this would be to have a constitutional amendment that requires equal education, which would force schools to get equal access to funds. That would be good, right? Or you could have better social programs so people who won't be suffering as much at home, which will make it easier for people to do better in school. Okay, you see what I mean? So, but this is a problem for elites, guys. You can't actually do that thing because this requires some degree of wealth redistribution. This would mean that the wealthy neighborhoods would get access to just as good education as poor neighborhoods. So some people would be paying taxes, and a lot of those taxes might be going to help prop up poorer neighborhoods. You can't have that according to the elites. It also threatens the status of elites' children because now suddenly they're going to have to be competing on an equal playing field with poor children, okay? You know what I mean? All right. So it offers competition, and it also, once again, raises the specter of elites having to pay more taxes. So the elites offer a different solution. Okay, they say, well, why don't we just have charter schools? Which would benefit the elites because they would own the charter schools. Guys, we did it! Hey, we got 300 followers. Thank you. Yay, 300 followers. Yay, followers. Okay, 300 followers. Thank you for that. We hit our goal. Maybe we'll do some sort of celebration. Yay, guys. I just wanted to say thank you, everyone, for having 300 of followers now over on Twitch. Okay. Thank you very much for the last person who just followed me. Okay. Let's get up to 400 now. All right. All right. So they also offer things like mentoring programs. You know, let's start Big Brothers, Big Sisters, and let's mentor kids to improve their outcomes without changing any of the material conditions. Or they will do things like, let's donate tech. Let's do tech donations to schools. Like Apple will send used laptops to a school, all right, which offers the illusion of change without actually changing things fundamentally, all right? So that is what he's referring to. And there are tons of examples of this, right? Those are just two examples. And he talks about how there's almost like an unspoken boundary. When the elites have conversations about these things, there is an unspoken boundary. They're never willing to discuss solutions outside of capitalism. And you're right. Apple gets to write it off. So it's a win-win for Apple. So like, it's not like the elites are sitting around and going, well, you know, we can't do these real solutions. No, their brains literally just don't they just don't think about them. They wouldn't want that if that was an option, but if they did think about it, but their ideology is all about capitalism within the system, within profit, okay? So while they are kind of legitimately ignoring real solutions, at all of these organizations, at all of these big meetings like Davos and the World Economic Forum and stuff, they only speak about things that are win-win and within the capitalist system because that's all they know. All right. That's all that they think. That's how they think things are. And it's very beneficial for them. You see what I mean? So there's almost a culture there of thinking that way. And by the way, that has spread to the rest of society. For example, the abundance. Who here has heard of the abundance movement? The abundance movement, which was kind of started by a guy named Ezra Klein, which I can't stand. I can't stand the abundance movement. Okay. You haven't heard of the abundance movement? So this is a big movement in the United States right now by so-called progressives, like Ezra Klein. Okay. So what happened, guys? I hear people talking about shit. Or do I just need to yell at people to get you to focus on the education? Okay. So this was an idea created by this liberal. Okay. I'm sorry I said that with such disdain. Liberal. Okay. Named Ezra Klein. And it is very popular right now. And the idea here is we need a win-win situation in order to fix the housing problem in the United States. So the idea here is that we need to deregulate housing all across the country. Yes, Outer Signal. I love Rutger Bregman. I'll show that video here in a second. So his solution is, you know, we need a win-win scenario. So the solution should be we need to completely deregulate the housing market. We need to deregulate environmental laws. We need to get rid of environmental laws that that stop realtors and businesses from building and stuff like that. And in that way, we will benefit both the landowners and people who want houses. Okay. So a win-win. All right. And I'm almost certain in the book, he actually uses the phrase win-win. And whenever you see that phrase, you should be careful. And the abundance movement, shockingly enough, has become extremely popular in the Democratic Party. Okay. Because it is an acceptable solution because they're owned by the elites. So as soon as he wrote this book, suddenly all these nonprofit organizations and liberal political organizations started popping up that promoted the abundance movement as a Democratic Party solution to these problems. And you know what happened? Okay, things like this. Gavin Newsom. Environmental regulation. So Gavin Newsom, claiming to be inspired by the abundance movement, passed laws like the following. He, first of all, this is a propaganda site for him. Okay, so he signed a historic legislation, all right, that basically completely dismantled some of the most important environmental protections in California on the idea that this would allow more businesses to build in California and would allow them to build more housing and shit like that. Okay, literally, you know what? This is just propaganda. I want to read the original one. And he literally christened 2025 as the year of abundance. Yeah, so he signed 2 budget bills that deliver heavily edited the Environmental Quality Act and by basically like dismantling it, okay? And exempted a bunch of different types of infrastructure to these regulations. So, this is the Democrats' new proposal, all right, is to dismantle environmental protections, to dismantle regulations, because that's a win-win. How is it a win for the elites, guys? It's a win for the elites because this will allow them to build much more housing, make a much bigger profit, including businesses and stuff. And it's a win, according to them, to homeowners because it'll allow the building of more housing, all right? So, but do we see how that fundamentally doesn't fix the problem? Yeah, more landlording, more shit like that. Yeah, exactly, word amorphous blob. So this is why, like, so whenever you see anything about the abundance agenda, run the other way, okay? This is a neoliberal attempt at a win-win for the elites. And guys, what's also funny is that in the book Abundance, because I've read it, Ezra Klein almost never mentions wealth inequality. He offers no solutions to the fact that there are elites that control almost everything, and that's the problem. That's not the issue, guys. That's not the issue. He doesn't even mention it. So that certainly keeps the elites very, very happy that he doesn't mention them as the problem. It's regulations that are the problem. Okay, so you guys get that? Yeah, Lacroix, building more housing literally doesn't fix the problem. There's plenty of empty housing. The issue is that we don't own that. They can decide who to give it to. All right. So that is Anand Girahardras, and I just wanted to talk. So I highly recommend you guys read his book. There's a lot more in there. I just wanted to make this a short presentation. So if we ever have a Kahoot in the future, you will remember win-win, the win-win ideology of the elites, okay? So, okay. Does that make sense? All right. Or even, guys, let me give you another example, Obamacare. I got to tell you, Obamacare was a win-win solution for the elites, all right? A win-win solution for the elites. The name of the book, Weird Amorphous Blob, is Winner Takes All. Now, I will say Weird Amorphous Blob, he is a socialist, I believe, but he doesn't really he still operates within a social democracy, I think, framework in some of the things he says, but I think fundamentally he is a socialist, but just letting you know, but still you should read it, Weird Amorphous Blob, because his analysis of elite culture is very interesting. So to give you an example here, guys, Obamacare is like major win-win, all right, ideology. It is the idea that you can be forced, exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob. And I think, Weird Amorphous Blob, that power elite theory is very important, and it should be used more by socialists as a way of understanding how the bourgeois operate. That's my whole idea. But okay, so well, guys, I'm just, don't just ignore me. I'm talking with Weird Amorphous Blob, okay? I'm talking with exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob. Regardless, what was I going to say here? Okay, Obamacare basically forced people to buy healthcare from private companies. The elites love that shit, okay? They're like, okay, fine, I'd love you to force people to buy from private healthcare. So you get what I mean. And ultimately, it didn't solve the problem because those private companies later just increased prices because they're still privately owned tyrannies who can increase prices at will, basically. And they did just that. And then a bunch of companies, these privately owned healthcare companies, stopped offering low-cost healthcare after Obama was gone, okay? So, again, it didn't actually solve the problem. Okay, you get my idea. Exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob. You got me, Weird Amorphous Blob. You got me. Okay, I hope you I love you, weird amorphous blob, is what I'm saying. Okay, I'm in love with you, weird amorphous blob. Okay, shut up. I'll shut up. Okay, so all right, so there you go, guys. That is just the win-win theory. Okay, the win-win ideology of the elites. And by the way, Anand has written a lot of other cool things that you should look into, guys. He's a really good writer and he's entertaining to read. Okay, all right. So we understand. We understand. Good. All right. So I'm going to put my face up here for a second now that we've done that. Hello, parkours. Okay, parkours. Hello, parkours language. Hello. All right. So I'm going to put my face up here for a second. Let's see here. How dare you invalidate axiom? Okay. It's a win-win, right? Okay. Okay. So how's everyone doing out there? I'm going to hand out some boops because I haven't handed out any boops today. All right, I haven't handed out any boops today. I feel like I've deprived you all of boops. And I fixed my gesture scepter. Okay, so elevator lady gets a boop. Boop. Parkours gets a boop. Boop. 108, I'm sorry, Tiago gets a boop. Boop. Invalid axiom gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Weird amorphous blob gets a big boop. Boop. Elevator lady. I already gave you one. You don't get another one. I love you though. Louise gets a boop. Boop. Paul Squaw gets a boop. Boop. Meowzord gets a boop. Boop. SoCal gets a boop. Boop. SoCal gets 3 boops. Boop. Boop. Because you've been a while. You've been a while since you've been around, so you need 3 boops. Redmond Berry gets a boop. Boop. Who else did I miss? Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. And Dolly Boy, you also get a bonk. Bonk, because you've been showing up late to chat. I'm mad at you, Dolly Boy. You get a tardy. You're like Gwen. Gwen, who always shows up late. Okay? Okay, I'm just joking. Gwen, you get a boop. Boop. Did I miss anyone? Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop who hasn't gotten a boop? Pacifist Orc gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Anyone else want the Jester's boop? Anyone else good with this? I agree, Pacifist Orc. Okay, I agree. Anyone else want a boop? And my Miss Trump fail gets a boop. Boop. Everyone else? Anyone else want a boop? Are we all booped out? Fortitude gets a boop. Boop. Get that note, Dolly. Exactly, Gwen. Thank you. All right. Matt Saigai gets a boop. Boop. All right. I think I'm all booped out. I think we're all booped out. If we get 2 more super chats, folks, we'll put on if we get 2 more super chats or what the other thing was I going to say? If we get 2 more super chats or 400 bits or a combination of both, I'll put on the Jester collar. Okay. Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. I'm sorry, Druzilla. All right. You all got boops. You're all being very good today. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Despite the horror in the news. All right. Let's, I don't know. What was I going to do? Okay. I have some other things to talk about and do, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So just to show, because guys, there was, what was that? Did something just happen? What just happened? Oh, Jonas, thank you so much for the contribution, Jonas. Jonas just sent 200 bits. That means we're only 1 away now. 200 bits away from the Jester collar. Thank you, Elevator Lady. Okay, guys. Fine. I'll put on the collar. We'll do that. Thank you very much, Elevator Lady and Jonas. I'll put on the collar, etc. And give me a second, guys. What I'm going to do, guys, is we now have a hype train. Oh, I'm sorry, Paul Squaw. I didn't know that. Really? Paul Squaw, thank you so much for the contribution. Really? Okay, we've made enough. I'll put on the collar. And we've also made enough to play a game later. So we'll do that too. Give me 1 second. I need to change my shirt because I'm going to get very hot if I put on the collar. So I'm going to need to change real fast. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. I'm going to keep the screen on and I'm going to yell at you from across the room because I keep a shirt down here now so that I can always just quickly change. Give me a second. La-da-da-da-da. Okay. Done. Everything's good. Done. We're done. Oh, Oh, all right. Yay. Yeah, collaring CR makes him really hot. That's true. So we'll put on the jester collar, and now we're going to really jester it up. So you guys get a little flash of my hoariness. You get to see a little bit of Slut Sam, but then immediately I'm covering up because I don't know, I'm modest. I'm very modest. So I'll immediately cover up. All right. Immediately covering up. Okay. All right, there we go. Is it against TOS to change on stream? Drusilla, this is not OnlyFans, okay? I would only do that if you gave me $200, guys. Maybe maybe we'll set a goal sometime if you want to see me change on screen. Okay, I don't know, whatever. I'll do anything for money. All right. I'm just kidding, I won't, but all right. Not anything. All right, okay. Okay, yeah, grasps pearls. Oh, okay, here we go. We're good now. Okay, there we go. Now we're ready. Okay, so going back to the clusterfuck that is the United States of America, you have redeems. Oh, I could do that part. Oh, really? If you're male presenting, you have redeems to take your shirt off. I could do that. I don't think anyone wants to see that shit though. But maybe we'll do that sometime, just because, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay. All right. We'll do like a hot tub stream or whatever. I don't know. Whatever. Who cares? New song. I would do anything for cash, but I won't do that. Okay. I want to see it. Dolly Boy, dear God. Okay. Kiddie pool. How dare you, invalid axiom? All right. I had one for a little while. No one redeemed it, but I will take my shirt. I take my shirt. That's hot parkours. All right. So anyway, you're gross, Dolly Boy. What do you mean? You're you. All right. Are we done, guys? Everyone good? We good to go? So let's continue with some more disgusting news. In a jacuzzi. Yeah, jacuzzi with the jester. You know what I would do though, guys? If I did a jacuzzi stream, I'd be like, come to the hot jacuzzi stream. And then I'll literally be in a full jester outfit sitting in the water. That'd be pretty funny. Okay? That would be pretty funny. If I like literally advertised it as a sexy stream and then it's just me in a whole jester outfit sitting in hot water. Okay. You're not you, Dolly Boy. I'm sorry, Dolly Boy. You're not you. Okay, you're not you at all. All right. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you are. Who knows? Who knows, Dolly Boy? Good God. Okay, I'm just kidding, Dolly Boy. All right. Yeah. Jester swimsuit. That'd be funny. Okay, let's go on though. We got some. Was it this horny in here? Yeah. No, SoCal, it wasn't. It's always you, SoCal. You're the curse. Okay, you're the curse here. Yeah, I'll have a jester swimsuit. Anyway, I'm sorry. Whatever. We're rambling aimlessly. Let's go on here. So I wanted to show you guys getting into hot water with a jester. That sounds like a fun time. There you go. Okay. So I just wanted to remind everyone that we live in a goddamn nightmare. And I know it's cute and all that. And hey, at least the Bachelorette is on or whatever. I don't know, whatever. Okay. I don't even know if that's true. All the shit in the world. At least we can go see a movie or some shit. I guess there's another Marvel movie coming out probably. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know about any good things happening. Who knows? Okay, I guess the temperature was nice outside. Oh, okay. Yeah. Our follower goal. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Oh, wait. It keeps going across the top of the screen. What does it matter? I'm sorry. I'm rambling. So, but in the meantime, speaking of the iceberg, okay? Speaking of the iceberg, we also have another problem still happening. And since I was a former teacher, I'm particularly sensitive to shit like this, okay? And I just want to point out that we're okay with teachers still getting killed all the time, right? I just want to point that out because, this was barely made the news, even though this happens like all the time. And it's barely talked about how teachers, even if it's not like a mass school shooting, teachers are getting killed all the time by their students. I'm not joking. It is like not that talked about because typically these things happen. People care about these things if it's like children getting killed too. If it's just a teacher getting killed, who cares? You're right. I am still a teacher. Kind of nightfalls, but this didn't make national news because who cares? So let's watch.
Tonight, a terrifying scene at a Texas Hill Country high school where authorities say a 15-year-old male student opened fire.
There is a gunshot wound to the head.
Just after 8:30 this morning, first responders rushed to Hill Country College Preparatory High School in Bulverde, just north of San Antonio. The Comal County Sheriff says the student was found dead at the scene after shooting a teacher who was transported to a San Antonio hospital.
It looks as though the student turned the gun on himself and shot himself.
The school placed on lockdown. About 250 students later transferred to a middle school to reunite with their families. And that's where police encountered the suspect's parents.
That student's parents and kinfolks were in the reunification line. And so that's partly part of our investigation, and some of the questions were asked of where the firearm came from.
The relationship between the teacher and the shooter is still unclear. Tonight, a community shaken after a day of horror as investigators continue to search for answers. Ryan Chandler, NBC News.
So, guys, this wasn't like a big news story. But guys, this shit happens all the time. We seem to only care about mass shootings if they're mass shootings. Like, oh no, 3 kids died. Now we can talk about it. Right? But like, so like, I'm sorry, someone just came in here. Hello, God, U.S. Oops. So, okay, I'm from Brazil, and I have news that for now is only being spread here. An American involved with the Rockefeller, as you said, is a key player in the Unicamp virus there. Interesting, huh? I'll take a look into that. So, like, this kid just shot this teacher. Yeah, just killed the teacher, and then the kid killed himself. But I just want to point out that, like, teachers are always getting killed. Like, I keep reading about this all the time, probably because my algorithm does teacher things. So, like, teachers keep getting shot and killed, sometimes in school, sometimes outside of school. But if it's just a teacher getting killed, people don't care. Now, I don't know if this teacher survived. We should also point out, but a lot of them are just getting killed, and then that's not talked about. Teachers do get talked about if they're part of a mass school shooting, and if they die defending children, suddenly we care. Isn't that kind of dark? Like, teachers' deaths are heroic. If the teacher's death is viewed as heroic because they're saving children, then suddenly we care. All right. But a teacher that just gets targeted like this is kind of like, who cares? So that's not being talked about much. It's just bothering me. And also, can we point out that some of the biggest source of gun violence in this country is suicides? But we also don't talk about that. This kid shot a teacher and then unalive themselves. Again, apparently not good enough news for people to talk about. So I just want to point that out. Can we stop killing teachers, or enabling the killing of teachers and enabling the suicide of young people and the death of young people? Yeah, Mr. King K, we are expendable. And I've like noticed, like, I'm like a bit triggered by things with teachers because I felt so expendable as a teacher. I felt like no one gave a shit. Okay. Like no one gave a shit. And, you know, I went to schools where there'd be metal detectors. You'd have to enter the school every day and go through a metal detector because they're such dangerous places because of the number of guns and shit. And yet no one in society, we just don't care. Like, we've just been completely normalized. All right. Or like, I went to a school where all the kids had to have clear backpacks so that we could always make sure there were no guns in the backpacks or weapons in the backpacks. And it's all normalized. Okay. I mean, we live in an insane society. I just don't. All right. So I just feel really bad for the teachers that are still out there working, and for the kids, and for the parents. All right. So just a little story that didn't get any traction. Who cares, right? Who cares? It's just a teacher. Another teacher just killed out of nowhere. There was another teacher, by the way, that recently that was killed as part of a senior prank accidentally. A bunch of seniors went to this teacher's house and were putting, what is it called? Toilet paper all over the trees in the house. And that teacher came outside and the kids quickly tried to rush away. And the teacher fell in the street and they hit the teacher and killed the teacher. And I know that was an accident, but okay, they're human beings. Teachers are human beings. And there's a lot of guys, and let me point out, there's also a lot of really weird social norms inside of schools that are kind of dehumanizing to teachers, but that everyone in our society thinks are perfectly normal. Senior prank, for example. Anyone here go to a school where there was a senior prank and or maybe engage in a senior prank? I know I did, all right, where you prank teachers and shit, and apparently that's okay for you to like for us to have this whole ritual where we prank teachers or a school, oftentimes in humiliating ways or ways that require a lot of labor to fix. And it's cute, right? And it's cute and we like it. And like, okay. So regardless, I just, it annoys me. It annoys me. I'm frustrated. All right. I'm frustrated by it all. All right. We even have, yeah, it's cheaper than sending all the kids to therapy to be better regulated. Exactly. Okay. Our school mobilized more large-scale pranks, so not just on one teacher. Yes, invalid axiom, but I'll tell you, a lot of times the teachers are the one who have to clean up the mess afterwards. Okay, I'm just kind of nitpicking. We also have I'm trying to give you an example here. There's other things that people do. Oh, there's even like a whole culture, even in like music, like, you know, we don't need no education and stuff like that. Leave those kids alone. But and I get that. I'm not for authority and stuff. Well, it doesn't matter. Okay, I just feel bad for a lot of teachers. Moving on. So let's talk about something else here. All right. And this is another little thing I thought be interesting. And yeah, I mean, it's Pink Floyd, not really the same message. I know, invalid axiom, but I don't like Pink Floyd, to be honest, regardless. Not because of that, but I know everyone's going to hate me that I say that. I've just never been a fan of Pink Floyd's music. Yeah, that's fine, Gwen. Gwen, I like that. If you're going to do the prank, make sure that you clean up after yourself. I've been to schools where they expect the teachers to clean up. So maybe that's more of an issue with the administration than it is with the kids. And I mean, and it is. I don't blame the kids for any of this. Okay. So let's go back. Let's talk about something else really fast. Okay. I saw this story and I know this is gross, but I want us to talk about it because I think it's important. In America, there is a massive growing epidemic of young people getting colon cancer, colon and rectal cancer. That's kind of not normal. All right. It is thought that you should start screening for colorectal cancer, I can't pronounce this word, colorectal cancer at age 45. That's when you need to start getting colonoscopies to check to see if you're developing colorectal cancer. Because the first two stages of that kind of cancer are typically really hard to see. And you don't get any symptoms. You only start getting symptoms that you have that kind of cancer when you get to stage 3, when it's already dangerous. So at age 45, you're supposed to start getting regular checkups. The problem here is that a lot of younger people in their late 20s and 30s are starting to develop cancer. And this is mainly only in America. I think we can guess why, right? I think we can guess why. Probably has to do something with the quality of the food we're eating. But let's watch this because I want all of you to eat more fiber. I want all of you to sort of, especially for the 30-year-olds and late 20-year-olds out there, just be aware of this, okay? Because we still have this idea that this is an issue for older people when it's an issue for us, okay?
Under the age of 50, it's likely that colorectal cancer isn't on your radar, but it should be. Once considered an older age disease, rates are skyrocketing among young adults. Dima Zain has more.
This year, an estimated 108,000 people in the U.S. will be diagnosed with colon cancer. That's according to the American Cancer Society. And 1 in 5 are young, under the age of 55. I spoke with 2 people who were diagnosed at an early age. Here's some of what they told us.
My name is Chrissy Garrett. I am from Long Island. I am currently 34 years old. I was originally diagnosed with stage 3C colon cancer. And
she's 34 years old and she has stage 3 colon cancer. Now, you notice they said about 100,000 people get it. That's a pretty low number, but the number is going up drastically. Okay, drastically. I think they mentioned this.
Currently stage 4, young onset sporadic MSI colon cancer. And I am currently still in treatment 3 years later.
So my name is Imtiaz Hussain. I was diagnosed at the age of 26 in 2020, and I was diagnosed with colon cancer stage 3B.
I think I was just in complete shock because having no family history of cancer ever, never expected it.
Guys, a lot of times it's been appearing in people who have no family history of cancer.
Month and a half, I had been in and out of the hospital with different reasons because the tumors have been causing pain in my back.
Correct.
They've been causing pain in my ribs. I've had an allergic reaction to the medications. And chemotherapy is not easy.
I never thought that I would have cancer because I was like just young, 26 years old,
He was only
And
26.
It was heartbreaking. Throughout the time when I started my treatment, I think that my health started going down, That part was one of the hardest because I was the breadwinner of the house, and not being able to go out and work and not being able to provide for my family. And my wife had to take care of me.
My life has been stripped
This is
from
great
me.
news.
Chemotherapy has stripped my life.
I'm trying not to get a copyright. That's why I keep pausing. But yeah, this is pretty bad. Yeah, it does. Yeah, LaCroix. So I'm going to explain. They say what you should do about this. And the problem here too, guys, is that insurance, as LaCroix says, and LaCroix also, it might not be about food. I guess I was just saying that, but the big problem here is that insurance won't pay for any of this shit either. They won't pay for you to get a colonoscopy early on, which is why these people only learned that they had this kind of cancer when they started getting symptoms. All right. So it's a big problem and we need to rethink things.
And it's been very tough mentally, physically.
That's hot,
and all the way around.
The first time I got my bleeding, I should have gone to colonoscopy because I ignored it. I got my I started bleeding 7 months prior to I got diagnosis.
And guys, so he started bleeding from his bum, okay, 7 months prior to going to get checked and getting diagnosed. So obviously, if you're having a severe symptom like constant bleeding, okay, blood in your stool, I know this is gross, guys, forgive me, but we have to talk about it. Please go see a doctor. It's more than likely not a problem. It's more than likely not cancer, but you should get checked if you have bleeding, obviously. All right.
When I went to my doctor, I should have asked for a colonoscopy. They thought that it was just an ulcer.
This is not okay. In your 30s, your 40s, in your 20s, you're just starting off your life. You're just starting. I mean, I'm a single homeowner. I just started my career 9 years ago. This is not something you plan for. You have these big dreams of having a family, getting married, buying a house. You don't factor in cancer.
Joining us to discuss this further is Dr. Robin Mendelsohn,
so let's listen to a doctor here.
At Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center and co-director of the Center for Young Onset.
I've always wondered what makes a person want to be a gastroenterologist. Do you just like poop? Like, no shade here. They're like really cool people and they're very important, but like, maybe they just like, you're trying different kinds of medicine and you're like, oh, I really like the one that has to do with your colon and your rectum. I mean, good for them. We need that, but just a thought.
Colorectal and gastrointestinal cancer.
Probably parkour.
Dr. Mendelsohn, thank you so much for joining us today.
You're actually right, parkour. It's probably the money.
Thank you for having me.
Can you give us a sense of how much colorectal cancer is rising in young patients today?
There you go, Paul.
We've been seeing it since the 1990s, and it's been increasing by about 3% per year.
Okay, so this has been going, as you just said, guys, this has been going on since the 1990s, and every year the number of young people who get colorectal cancer goes up by 3%. So we haven't even hit the peak yet. Every year, more and more young people are getting colorectal cancer. I can't pronounce it. Cancer, all right? This is why I wanted to show you this now before we all start getting it, okay? We should know about early what's happening here. Maybe we can reverse this trend.
As we heard from those two patients, the majority of these patients don't have a family history. We used to think, you're
whatever, SoCal, how dare you know more than me?
Young, and you have colon cancer, has to be a genetic component. There has to be about a family history, but only about 10 to 20% will have a family history or a genetic predisposition. So the majority are what we call sporadic, so with no known risk factors. We are actively trying to figure out why this is happening.
Correct and valid.
And so when we're talking about this, who is most at risk then, and what are the symptoms that people need to be watching out for?
Yep. So, even though...
Okay, how dare you, Matt Saigai? Okay, no, I shouldn't have started this conversation. Matt Saigai says, are you the type of person who thinks men shouldn't be gynecologists and women shouldn't be urologists? No, Matt Saigai, no, I'm not. Okay, I'm not. I was just wondering what would inspire someone to be a gastroenterologist, okay? Is it like a poop kink? Is it, okay, I'm joking. You know I'm joking, okay? I don't know. I think it's called, I probably can't say this on stream. Isn't there a word for that? I know there's a word. Actually, yes, I do remember the word for that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
The numbers are increasing. The majority of people with these symptoms will
I'm
not
so sorry,
have
SoCal.
cancer. But as we heard, the number one symptom is rectal bleeding. And, we say any rectal bleeding that's persistent, so anything more than a couple of weeks should definitely get checked out. Again, the majority of people with rectal bleeding will not have cancer, but should definitely be evaluated.
Yeah.
Other symptoms are abdominal pain or distension that's new and not going away. Changes in bowel habits. So anybody that's had normal bowel habits and is suddenly constipated or has been constipated their whole life and now has diarrhea. Unexplained weight loss, so losing
What,
weight
Drusilla?
without
What did I
meaning
do?
to. And if you're found to be anemic on your blood work, so if your hemoglobin or your blood count is low, sometimes that can mean that the cancer is shedding blood into the stool, and that's why your blood count can be low.
And
Okay.
both of the patients that we spoke to had more aggressive.
So again, guys, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I am behaving. I don't know a lot of the details around this. Don't ask me medical questions. But yeah, regardless, you know, I don't know. I'm being a dumb. I don't know medicine, folks. I'm just spouting nonsense. That's why I'm letting you listen to the experts, okay? Obviously, if you're having rectal bleeding and your blood in your stool repetitively, you should go see a doctor, okay? Right? Can we do that? And just be aware.
Stages when they were diagnosed. Are we seeing people, especially these young people, being diagnosed at these later, more aggressive stages?
Okay.
And if so, why?
So this is also want you to hear this, why this is happening, because we're not sure.
Yes, we are. So the majority of these younger patients will present at later stages, at stage 3 or 4, and that's because they're presenting with symptoms. So when it's early stage 1, there's usually no symptoms, and that's when we usually pick it up on screening. So when our people who are in our screening age group, which is 45 or older, when we do find cancer on screening, because they don't have symptoms, the majority are found at early stages where it is very, very treatable and curable. Unfortunately, once symptoms develop, that usually indicates that it's a later stage.
And I know you mentioned there's not one factor.
Macy, I love that. Macy says, just the normal like, subscribe, and get your holes checked YouTube phrase. I agree with that, guys. Like the stream on YouTube, subscribe to me on Twitch, or follow me, and make sure to get your buttholes checked, okay? You got to make sure you don't have colon cancer. I'm all for that message.
That we're finding to cause this colorectal cancer in young patients. But is there something that people can do to protect themselves to lower their risk factor?
Yeah, so, you know, the traditional risk factors of colorectal cancer in average onset, so over 45, also hold true for the younger groups. So obesity, obesity is associated with colorectal cancer.
So guys, if they say obesity is an issue, guess what that translates to? Poverty. So once again, we have another issue where poverty is killing people or hurting their lives.
And when you look at younger patients, there are some patients that are obese. When we look back at our patients at Memorial Sloan Kettering, they were more likely to be overweight and obese, but when we compared them to a national cohort without cancer, they were actually less likely to be overweight and obese. So even though—
Okay, Gwen, okay, you know what? I was joking about the doctors. How dare you, Gwen? I'm not saying that people who are like gastroenterologists like poop. I'm making a joke. I'm sorry. And like the doctors that do penis enlargements aren't phallically oriented. I'm just saying, I'm just making a joke. Screw all of you. Screw you, Gwen. Screw you. Who else do I need to say screw to? Screw you, Drusilla. Screw all of you, okay?
Obesity is a risk factor. It's definitely not the entire answer, but trying to maintain a normal body mass index is helpful.
Screw you, EC94.
It's also associated with diets that are high in red meats and processed meats. Again, many of these patients that we speak to do not eat red meat or processed meats.
I know, Matt Sagai, but like, especially in America, obesity is typically associated with poverty, though you're right. It's not always based off poverty.
They're
okay?
vegetarian or even vegan and adhere to what they consider a healthy lifestyle. But in general, avoiding red meats and processed meats, sticking to a diet that is high in fruits and vegetables, also increasing physical activity and avoiding alcohol and tobacco.
And if someone is—
So, okay, you know, less meat, more physical activity, et cetera, all right? So there you go. I just wanted to, so that's partially because we're so sedentary, partially because our meat is so toxic and shit and has all sorts of weird shit in it, amongst other things. Okay, so just be careful. Just be careful. It just disturbed me when I saw this because we're typically recommended to get checked at 45. Okay, so just be aware of this. All right. All right. So there you go. Just be careful. Shit happening. Our country killing us, etc. All right. Let's go on. I wanted to talk about, let's do this thing. Add blended beans and everything will solve fiber. That's true, Fetty. There was something else I wanted to look at here. Oh, yes. Okay. Here's another, actually, wait a minute. Let me go to X. I think I had something to show you guys on X. Did I, or was that yesterday? I probably was yesterday too. I have the back, so let's see here. There was something I wanted to show you all. Nope, there wasn't. Okay, let's do this instead. So I wanted to, this is
We're here.
a new Good Liars. Yesterday we did another Good Liars. They've been putting out a lot of interesting stuff recently. This Good Liars, guys, is, this Good Liars, by the way, is a Good Liars where they went to I think a Trump, what was it? They're talking to Confederacy sympathizers. So I think they went to a MAGA rally and they talked to a bunch of people who sympathize with the Confederacy because God knows we need that shit. Okay. We need that shit, don't we? Okay. And, all right. So that's good. But for those that are talking about obesity in chat, one of the big issues, by the way, with obesity and things like that, obviously one thing is poverty. There's a link between poverty and obesity. Second thing is that all the food that we have access to is made to be addictive, literally. This is why I shouldn't have made fun of the Israelis for being fat, because I don't want people who do have experienced obesity or being overweight to think I'm demonizing them personally. I was just trying to find a gross way to make fun of the Israelis. Regardless, like especially in America, there is so much food everywhere that is high in salt, fat, and sugar. And that's because corporations has made that food addictive by doing that. It literally is more addictive than crack cocaine. I'm not joking. If you look at science on it and psychological studies, really tasty food is more addictive than crack cocaine. So, and we're constantly exposed to this shit, constantly. Like our food has been made to be, our food and the advertising for it has been made to like get you to eat it. So I don't want anyone who is overweight or obese or has experienced diabetes to fully think that it's your fault, right? There is like a whole situation here in this country that is basically causing the problem. It is a structural problem. And so even if you're not impoverished, which a lot of times it is associated with poverty, for people that aren't in poverty, yeah, there's other structural issues that are affecting it. All right. So I don't want to demonize people, by the way, if you're overweight. Please don't think I'm doing that. All right. I really want to I feel bad now that I think about it. Yep. There you go, Gwen. Okay. Also, as a lot of folks are saying, eating can sometimes be a coping mechanism, right? It can be a coping mechanism for stress, anxiety, things like that. You see what I mean? So maybe if we lower people's stress in this world, that would also help. Okay, there's a lot of structural issues here.
Outside a Trump rally, and they're selling the American flag here, which is great, of course, but they're also selling the Confederate flag. And of course, Confederacy went to war for the United States of America.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
Love that. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. I don't blame you, Matt Saigon.
We're here in Washington, D.C., and behind us is a Confederate
I'll tell you what, guys, I am really worried because now that I've been streaming, I'm sorry, I know this is off topic. Now that I've been streaming, I've been sitting so much more. Like I'm just sitting in this chair for hours on end, and I really want a standing desk. But standing desks are so expensive. So I keep looking up the price of standing desks and hoping that they drop because they're really expensive. But I'm like been super concerned because I've been sitting so much more, and I barely have time to go on walks and stuff. So I'm worried that I'm going to start having some issues too, like with blood flow and stuff like that. I need to figure out a way to make a redeem to stand and move around. Oh, that's a good point, Lurking Snow Leopard. I need to figure out a way to balance out being a streamer and actually getting movement in. And I don't understand how Hassan does this. Hassan is like sitting there for like 6 to 8 hours and almost never moves around and is still buff. Probably because he's rich, but like he can afford to have all that shit in his house or whatever. I don't get it. But they're very I don't want to get a Temu one. That'll fall apart immediately, Matt Saigon, no doubt. Temu is just like, it'll be made of cardboard or something. I want one that actually is going to not collapse. He like works out when he wakes up. Okay, he works out for 3 hours before he streams every day. How is that possible? That means he's awake for like 12 hours a day. Jesus Christ. You got a standing desk? No, wait a minute. Temu is okay. I've always heard Temu is bad. Isn't Temu bad? Okay, whatever. Okay. I'll take a look at Temu. I can do in real life streaming with you. I could, but then I couldn't show you stuff on the screen. I'll figure it out. It was just something I was thinking about too. And I know a lot of people work at computers all day long. All right, whatever. We'll figure it out. Where'd you get it though, SoCal? Where'd you get your standing desk? Also, is it big enough? Remember, it has to be big enough for my whole setup. I got my 2 screens here. I got my computer. I got like, is it big? You think it's okay? I'll take a look. I get up every 30 minutes to walk, such stretch, that squat. I could do that. They're all made out of wood. Maybe I should get up and walk here. And you know what? I'm going to do that right now. 1 second. I'm just going to get up and move around a little bit. Oh, because my legs feel cramped. And now I feel... all right. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, my back. See, this is what I mean. I need to, like, move around more. Mine fits 2 screens. Gotcha, SoCal. Okay, I'll take a look. I'll take a look at that then. Oh. Like, I'm going to get a blood clot one of these days, and then I'm going to blame all of you. Oh, my God. Oh. La da 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 da. Da 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 da. This is nice. Yay. Okay. Woo. Oh. This sounds lovely. This sounds lovely. You can get one under those desk cycling things. I've always worked, LaCroix says, I've always worked in restaurants and was fine, and then got a desk job and gained 100 pounds in a year. Yeah, yeah, it's really hard, though, LaCroix, because, yeah, okay, I get it. Give me 3 jumping jacks. Okay, fine. We'll do 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, my God, there we go. I feel better. There's the blood flow. Okay, we're good to go. All right, we're good to go. Whew. All right. Oh, my God. I am getting old, Drusilla. I'm 36. I'm going to be dead soon. So please excuse me for not being that active. Okay. Let's continue, shall we? So we're at a Trump rally here, and there's a bunch of people here that love the Confederacy, okay? Love the Confederacy. All right. Desk job and my BF bringing me a full supper did me in. Oh, my goodness. Okay. All right. Let's continue. All right. Let's continue. So let's listen to the Confederacy people.
Monument. It was torn down.
How dare I could do 4, SoCal, screw you.
2020 during the BLM protest, but Donald Trump made sure this would put back up.
You know what, lurking? Fuck you, lurking snow leopard. Fuck you. You get a bonk. Bonk. Shame on you, lurking snow leopard. You're right, though, lurking snow leopard.
Executive order from President Trump announced it will reinstall the statue of a Confederate general toppled in Washington during the Black Lives Matter protest.
And here we are at the White House.
I love having a statue to a loser. I love having statues to losers up everywhere. It's great. Because let's be clear, they lost the war.
The east wing of which has just been demolished.
So if you're keeping score, Donald Trump is putting back up monuments celebrating people who fought the United States of America in a war and tearing down parts of the White House. Can I just get your first name?
Fred.
And what organization are you a part of here?
I'm representing the Sons of Confederate Veterans. We are a historical and heritage society.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It is open to.
Why would you even want to have an organization like that? Like, why would you want to have to admit that? Why would you want to have to admit that I am the son of a conservative veteran? Okay. Like, what? By the way, are there even any organizations for like union veterans? Or is it like people have gotten over it because it was so many years ago? It's almost like they're fixated on the Confederacy, like they really like the Confederacy. By the way, I'm taking you on a walk. I'm taking you on a walk now. Thank you for the encouragement. No problem, Drusilla. So look, by the way, behind him, we have an image to Lee, okay? Robert E. Lee, the monster himself, who was a brutal slave owner, leader of the Confederate forces. I mean, who, by the way, wasn't that great of a general. He was sort of a slightly above average general, but like when he went up against generals that were also slightly above average, he started losing. He wasn't that great. I agree, invalid axiom. It should be illegal. So this is cute. This is very cute. And I'm curious as to why. Okay. Anyway.
Male descendants of Confederate soldiers. Our meetings are open to the public. There is nothing secretive about it. We do not take sides politically. We do not take sides by race, creed, color.
I think by definition you do, though. I think by definition, having a remembrance organization for the Confederacy is definitely taking a side when it comes to race, okay? Call me crazy. I'm pretty sure, like, the whole purpose of the Confederacy was like to, you know, maintain a racial hierarchy in the South. Like, literally, that was the whole thing. That's literally what they said to all the legislatures that they went to try and convince them to join their cause. They're like, by the way, we want you to join the Confederacy because we want to maintain white racial supremacy in the South. That's literally what they said. Okay, you know, all right. CR, it was about states' rights. Don't ask what states' right. Exactly, LaQuan, dear God. All right, hilarious, Gwen, hilarious. All right, yeah, it's states' rights, I'm sure.
Or religion. We are simply about honoring our ancestors and teaching the true history of the South.
What are your thoughts on the Confederate flag?
The true history of the South? What do they think that is? And what do they think their ancestors were being honored? Okay, all right.
The flag, which one?
This one right there.
Well, that was the battle flag of the Army of Northern Virginia, or the Army of Tennessee, actually.
So, okay, I've heard this argument before. Let me show you guys something. So technically, that I love that. No. This isn't This isn't the flag for the Confederacy. Technically, not true. Let me show you guys. So the flag that represented the Confederacy was as follows. Okay, I'll try to find a good copy of it because it changed throughout the war. Confederate flag. Let me show you the original Confederate flag, okay? So the original Confederate flag was this one here, all right, which is just kind of a ripoff of the American flag. Then later in the war, they changed it to this one here, okay, the second flag. This is the second flag of the Confederacy. So when you hear them use this excuse that this flag was just the battle flag, it's just not true. This flag became the flag of the, well, I'm sorry, that's actually only one part of it. This became the second flag, and then the last flag was this one, basically. Okay, this is the last flag, which is the battle flag, but it is located on the flag. Anyway, my point here, guys, is that it was already there. It was definitely in the flag. Yeah, it was mainly the battle flag, but you're still waving the flag of the Confederacy. Anyway, you all know. Yeah, like I just wanted to... Anyway. You're right, LaQuan. The last flag was a plain white flag. Fuck them. Okay. So moving on, I just love that. Like, oh, no. I'm not wearing a Confederate flag. It's the Confederate battle flag. No, that flag was on the Confederate flag. Okay, whatever.
Is the elongated one, Army of Northern Virginia, square.
Yeah, and so why does it matter? Why would you want to wear the flag of the Army of Northern Virginia, which was fighting for the right to own slaves? Okay.
That flag represents the red...
By the way, also was not great for white people. I want to point that out. The Army of Northern Virginia, not great for white people. It was entirely made up of white people, and a lot of poor white people died in it, fighting for nothing. Okay, so I'm not like, I mean, more power to you. If you want to celebrate the group where your racist ancestors got slaughtered, I'm all for the slaughter. Well, okay. All right, whatever.
Represents the blood of Christ. The stars, the states, the white purity.
Are you for or against the Confederate statues going back up?
Well, we've already put one back up. So I got the one back up in Arlington Cemetery because I got hold of it.
Right.
And so I was able to give it back to Secretary Hegseth, and he's able to put it back up.
Wait, did he say that? Did he say the purity? I'm going to go back. Did he say that white represents purity? I honestly, like, I had trouble coping with what he was saying, so I didn't listen.
This one right there.
Well, that was the battle flag of the Army of Northern Virginia, or the Army of Tennessee, actually, is the elongated one, Army of Northern Virginia, square. That
I am
flag
partially deaf.
The red represents the blood of Christ. The stars, the states, the white purity.
Are you?
Oh, okay, that's funny. Oh, okay. Actually, I forgot about that. I forgot that represented purity. So that's kind of telling. Do you notice, guys, how he saved that color for last? Okay. Oh my God, Trump failed. You know they say that, and it's not true. It's not true, okay? Or at least it's definitely not true on a large scale. Anyway, I like how he saved that one for last. It's like he was hoping that the guy would interrupt him before he had to say it. Oh, and the white stands for purity. Interesting. I feel like that has more than one meaning for these people. Okay, that's really gross. The guy is basically a Grand Wizard. Yep, Yep, LaQuan, that's cute. That's very cute. I love that. Okay.
For or against the Confederate statues going back up?
There you go, Lucas.
Well, we've already put one back up. So I got the one back up in Arlington Cemetery because I got hold of it.
Right.
And so I was able to give it back to Secretary Hegseth, and he's able to put it back up.
Donald Trump just...
Oh, great. Hegseth putting back Confederate... Okay, great.
Put a Confederate monument back up in Washington, D.C. Are you for that or against that?
Put up a what?
A Confederate monument that was taken down in 2020, put back up in D.C.
I was always taught for my 78 years that if you don't honor history,
And remember,
okay, I would love this guy's. I would love to see this guy riding on the back of a John Deere tractor into modern day battle. I think we should reenact this. I think he needs to ride on the back of a John Deere tractor into a lineup of Union soldiers firing real bullets at him, because that's what he loves. He loves history, and I feel like he definitely has a I feel like he definitely has a John Deere tractor. So we definitely need to let him experience the war that he loves so much. Okay, so let's go right into it. Let's do it. Let's reenact. If he wants to go fight that war again like his ancestor did, I'm all for it. Anyone want to volunteer to be on the Union side? Let's try this. Let's do this.
You will be deemed to repeat it.
What did you think about the,
exactly.
the East Wing of the
Let
White
him live
House
his
being
best
torn
life,
down?
guys. If he wants to say it with his full chest, he should see what it was like to be his ancestors, okay? And see what it's like to feel the lead of 100 Union soldiers piercing his chest. Okay.
Have no problem with it.
We weren't exactly sure. We needed to orient ourselves, which was east, which was west. So you asked somebody, a Secret Service officer, where the East Wing was, and you were kind of corrected on that, right?
Yeah, in your groove. Okay, in your groove. Thank you for reminding me. I should say this. We all know, guys, that most of these statues were put up in the 1920s and 30s, right? You know why, guys? Because there was a massive resurgence of the KKK and white racial supremacy in the 1920s and 30s. It was to scare brown people. It was literally terrorism. That's why there's all these statues that you see all over the place were put up in the 1920s and 30s. So even if, the Daughters of the Confederacy did it. Even if you you like the idea of remembering the past, these weren't even put up during the time period that they're remembering, okay? They were put up later by a bunch of white supremacists, okay, who were trying to rewrite the history of the Confederacy. So that's cute. During a time of resurgence for the Ku Klux Klan, all right?
And, there is no East Wing. The East Wing was torn down. So,
What about the one of
No, you're not wrong. Trump failed. There were also some put up in the 60s, which is not coincidental. Trump failed. There were also a lot put up in the 60s. Most of them were in the 20s and 30s, though.
Pike in D.C. Is that good that that's back
I don't know
up?
where that one is. I don't know that one.
It's pretty close to the White House.
Yeah, I don't know that one. So I can only pay attention to Virginia.
So
That's my only hope.
you don't like them going back up in places that aren't museums and battlefields.
Well, it all depends on whose role it is. So I'm not for or against what they're, but I do know the ones that I can control.
Right.
The ones that I can get back up in museums and battlefields. So we'll get that done.
people would say that the flag has racist connotations.
No, they hijacked my flag.
Okay.
Who hijacked your flag?
It's the flag of my ancestors. Small-minded individuals hijacked it and made my life harder because of that.
Oh, guys,
Guys,
don't you know he's the victim here? You know, oh my God, his sad little flag got hijacked, okay? And they ruined his flag for him. Oh, God. Right. Oh my God. Yeah, victim of Dunning-Kruger, right? He's such a victim that the Confederacy hijacked his flag, and that's literally what it represented. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, he's like, guys, honestly, look at his beard, like his mustache and his hair. He's trying to be a Confederate general. Have you seen some of the photos of Confederate generals from the time? They love their little mustaches and their hair and shit. Okay, he wants to be a Confederate general, I'm sure. Again, I'm telling you, we should give him that wish, right? We should give him that wish. Let's go do a reenactment with real bullets at Gettysburg, okay? Let's reenact Pickett's Charge, which is where Confederate soldiers marched unstoppingly across the field into Union gunfire until they were all mowed down. I feel like we should honor his request, okay? Let's reenact Gettysburg, okay? And we'll see how that ended for the Confederacy. All right.
Maybe now that flag is just associated with that, and when you associate with it, you're associating with the kind of the hate and the racism?
No, I do not. We didn't go up north and attack them. They came down here and attacked us.
So first of all, that is demonstrably not true. Okay, that is just like demonstrably not true. The war was started by the Confederacy attacking a U.S. federal fort called Fort Sumter. They were the aggressors. Second of all, okay, this is hilarious to me. Second of all, someone tell me in the chat, where did the Battle of Gettysburg take place? Tell me in the chat, because he clearly doesn't know a damn thing. Where did the Battle of Gettysburg take place? What state? Someone tell me. What state did the Battle of Gettysburg take place? What do we think here? Someone tell me. No, does no one know? You don't know where the Battle of Gettysburg took place? I'm sure you know. Nope. Not Virginia, not Texas. Okay. Someone tell me. Nope, it wasn't. It isn't. Nope, it's not. Pennsylvania. Thank you, Fortitude. Now tell me, is Pennsylvania in the South or in the North? Because that's okay, guys. It's in the North, right? So yes, the Confederacy did invade the North in an effort to conquer Washington, D.C. They did invade Pennsylvania. So it's simply not true that, it was the North coming into the South. The Confederacy attacked a fort, and yeah, the North came into the South a bit, but the Confederacy also went up into the North. Hilarious. Clearly a preemptive defensive invasion, very much an Israel excuse level thing there, right? Okay. And yes, I will say, I know this might be sad, but the North did invade the South. Oh my God, I feel so sad for the Confederacy that Ulysses S. Grant kicked your ass all the way down the Mississippi. And then Sherman kicked your ass all the way to the ocean through Georgia. And that the Union kicked your ass in Pennsylvania. Such a sad ending for them. Okay, sad ending.
We defended home and hearth.
Do you think it's heritage, not hate?
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't it be both?
No.
No.
The news isn't just about what happens anymore.
It's about how, which source,
Let's go on here. Here's an ad.
Like the going to ground.
Confederate flag, the thing
here on the screen. Navigate the news with more
those
clarity.
poor small slave owners.
And that's how you.
Yeah, it's so bad. I feel so bad that they had to go into the South.
We're here outside a Trump rally, and they're selling
QR code
and to defeat the slave owners.
To navigate.
The
news.
Guys, that in a lot of textbooks, originally in the South, Southern textbooks didn't call the Civil War the Civil War. They called it the War of Northern Aggression. Yes, Gwen, I'm sorry, you get a boop. Boop. Whoever said Pennsylvania gets a boop. Fortitude gets a boop. Boop. So they literally, in Southern textbooks, they used to call the War of Northern Aggression, even though it was demonstrably not a war of aggression by the North. It was a war of aggression by the South, who were traitors. Okay. I'm not a big fan of the whole traitor thing, because I don't really care about that, but yes, they were traitors to the America. Okay, I said Alaska. My opinions are more invalid than your facts. Hilarious, invalid. All right,
with more clarity, and that's how you fucking sell something.
Hello, Retro Asher.
Is the Confederate flag the thing to put out there if you want to bring this nation together?
The Confederate flag is a Southern heritage, and everything that's being divided and taken away from us, our Southern heritage. No, I stand against that. But
what is Southern heritage, guys? What do you think the heritage of the South was? It was literally founded as a giant slave plantation. Sorry to tell you that. It wasn't about pecan pie and, whatever the fuck else they think down there in the South. Those goddamn, white segregation is sitting on their giant plantation front porches, selling pecan pie that's probably been made by a black kitchen servant. Anyway, mint juleps. Okay, that's cute. That's great. By the way, most of the cute things that come from the South were invented by black people. I'm not joking. The vast majority of the Southern comfort food that we think of was made by black folks and formerly enslaved and enslaved people. So even the good stuff that comes from the South is not from the slave owners. All right. What is that I hear? Do you guys hear that? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just Chainbreaker. Chainbreaker is thirsting for blood. Anyway, so okay. Most of the best parts of American culture come from black people, that's for sure. Okay, we'll continue.
Nothing to do with racism.
But people think of it because, it represents slavery and then anti-slavery. Do you understand why people might think that?
Yeah,
What about people that don't understand the swastika?
Please tell me I'm not the only one that heard that. The swastika. The swastika. Also, guys, that's what happens when you do segregation for so long. You just get inbreeding that happens. You're only breeding with your fellow white people. You get a lot of inbreeding that happens, and then suddenly. Anyway, I have trouble pronouncing words. So we got. We can review. Can we review repressive sublimation? Sure, Macy. Repressive sublimation is where cultural things that are forms of rebellion get integrated into the capitalist system and then sold for profit. Okay. Oh, kind of like the Confederate flag. Okay. I just posted an IMG and stream discuss. Oh, really? That's funny. Swastika. Both bad. Neither is misunderstood. Yeah, exactly. The best pork is in bread. Okay. All right.
Can you tell me about it?
Yeah, the swastika is a sign of peace. Hitler took it in 1935 when he became chancellor. He took it and
right, but guys, okay. Now, if you were to see someone wearing the swastika in the United States, how many people do we think modern day in the United States are publicly wearing a swastika because they view it as a sign of peace? Right? Okay. There's a reason why we say that the Nazis ruined the symbol, because they ruined the symbol. I don't think anyone is really wearing a swastika in the United States because they care about peace. Yeah, like I think we know if someone's wearing a swastika. Yeah, no, Matt Saigai, but Matt Saigai, Hindus are not wearing it out in public on like their shirts, are they? I want to point out that I used to live in a house in Massachusetts where there was a swastika, an erased swastika above my front door because there had been Hindu folks that lived there before me. And they were nice enough to remove it before they left. But I knew like the meaning of that symbol was peace. It was a religious thing for them. And they actually made sure it wasn't, you couldn't actually see it. It was sort of hard to see. So they knew it was there. They understood that they shouldn't, that might cause pushback. But like if you see someone wearing it, you know that, okay. Yeah, and it looks different, by the way. The Hindu swastika looks much different from the Nazi swastika, and there's typically dots. A lot of times there's dots. Okay. Anyway, moving on.
Turned it into evil.
But do you want people wearing a swastika around?
I don't care if they wear a swastika around. It doesn't bother me.
Sorry, God.
It doesn't bother you.
No, because it doesn't mean what everybody thinks it
I feel
means.
like we've seen this before.
But
it doesn't
could
mean.
You understand if people? But could you understand if people didn't want to see a swastika around?
Yeah, I can understand it.
So could you understand why the Confederate flag?
I don't know, Matt Saigai, though. Some of the Hindutvas might actually claim it's peace, but anyway.
That might make people feel the same way.
No.
We're down the street from the Capitol. That was a place where they were running around with Confederate flags on, I think it was January 6th, 2021, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So they put Confederate flags in there. The Confederate monuments are going back up in D.C. It's almost like the rise of, like, the Confederacy again?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Do you think the war ever
The Confederacy will rise again. I don't know. Why did I sound French? I don't know. I don't know why I sounded French. By the way, for the UKers out there, well, for everyone, the British actually sent advisors and observers to the South to hang out with the Southern military. Now, they never officially got on the side of the South. They kind of helped a little bit, but not much. Because they liked the idea of weakening the United States and helping to split it into two for a bunch of reasons. But that's an interesting point. I just said that because I was thinking the French, but the UK actually, the British Empire at the time was very close to siding with the South.
Really ended for some people.
You know what? On January 6, 2021, I asked someone that very question. I think there's going to be a situation like the Civil War.
Oh my God, look at this goddamn guy. Look at this guy. Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We need to call the Massachusetts regiment up. What are they called again? The Massachusetts regiment. I can always forget the which regiment it is. There it is, the 54th Massachusetts. Anyone ever heard of the 54th Massachusetts? It was an all-black. Oh my God, they're so hot. Oh God, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say it that way. I just think, okay, I shouldn't say that. 1 second. Let me show you a better picture. Let me show you a better picture. Okay, look at this shit. This is the 54th. I can barely see it here. This is the 54th Massachusetts Regiment. Now, these are men in uniform I can get behind, okay? Okay, look at this. This is the 54th Massachusetts. Why the hell? God damn it. I'm never going to be able to show you a picture of them because of the goddamn internet who hates me. Well, mainly because I'm incompetent. Let me find a better picture of them. I'll find a better one here. Okay, fine. We'll just do this one. Is this one going to be a good one?
This is...
Okay, here. We'll just, I don't know, whatever. Okay, here we go. This is the 54th Massachusetts Regiment. It was an all-black Union unit who fought extremely bravely, took very high casualties. Because yes, exactly, Louise. This is the unit that the film Glory is based off of. These guys were based. They were not treated well, okay, but they were based and badass, and they a lot of the people that fought, yeah, very sad, right, Louise? Movie. A lot of the people that fought for, yeah, that fought for the North, okay, they may not have been directly fighting to end slavery, okay? A lot of them were fighting to maintain the Union. Some of them were fighting to end the slavery who were white, okay? Not all of them were, though. A lot of them were fighting because they had to. I'm not diminishing their sacrifice, so I want to point that out. That the outcome was still good for people. That being said, these guys knew exactly what they were fighting for, okay? Exactly what they were fighting for, okay? They knew that they were fighting for freedom and things like that. And they were often mistreated by white Union soldiers. They were really only allowed to have white commanding generals, and oftentimes they were sent in first to battle and took the worst casualties. But it was well known by the South, that these guys were you did not want to fight them because of how hard they fought. Ultimately, this unit almost got completely destroyed, unfortunately, at a battle called the Battle of Fort Wagner, where they were sent in to do a direct charge on a Union fort, and they were mainly wiped out. But just to show you a story here that'll infuriate you, okay, that'll very much infuriate you, is after this battle took place, so the Confederacy actually released a statement that said any black soldier of the Union caught will be treated as a slave insurrectionist and will be summarily executed and will not be held as a prisoner of war. Furthermore, any white officer caught leading black troops would also be summarily executed as engaging in servile insurrection. So they're like, nope, there's no laws of war in regards to capturing black Northern soldiers because they're just runaway slaves who are implementing insurrection. And any white, heritage, not hate, any white officers caught leading them will also be executed because they are promoting slave insurrection. Really gross. And here's a real depressing story. Not that depressing, but a dark story, just to show you how much you should hate the Confederacy. The mother of one of these guys from the 54th Regiment sent a letter to the Confederacy after the Battle of Fort Wagner asking for her son's body to be returned to her. Okay? Because that was the practice. Normally, both sides would typically send each other's bodies back to each other, to get them buried. And she was a black woman, and she sent a message being, "Hey, please send my son's body back to me." The Confederacy responded. They responded, and I'm not going to use the word they use, guys. You can guess. They responded by saying, "No, he will be forever buried in a trench with the rest of you N-words." Or I should say, he'll forever be buried in a hole with the rest of you. Okay, that is the level of people that lived in the South at the time. That is the level of the Confederacy. Okay. Refusing to return a black woman's son's body and then calling them the N-word and just throwing all their bodies in a giant hole because they're not human. So I have no sympathy for the South. And if I had my way, I would resurrect all of them just so we could shoot. Let me rephrase this. I would resurrect all of them so we could replay the Civil War as long as there were no casualties on our side. Yeah. Kind of, Fetty, you notice how it kind of sounds like Israelis, kind of. So that's the level that we had going on in the South there, guys. Like, that story just epitomizes what the South was about, does it not? Okay. All right. Yeah. Yes. Lincoln made some proclamations saying that that was very illegal. Doubt it was ever actionable. Like, the Southerners did it, were held responsible for their crimes. No, they weren't. Yeah, they weren't held responsible, of course. So, okay. So that's good. And by the way, they weren't the only all-black unit that fought. There were lots of other ones. As a matter of fact, a lot of people don't know that the first female military commander in the United States was Harriet Tubman. During the Civil War, she led raids of black soldiers into the South, liberating enslaved people from plantations and taking them into the North. So she actually led a military unit and raided into the South during the war in a very badass operations of black soldiers doing this. Okay? So, yeah, you're right, Gwen. If the South wants to rise again, let's let them rise again just so we can put them down again. That would amuse me greatly. That would be greatly amusing to me. It'd be like a field day for me if I got to bring Chainbreaker into battle. Okay? All right. Anyway, Matt, thank you, Matt Saiga, for the contribution, really. All right? So anyway, just a story there. Just a story there. I know I'm kind of rambling here. You guys triggered my my history senses. Yep. Well, Harriet Tubman kicks ass. I love her. She was. Thank you so much, Matt Saiga, really, for that other contribution. Okay, let's continue.
Eventually.
What side would you be on?
Look at my mask.
Okay. Again, I would like to give this guy his wish. I would like to give this guy his wish. If he wants to be on the Confederate side, let's replay the Civil War. That'll be fun. Of course, I would not do what Lincoln did at the end. I would, execute the people who were traitors. I would just to let you know, I would not have given clemency to anyone. Anyway.
That should tell you.
Matt Saiga, thank you so much. Thank you, Matt Saiga. You're so kind. Really, thank you.
Confederate side.
Absolutely.
Do you think the Civil War ever really ended?
No.
No? Are you in favor of an America First agenda?
Matt Saiga. Oh, thank you, Matt Saiga.
I don't know if I could really say that. That might be a political statement, and we do not involve ourselves in politics.
You guys don't take sides. The Sons of the Confederacy doesn't take sides.
Correct.
How many members of your organization are black?
How many are black?
No, I know. Outer Signal. It's kind of like, I feel kind of dumb even talking about this. The fact that we have to talk about this. Outer Signal says the fact that we're still arguing over whether these guys were racist or not in 2026. I know, right? Outer Signal. It's like, this is why we're watching it though, because it's just kind of amusing at this point. Like, does any person in their right mind really not think that these guys aren't racist? There has to be just, even like a lot of Republicans would be like, well, maybe not a lot of Republicans, but this is just like, of course they're goddamn racist, right? I mean, the whole purpose of the Confederacy was racism, literally. All right? And they lost. Again, they're a bunch of racist losers. All right?
Probably more than you would be surprised. I personally do not have the census of the national.
If you had to do a ballpark, how many would it be?
If I had to do a ballpark, I have no idea. I don't even know how many members we have.
But if you had to just guess, how many members are black?
Hello, Crawl of Xanth. So glad you're here.
America first? Yeah. All right.
Hilarious.
Land of the free, home of the brave.
It's got the Confederate flag now.
Hilarious. Yeah, America first, and you have a Confederate flag. Funny.
Part of the Civil War was fighting for the rights of slavery.
Actually, it was not. Read the New Hampshire monument to the Union soldiers. It's
okay. Would someone tell me, for the history people out there who know anything about sourcing, why would a monument to Confederate soldiers not be a good source for understanding why the Confederates went to war? Would someone explain to me why any reasonable historian or anyone who knows anything about how to do sourcing would not want to quote a monument to Confederate soldiers? Like, he just said, well, just read the New Hampshire monument to Confederate soldiers. Yes, invalid axiom, obviously, bias, propaganda, and it was created after the Civil War. It has nothing to do with what happened during the Civil War, right? It has not, exactly. So let me show you guys a source here. I'll show you a source. Okay, you want to see a real source. I need to find it. Document. I forget what the name of the document is. Here we go. Here it is. Here's the Declaration. Here's the Declaration of the Causes of the Seceding States. So this was written by the Confederate government, all right? Okay. Trying to find here a brief history of the rise, progress, and policy of anti-slavery. Okay, literally, this whole paragraph is saying how the Union is a threat because it's trying to limit slavery. All right, literally this whole, I'm not even going to read it. The party of Lincoln, called the Republican Party under its present name and organization, is of recent origin. It is admitted to be an anti-slavery party. Okay. It is advocating for anti-slavery in its mission and purpose. Okay, here we go. While the subordination and the political and social inequality of the African race was fully conceded by all, it is plainly apparent that slavery would soon disappear from what is now the non-slaveholding states of the original 13. So it literally goes on to say, you know, I'm not going to go into this, but guys, though, if you just read this document, it is literally talking about how they're trying to end the racial separation of whites and blacks. Black people are fundamentally inferior, and that the ending of slavery is just an attack on the South, blah, 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 and that the reason they're going to war is because of all these restrictions on slavery. It literally, I don't even need to read it. I can send you guys, here, I will literally send you the link in case you want to, if you need proof that I'm not lying to you, there you go. So, okay, there you go. They literally just admit it. They just admit it. I'm trying to see here. All right, you guys get it, though. So, and there's several of these documents. They literally sent these documents out in order to convince other states to do it, all right? So, they admit it openly. They admit it openly. Fake document. Hey, you want to see, guys, the real this is the American Battlefield Trust. You can even see, and I know you guys don't actually mean it's fake, you can see the original document here. And you can see all the Confederate states that signed it. All right. So just to be clear, that's a document, not a statue. Right, fake. Every primary source is a forgery, right? That's only one of many that I've seen and read, guys. It's not like they were hiding it. They were open about it being slavery, okay? So, okay, let's continue.
Says specifically this monument.
But who are you? Who are you?
Oh, no. Uh-oh, he's offended a Southern good old boy.
I'm Captain Brigade Commander. Who are y'all?
Why did that guy just interrupt us in such a rude way?
Why did he interrupt you? Because he thought that you were harassing me, which you're not. You haven't harassed me. You've been saying and harassing me. You've been saying
your friend here.
But he does not want our name dragged through the mud.
Do I do an interview?
No.
I'm sorry. You already said you love the Confederacy. He doesn't have to do anything to drag your name through the mud. I think you've done that yourself. Though I do support dragging his name through the mud more.
I am right now.
All right.
I do not want.
Meowzord, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Meowzord. Meowzord says Confederates and Zionists act eerily similar. You're not wrong, Meowzord. Remember, the Confederates were always screaming about being the victims. We're the victims. You're trying to take away our slaves. You're stealing our states' rights. Like, not that much of an exaggeration.
I don't have anything very nice to say.
Okay.
You don't have to.
All right, you don't have to do an interview.
I want to know what this is about. Let's go over here and talk.
No, man, we're good. We gotta keep working. No, you were yelling at us. Please don't touch me. Don't touch
babies. Okay. Yay! Don't we love neo-Confederates, guys? They're so great. Thank you for watching that with me. That was fun. Don't we all love that? Our country's in a great place right now. Yeah, putrid little carnival of hate. I love that. I'm sorry. I just don't know what to say. Is anything sacred anymore, guys? Is there anything that good that we can look at? Like, is there any, can we find like one historical event where there's universal agreement that it's bad and that there aren't lunatics out there that always try to do historical revisionism and like make it out to be a good thing and try and like, you know, defend genocide, mass murder, slavery? I mean, like, is there anything we can, all right. You know, of course there's not. Yeah, racial supremacists are alike all over. Correct, Outer Signal. You're right. It's just, anyway. Dear God. All right. So there we go, guys. That's fun. Don't we like that? Yeah, I guess invalid axiom. Well, no, invalid axiom. Not even the extinction of the dinosaurs is not politicized, because you have the anti-evolution people who claim that the dinosaurs went extinct because of Noah's flood, right? Okay, I know you're that's fair. That's fair. Invalid axiom. I got you. Okay, I see you're joking. If Paul Squall, if it really is about heritage and not hate, where's all the black people at these little events? Don't they have Southern heritage too? Guys, have you seen that? I think I've shown you the Key and Peele skit, where Key and Peele go to like jokingly, there's the skit where they go to a Confederate reenactment. That's hilarious. I think I've shown you before, so I won't do it again. Okay, right. Now, guys, what I've got to do now is pee. Because for some reason, seeing all those Confederates made me really want to expel a waste from my body. So I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I love you all. Please stay around. All right. So, can I just add one last? First of all, hello everyone, I'm back. I enjoyed my urination. It went very well. Can I just add one last thing here? So, I've talked about Lincoln. I like Lincoln. I like some of the things he did. I thought he was a good guy. Oh, shit! Sorry. Forgot to turn off the music. Oh my God. Oh, that's better. Forgive me, folks. Forgive me. Sorry for deafening all of you. I was trying to speak over the rave. Forgive me. So, can I just add? I'm sorry, crowd. Please forgive me. Can I just add? Do we know? This is why. Remember how I said Lincoln? I think he's kind of cool, and I know a lot of folks, because a lot of us aren't big fans of the United States or its history, and I get that. But Lincoln, for the time, was a very cool guy, and I wanted to point out. Do we know how? So he did something called the Emancipation Proclamation, right? Which essentially said that all enslaved people in the southern states were now free. Now, and that's sort of what started this process of ending slavery in the United States. I say starting, bye-bye, Louise. I say starting because the Union, well, okay. This is how he was able to do this. Technically, guys, that is illegal. It's illegal because the Supreme Court had ruled that slaves were property, and therefore you cannot arbitrarily take the property of American citizens. And since the South, according to Lincoln, was still technically part of the United States, it would be illegal to take their property, which were enslaved people. All right. So this is where Lincoln was pretty brilliant. And I know this sounds dark, but just think about this. There is, however, a notion that in war, you're allowed to take the property of your enemies, okay? The government, according to American law, legally in war can take the property of their enemies and at the time, okay? So his whole thing of the Emancipation Proclamation is like, okay, well, if I can't end slavery legally right now, we'll do it this way. Okay, let's say their property. That means wherever the Union military goes, I am taking the property of the South and I'm freeing them because they're mine now, okay? So that sounds dark, but it worked. Everywhere the Union military went, the enslaved people would be, they literally, by the way, guys, in order to make this more legally sound, they would often be, they would be referred to as contraband, as in property captured from the enemy, and then they would immediately be freed and become free people. Okay, so and that made it so that the Supreme Court wouldn't argue with him, and he would be able to do it. Now there is a problem with this, and that is that even though he did the Emancipation Proclamation, he couldn't enforce it. Yeah, free that contraband. He couldn't enforce it anywhere that the Union military was not. That is why there a day that a lot of the that is now celebrated in the United States, what is it called? Juneteenth, which is now an American holiday, is now a national holiday, celebrates the day that the Union military entered Texas, because that was the last state where the Union Army hadn't been, and it marked the last state where there were still enslaved people that hadn't been touched by the Union military. So do we see how, like, that's pretty clever? It's dark, obviously, that we're referring to slaves as human beings, but he was able to mess with the laws to make it so that the South was both part of the United States and an enemy of the United States, and he could free the enslaved people without taking them, without violating the laws of property. And, like, you see what I mean? Okay, he just was very good at playing all these games. And then, of course, after the war, or actually at the end of the war, near the end of the war, he was actually able to pass a constitutional amendment to end slavery. Not completely. It's still legal in prisons. But anyway, just a note there. Okay. So I just thought that was clever that he did that. All right. So, all right. So, what was I going to say here? Okay, let's go on. Some other stuff. What else do we got, guys? What else that we got? All right. So let's see here. How's everyone doing out there? Let me see what we got on Discord to react to. Let's see what we got on Discord to react to here. I want to see what we got here. We got some good stuff, it looks like. We got funny guy says Dems fly the racist flag. Okay, let's watch this. This is from Adam Mockler. Thank you.
The Democrats were the ones.
Let's take a look at it. I'm going to put these on. Let's see what this is. We'll see if it's worth my time, worth our time. I'm sure it will be if it's from Fetty Spaghetti. Let me put up this. Okay. Woo! Yeah, it is. Israel apartheid is worse. Oh, I agree. It is. Gwen, it is. Partially because of technology. Your transitions are always so flawless. How dare you invalid Axiom? I know I have great transitions. What can I say? Okay. Yeah, there's a good event at Galveston for June 19th. Cool. Also, there are walking tours about that's cool, Cicero Fields. Israel apartheid is where I agree. So it is, Gwen, because of technology. Like I said, the South didn't have bombs they could just toss into plantations or whatever. Okay, you know what I mean? Which made it harder to do that. But I know what you mean, though. Okay, or couldn't toss into black neighborhoods, even though they did do that once, actually. If anyone's ever heard of the Pennsylvania bombing where the police literally bombed a black neighborhood, I guess they did do that kind of, but you're right, not on the same level as Israel. So thank you, Matt Saigai. I'll take a drink. Thank you, Matt Saigai, for the contributions. Okay, let's watch this. Thank you, Fetty, for sending this. And my transitions are flawless. Shame on you, invalid Axiom.
The Democrats were the ones that were for slavery. The Democrats were the ones that came up with the Jim Crow stuff.
Even if all of that were true about slavery, which party flies the Confederate flag today?
A lot of the Democrats.
You really think Democrats fly the Confederate flag more than
Democrats
Republicans?
yes.
Overwhelmingly, you'll see a Confederate flag right next to a Trump flag. That's just how it works nowadays.
I haven't seen that overwhelmingly.
You really? You think,
Where?
was it Democrats or Republicans
Really?
trying to?
I've never met a single Democrat that flies a Confederate flag, okay? I mean, obviously. Yeah, he's just straight up lying. Come on, guys. When Americans, you know that when you see a Confederate flag, you know exactly what their political leanings are. There's no guys, the Ku Klux Klan uses the Confederate flag. It's obvious. It's like screaming that you're an idiot and that you're far right, right? Yeah, like,
Take down Confederate statues.
Confederate statues?
Which party was trying to take down Confederate statues?
Domestic terrorists?
What's the statue got to do with?
You're saying that Democrats are pro-Confederate, but weren't Democrats trying to remove Confederate
Okay, Adam
statues?
Mockler.
Why are they doing?
Good job, Adam Mockler.
Because they're anti-Confederate.
No, they're not.
Why are
You can see his brain having trouble with this one.
they trying to remove the statues then?
Because they're trying to change the history of our country. You know what? Take your camera and go interview all these black people that are here, okay?
Yeah.
And you ask
The
them.
three
if
black
they-
people that are here?
If you ask them.
That was good. That was a great way of framing that. But wait, who's doing all the defending of the Confederate statue? So good. I love that. Like, what's that phrase that George Orwell came up with? Doublethink? Like the ability to hold two contradictory thoughts in your head at the same time and not notice the contradiction. There you go. Okay. All right. Yeah. So that's fun. Let's see what else we got here. So this was sent by.
Is there anything that you would like to?
Now, I don't know if I might get a copyright on this one. Let's see here. We'll see about doing this. I have to check. Maybe we'll do this next time, Gwen. I got to make sure I don't get copyrighted for it. But this looks like a good one. We'll do this later, okay? Let's go on and see what else we have here. We got this one here, which is is NATO already over? Oh, what's this shit? Oh my God, Meowser, that's hilarious. That is goddamn hilarious. Can I open this up? Oh, look at that, guys. So this sent to us by Meowser. Apparently this is. No, don't worry, Gwen. I'll check. It looks good. I'll just check before I show it. It just might not be this time. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Apparently there are big. This is hilarious. Oh, this is in the Philippines. I love this. I love this. So this is like, is this mocking her or do they not realize that this is not her? Oh my God, that's funny. Okay. Well, I support this. I support them confusing the real Erica Kirk with the comedian. This is good. All right. Thank you for sharing that, Malzard. Matt Saigai, thank you so much for all the contributions again. Okay, let's see here. Now this impact. What is this? Another one from Fetty Spaghetti here.
What Democrats were asking for ICE and CBP on their quote-unquote reforms were absolutely absurd. They asked for things, for instance, like ICE could not be at polling places.
The right just said the quiet part out loud here. That Republican senator admitted they withheld TSA's pay because they want to keep people from voting. So we had a tiny glimmer of hope that this TSA saga would be over when the Senate finally passed a partial DHS funding bill. This would have provided funding for all agencies except for ICE and parts of Border Patrol, tabling those until accountability reforms could be discussed. That all came to a grinding halt when the House, with Trump's urging, rejected the bill and instead proposed their own. So now DHS remains partially funded. We have competing bills that no one wants to sign, and Congress gets to go on a nice 2-week vacation. They basically put a band-aid on the issue and didn't actually solve anything. But hearing that Republicans say Democrats are being difficult because they don't want ICE at the polls gives this whole shutdown a new perspective. It's a sign the GOP is trying to use this shutdown as leverage for the 2026 elections. To be very clear, it is widely accepted that ICE, or any federal law enforcement for that matter, is not allowed to be stationed at a polling place in a way that interferes with voting or intimidates voters. That's
Part of the reason why Republicans blocked it is it said it couldn't be at a polling place. Oh, I got it. So they want to make sure ICE can go to polling places. I got it. So they're upset that their little fascist dictatorial takeover might be stymied by it. That makes sense.
Shouldn't even have to be put in a bill. And while the right insists that you have nothing to worry about if you're a citizen, you can't ignore the fact that ICE has detained U.S. citizens.
Right, guys. That, guys, don't you love that? That's like that. Isn't that like the stereotypical fascist authoritarian thing? You have nothing to worry about if you haven't done anything wrong, right? As long as you don't do anything wrong, you have nothing to worry about. Yeah, we've set up the cameras. Yeah, we got a camera in your bathroom and a camera in your bedroom. Yeah, you know, where we're taking your blood and checking your DNA everywhere you go, etc. But nothing to worry about as long as you're doing nothing wrong. You know, I'm exaggerating, but you get the idea. Okay. It's already against the law in most states. No intimidating voters at polling places. Yeah, of course, in your group, but you know, I'm sure they have leniency to decide what's intimidating voters. Okay, great. If ICE is at polling places, someone is going to get shot by them. Crowd, they probably would love that. It would give them an excuse. Why is asking ICE to obey the law such a big ask? Of course, in a group, because they want to use it to intimidate people and shit.
Murdered multiple people in broad daylight. That's kind of the whole reason Democrats are fighting for accountability measures in this DHS funding bill in the first place. To keep federal workers without pay for weeks, wreak havoc at airports, and refuse accountability for ICE, all so that ICE can get more money and be at the polls, shows just how scared Republicans must be for the midterms.
Yep. Okay, that is one good point of this. They are terrified, and they should be, because it's not looking good for them. Regardless, we need to do more than just focused on electoralism, but okay. Great. That's good news, at least, that they are deeply afraid. Okay, let me see what else we got here. We got... Ooh. This was sent to us by Mr. Kincaid.
Donald Trump has spent years telling us who belongs in this country and who doesn't. So let's talk about his family, shall we? Trump's grandfather was born Friedrich Trump in 1869 in Bavaria. Germany had mandatory military service. Friedrich was required to serve.
1 second. I don't want to watch this her right now. I saw another one that she did that looked great. I don't think that's the right one. 1 second, guys. I'm just going to check. Where is this shit? La-da-da. How's everyone doing out there while I'm doing this? By the way, guys, there is a big... there's some interesting stuff happening. Sorry, that was a dumb thing to say. There's some interesting stuff happening in the conservative Christianity world. They are freaking out because they've noticed that they're losing people aren't joining Christianity as much. Okay, they're just not. They're losing numbers. So there's been a big campaign that has started on like Fox News to give the impression that young people are joining Christianity in record numbers, but it's a lie. It's not true. It's the opposite. But they're still pushing out all this propaganda. Maybe we'll watch a video about it soon. I don't know what this is. This is Gay White Jesus. I just saw this and it made me happy when I saw that. So let's just watch this real fast.
Have a problem when they changed Jesus' skin color in the original story, so why are you up in arms about it this time?
Oh, something that I know. So let's talk about when they changed Jesus.
Is this a guy reacting to a woman reacting to a guy?
His skin color from looking like he was from the Middle East to looking like he was from Europe. So you know Michelangelo, the guy who painted the Sistine Chapel? Well, he had a picture of a white guy up on his wall, and when the Pope came into his room and asked, "Hey, who is that?" Michelangelo said, "Oh, that's our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ." No, it wasn't. It was his lover. So if you got a picture of a guy who's my complexion, with his arms out, with thorns around his forehead on your wall, you got a picture of a gay guy. We're actively worshiping a false idol by y'all's pretenses, because that's not Jesus. That's a homosexual who y'all also bastardize, even though it's not in the Bible at all to do that.
Oh my God. I love that. I love that explanation. I had never heard that. Is that true? He was like, oh, that's my lover. This does explain, guys, all the sexy images of Jesus out there, which I've talked about before. Why is Jesus Christ so sexy in all of his images? Why does he look like a twink that's been laid out? So like Jesus, okay, let me show you. We've done this before, but let's repeat this narrative. Jesus image, okay, like, he looks very gay. I just got to tell you, he looks very. First of all, oh my God, look at that face. Look, like, that is a very gay Jesus. I mean, dear God, does he have? Okay, I don't know if you guys can see it. That's a very effeminate face, is it not? I mean, okay, all right. I'm just saying, or, okay, what else we got here? Look at this Jesus. Oh my God, look at those eyes, those big eyes. Like, look at this crap. Okay, like that is, he looks like a drag queen. I'm just saying, this makes everything make a lot more sense. He's always talking about his daddy. Right? Come on. He's always talking about his daddy. He's like, oh, my daddy wants me to do this, and my daddy wants me to do that. What else? Yeah, he definitely has daddy issues. What else we got here? I mean, come on. Oh, well, there's Black Jesus. Dear God. Oof. Okay. Anyway, even Black Jesus kind of looks gay. Okay, you know what? Even like, look at this. Okay, here is Jesus Christ on the cross, completely shirtless, kind of a lithe physical form. Apparently, Jesus, guys, had abs, not ads, had abs and pecs and shit, even though he was living in a time when he probably didn't have exactly good access to a place to work out or access to good food. But apparently he deserves to look very gay up there on the cross. So, okay, quiet, Dolly boy. So again, this really makes sense to me. I am completely all for this narrative that Jesus is in fact a gay man. All right. Definitely a gay man. 100%. I'm trying to see, like, there's so many images out there of Jesus. Like this one. Why do we need to make him this live twink? Okay. Why? Yeah. Stop hating on my homoerotic Christ. I'm sorry. I'm just saying, like, why does Jesus always have to be a twink? Why can't he be an otter once in a while? Why can't we have a Jesus with some body hair? Why does he always have to be hairless? I don't understand. It's blowing my mind. I don't get it. And, also, if he was from the Middle East, I doubt he looked this way. Okay, just saying. Like, this is a Jesus I can believe in, right? This is probably, like, that might be more accurate, but, like, still kind of gay. Look at this. Why is Jesus showing some nip, okay? Why is he doing, see this? Why in this image is Jesus like part of his cloak part way down his body like that? Like, let me just show you a little skin. So I'm just saying, I think all of this is very telling. Not to mention, guys, not only did Jesus have daddy issues, he also was nailed by soldiers, by men in uniform. I'm just saying he was, okay? He was. And we're expected to, if you're a Catholic, you're expected to eat him. I'm just saying. Okay? Right, Dolly Boy. Dolly Boy says, God, I wish I was nailed by a Roman. You see what I mean? Now, I'm not trying to be dark. I'm not trying to be a dark. We know what they say about Italians, but I'm not trying to be dark. I'm just saying, this whole narrative really matches for me. This really makes sense the more I think about it. Okay, this really makes sense. All right. So that's cute. Let's see what else there is to watch. I'm off on my little rant. Yeah, lots of medieval artists were into this smooth twink look. Clearly, guys. I mean, Jesus, right? No pun intended. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm sure, Drusilla. Okay. Anyway, just a side note there. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. What else do we got here? Let's see here. So we did raise enough money, guys, to play a game. Let's play a game. I think I'm done with this shit for today. I don't see any other things that I want to watch right away. So let's just play a game, shall we? Everyone ready? Also, you drink his blood, so I wouldn't kink shame, but definitely not kink. Yeah, that's true. Look, while we did drink Jesus's blood, also, right? I really identify with this Jesus guy. Is there a group of people that talk about him? Oh, Dolly Boy, I have a few clubs that you could go to that are very Jesus-centric, if you know what I mean. Let's play the food game, guys, shall we? I think we need a break from this horror, and I really want to yell at you. So let's do this, okay? We did a great job today. We did serious stuff for 4.5 hours. That's about as most as you can expect. Maybe more some other time. Let's do food guesser, shall we? And eat his flesh. Christians do. Of course they do, Crawl. I always make that joke about how, like, why is it? By the way, guys, okay, let me show you something. I was a Catholic, right? So I can talk about this. I can make fun of Catholics because I'm a Catholic, or I was a Catholic. I was raised a Catholic, went to Catholic school. Catholic altars. So what is kind of funny about a Christian altar? Let me show you here. Okay, there's a lot of weird shit that goes on. A lot of weird shit about Christian or Catholic altars. So like here we have an image of a a Catholic altar. So you go into like a church and there's like an altar up there, right? There's an altar up there. Now, historically, guys, in other religions, times, and places, let's use this one. In other religions, times, and places, what would you do at an altar? So let's say if you were like, I don't know, a Viking, what would happen at an altar? Someone tell me. What would happen at an altar? Thank you, lurking snow leopard. Sacrifice. Literally, guys, or even in, sacrifice, sometimes human sacrifice. You would definitely be sacrificing animals up there. Or even in ancient Jewish culture, there was the idea of you would take an animal, you would bring like a dove or a lamb or whatever it may be, okay? You would bring that to the priest. They would take it to an altar. They would sacrifice it to God, okay, or to a deity if you were a polytheist. So what is funny, that's kind of funny because the Catholics kept that tradition of having an altar where there'd be a sacrifice. Not only that, behind the altar, or a lot of times around the altar, there'd be an image of Jesus on the cross, which was, by all accounts, a human sacrifice. That was God sacrificing his son to himself for the sake of humanity. So not only do we have a altar where that used to be a place for sacrifice, you have an image of a man being sacrificed to God by God, which makes no sense. It's basically God sacrificing himself to himself to save us from the curse that he put on us, which makes no sense, but regardless. Then you have in the Catholic Mass, you have a moment where the priest goes up there and holds up a wafer and says, "This is the body of Christ." So you then, and Catholics literally believe that you take the body, you take this wafer and it becomes the body of Christ, and then the wine becomes the blood of Christ. Then you have this giant ceremony where everyone in the church goes up and eats the flesh of Christ and the blood of Christ. Now, I just want to point out, obviously, this isn't how Catholics view it, but yeah, you told that's a funny story. It's kind of metal if you think about it. I'm not saying I support it, but if you think about it that way, it's like super metal. It's like the Catholics are all about sacrifice, human sacrifice, eating human flesh, drinking the blood of Jesus, you know? So in a way, it's kind of cool. Like it's kind of metal, but it's also kind of disturbing, right? Like, it's not that different. Anyway, so just a note there. And by the way, yeah, it's kind of goth in a way. And by the way, guys, of course, it gets darker when you realize that priest is probably molesting kids. Anyway, I guess technically they have, by the way, there was a study in Boston that showed that 10% of priests have molested kids, and that's probably an underestimate. So hey, not only all this sacrifice chance, the low estimate is that there's a 1 in 10 chance that your priest has molested a kid. So there you go. Yeah, Meowsword, kind of. All right. Yay, love that for us. Okay, outer signal. Sometimes I wonder how we describe our religions to an alien species. Right. Right, kind of. So Cal, it is kind of condoning cannibalism in a way. So just a note there. Love that for us. All right, that's it, guys. That's it. Just saying. That's it. Fun note. Let's go back to the game, shall we? Now that I've made fun of the origins of. Now, I will say, guys, I got to be careful. The reason I say got to be careful is that it is true that in America, especially, there is a history of anti-Catholicism. As in, there's been a lot of bias against Catholics institutionally. There's been a lot of violence done to Catholics because we're a Protestant nation. So like the Ku Klux Klan, for example, would murder Catholics. And a lot of times Catholicism is used as a way to abuse people. So I just want to be clear. I don't want people to think that Catholics are especially evil or anything. No, no, no. I'm making fun of the ideology. I could do the exact same thing for the Protestants. So obviously this should never be used as an excuse to discriminate against Catholics or kill them, obviously. Okay. So yeah, and there was often a racial component to this. There was an idea that the Irish and the Italians are Catholic, and therefore they can't be fully loyal to the United States. So there's a lot of gross stuff there too, okay? All right. That being said, the Catholic Church has also been very discriminatory against Protestants elsewhere. Okay, moving on. So let's play Food Guesser. All right. Food Guesser. Everyone ready? So for those who haven't played Food Guesser before, this is what we're going to do. The goal here, guys, is to get gastronomical genius, all right? We need to get gastronomical genius as a community. Yeah, exactly, Crawl. Blame the Catholics for the actions of the Catholic Church. Correct. Yeah, there you go, Fetty Spaghetti. No. Catholics are not evil. The churches ritualistically drink blood and cover for yeah, exactly, okay? But that's the thing, Fetty Spaghetti, right? The institution is bad, okay? The Catholic Church as an institution is evil, in my opinion. Catholics themselves are not, okay? They're people. And by the way, guys, a lot of Catholics are liberal. A lot of them are, okay? Because there are some teachings in there that are pretty liberal. The idea of like helping the poor. There's a lot of Catholics globally that are socialists. They're socialist Christians because a lot of Catholics take what Jesus said literally, which is not, you can't do amongst a lot of Christians, the idea that you should care for the poor, feed the hungry, and things like that. But the Catholic Church itself, yeah, the Jesuits are not great. This is complicated. Yeah, liberation theology, which is a lot of times has a lot of overlap with socialism. It does. So I don't want to demonize Catholic lay people, but I will demonize the Catholic Church, which I think is evil in a lot of ways. Okay. All right. Moving on. So, let's play this game. Everyone ready? Yeah. Elevator lady. The Pope recently said we need universal health care. Yeah, he did. And he actually recently gave a speech about the need to end war and stuff, and how there's a lot of people who have blood on their hands, a lot of leaders because of the war, which he's implying the United States and Israel, okay? I wish he would be stronger about that regardless. Okay, whatever the case. Yeah. So let's go on here. By the way, elevator lady, that's one of the reasons why Catholics have been disdained in the United States, is because a lot of times they've gone against the narrative of capitalism. That's not the only reason they're disdained, but a lot of times Catholics have been killed or relegated to the edges of society because they're anti-capitalist. But that's only a part of it. Moving on. Yeah, exactly. Yes, Crawl. All right, let's go on. So moving on here. What is this? Everyone ready? Let's guess. Egg yolks, rice, sugar, rice, flour, jasmine water, coconut milk, and pandan leaves. I don't know. Okay, I got you, Gwen. You think SoCal? Okay, fine. I'll do Thailand. If SoCal says Thailand, I'll believe him, and if he's wrong, I will hate him forever. Okay, all right. You know what? I forgive you, SoCal, for all the ways you've hurt me. Okay, all the many ways you've hurt me in this community. I forgive you. And you know what? I give you a boop. Boop. Well done. Everyone else needs to get in the game. And Malzord, you get a boop too. Boop. Okay. Yeah, he got. I'm sure SoCal cheated, but whatever. Okay. Moving on. I'm just kidding. What? This is sensitive content? Whatever. I'm going to show it to you guys. Oh, that's not that bad. They're just dead animals, Any vegetarians out there, hide your eyes, I guess. This is, oh my God. Okay. I'm trying not to be ethnocentric. Rat, bamboo skewer, salt, garlic, chili, coriander, lime, cumin, soy sauce. I'm sure this is tasty for some people. Anyone have a guess at where this is from? It's typically served as a street food. Yeah, I'm trying, Outer Signal. I'm trying not to be ethnocentric here. I really want to say some things about this, but I know I'm being culturally insensitive. This is probably delicious to some people somewhere, and it actually might be really good. We think Cambodia. Yeah, exactly, Outer Signal. I'm not trying to be gross. Okay. Yeah. So what do we think? Laos, Cambodia? You think Cambodia? Okay. Okay, wait. There's a language. There's a language back here. You know what? I think it might be Cambodia. Let's try Cambodia. I would try it once too. But okay, let's try Cambodia. Cambodia. Oh, okay. It borders it. I will try Laos. Nope. Okay, I'm going to try Vietnam. We're close, though, guys. We're close. Yep, Vietnam. Okay. All right. I don't... So, okay. This is literally called rat on a stick. This actually makes sense. The Vietnamese did this really cool thing with the French when they were being called... I don't know if you guys have heard about that. How the Vietnamese resisted the French occupation of their country. The French started offering to pay money for rats' tails because there were tons of rats all over Vietnam, and they kept ruining crops and doing damage to various things. So the French colonial regime offered payment for rats' tails. And you know what local Vietnamese started doing? They started cutting off the tails of rats and then not killing the rats, so that there would always be a supply of rats for them to sell back to the French colonial authorities without actually fixing the rat problem. Anyway, there's a great book about that. But okay, so rat on a stick. You know, I'm not going to judge. Yeah, they started farming rats too. They literally started creating rat farms to sell rat tails to the French colonial authorities. Hilarious. So this is cute. I don't know if I'd want to try this, folks. I know there's no germs in it. There's probably no germs in it because it's been cooked, but just the idea of it would ruin it for me. Okay. All right. But more power to you. Okay, what are the... Ooh, I love these. I love snails. Okay, I love snails. See this? Okay, snails, coconut milk, garlic, onion, ginger, fish sauce, spinach, chili pepper, salt, pepper, lemongrass, turmeric. Ooh. Okay. We should make those in here. Touring Southeast Asia today. Are you really, Meowsworth? I'm so jealous, dear God. Okay, I'm jealous. Yeah, oh, I see. You mean, no, in this. What do we think this is from? I love snails, by the way. I love snails. And that is cultural centrism, because to me, that's perfectly normal. But for others, it might be gross. Yeah, probably a French occupier thing. Look at this. Where do we think this is? In the background, we have some words. Eat all you want. Eat all you can't. I don't know where this is from. A frittata? Where do we guys think? Philippines, Indonesia? Okay. French plus Indian. The turmeric is giving Indian. Algeria? You think so? But isn't this like not halal? I could be wrong. Afrittata. What is afrittata? I don't know where that... Look, let's try. I don't know. I want to say... Chili peppers. I don't know. I kind of want to say France. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Mr. Kincaid. Philippines. I'll try Philippines. I'll try Philippines because I see the Philippines is the most requested. And if it's wrong, I'll say France. Yeah, that's true. Oh, okay. You know what? Whoever said the Philippines, SoCal, you get a boop. Boop. You were wrong, Malzord. Okay. Matt Saigai gets a boop. Boop. Invalid axiom. Wrong. Matt Saigai gets a boop. Boop. SoCal gets a boop. Boop. All right. All right, SoCal. Lovely. This sounds delicious. I love snails. I will say, though, I think they're delicious. They taste like mushrooms to me, and I love mushrooms. So third bonk. No, yeah, you get a bonk invalid axiom. Bonk. All right. SoCal, don't thank me. I refuse to accept it. Let's go on. This is a donut, isn't it? Oh, no. It's made out of rye? Okay, so this is rye flour, water, salt, yeast, sourdough starter. Where's Fetty Spaghetti when you need her? All-purpose flour. So this is a rye donut. This dish is a traditional round rye bread with a distinctive hole in the center. It looks like you think German? It could be Slavic. Yeah, I think like Eastern European, maybe Jewish, perhaps. But the rye bread is throwing me. This wallpaper looks Eastern European. That feels like it wouldn't be great if it had rye in it. Let's try. You want to try Poland, maybe? You finish SoCal? I don't know. I think you're wrong, SoCal. Let's try Poland first. I want to say Poland because something from Eastern Europe. Poland. Northwest, east. Okay, we'll try Finland. If you say Finland, what do we think, Drizilla? Drizilla, what do you think? Yes, I would eat cicadas, Mr. Kincaid. I actually would. I've actually had insects before. They actually don't taste that bad. They taste like almonds. Let's try Finland. I will listen to SoCal against my beliefs. Oh my God. SoCal, why are you so right today? What is wrong with you? Okay, you get a boop, SoCal. Jesus Christ, SoCal. This is why, and I gotta fix my stick here. SoCal was right again. Ugh, dear God. So all of you were wrong. SoCal was right. You get a boop, SoCal. Boop. Boop. All right. So this was, I don't know how to pronounce this. Some long-winded thing. You know, they need to really reform their language so that I can pronounce it better. It's their fault I can't pronounce this. It's not my fault. It's not that I'm ignorant. It's that their language is weird. All right. Okay, to be clear, it has nothing to do with my ignorance. All right. Excuse me. All right, that's good. Let's go. Next one here. Oh my God. Are these empanadas? Pastry, meat, cheese, corn, or other ingredients. Wait. This popular dish, or are these pierogies? This popular dish originates from a country in Europe, but now is enjoyed worldwide, especially in the Americas. Is it Spain? I don't know. These look like empanadas, so do we think they're Spanish? I know, but they don't look like pierogies to me. They look, I don't know, maybe they are pierogies. They look too heavy to be pierogies. Do we agree that these look too heavy to be pierogies? I think maybe Spain. Portugal or Spain. I'm going to try Spain, and then if it's not, we will try. You're a pierogi. Okay, we will try yeah, Portugal, enjoyed worldwide. I'm going to try Spain, and then yep, it was Spain. Portugal and Spain. It was an empanada. Yay, okay. So I love my empanadas. Empanadas are great, by the way. Love empanadas. Great piece of food there. Spain, empanada, 100%. Yay, everyone should try their empanadas. Empanadas are great. Yeah, okay. All right. What do we get here? I think we definitely got gastric. They're not going to let me click it, are they? No, they don't. The button isn't working. But guys, we definitely got gastronomical genius, just to be clear here. Yeah, great. The page couldn't load. Great. All right. Well, there we go. We got it. Gastronomical genius. Yay! La da 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 da. La da 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 da. Okay, yay for us. You want to try it one more time, folks? Let's play one more time. And I would like, okay, we can play Time Guesser, Matt Saigai. Sure, we'll play Time Guesser. Let's play Time Guesser this time. All right. Just to Matt Saigai did contribute quite a bit. We will do what Matt Saigai says. Let's do play Time Guesser. We'll do a time limit of like, I don't know, 7 minutes. Play. Boo, 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 boo. Okay. All right. Where do we think, guys? Where do we think? Remember, we have to guess the date that the picture was taken and where the picture was taken. So, well, all right. Mon. Where is this? Anyone know? Is this Stockholm? Those colors are giving Stockholm. Do we think this is Sweden? No, this doesn't look like, I don't know, is that Swedish? What do we think, guys? East Europe? Yeah, I think Eastern Europe. I literally have no idea where this is. I can tell, like, the language is Eastern European, but that doesn't really narrow it down much. Is there, like, a picture we can find of, trying to see if there's any signs here? Any flags? God, these people need more national pride. I need a flag or something. All right. I need a flag or something. Euromart. Mercedes-Benz. That doesn't help much. What do we guys think? It's not Swedish. I don't know. Hungary? All right. You said that green sign has a shape. I don't know. What is that? Since 1994, I can't tell what that is. Guys, anyone have an idea? I'm completely ignorant. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Okay, you know what? We can try Hungary. I don't know. We can say, I don't know, 1996, 1995. What do we think? Is it Russia? It's Slavic. This is not helping. Bulgaria. Oh my God. Okay, fine. We're just going to guess. Jesus, I feel like I'm so bad with Eastern European countries. I don't know the difference between a lot of the languages over there. Okay, I'm just a dumb American. Be nice to me. Let's try Sofia, Bulgaria. Sophia, and we'll say it's 1997. Does that sound good? We're okay with that? It said BG. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, you're right. Actually, does look Bulgaria. Let's just try this. 1997. Hey, you know what? It was Bulgaria. I'm proud of us. We were only 129 kilometers off. You're right, Malzord. It did. But we were 8 years. It was actually 2025. I'm sorry, not 2025. It was 2005, but not bad. I'm okay with that. We did pretty well. It was Bulgaria. So this is the White House. So this is clearly, I believe, this is the evil empire. This is Coruscant from Star Wars. This is where the Emperor lives. This is clearly, right? Wait, didn't Palpatine live in Coruscant? Am I getting that right? Doesn't Emperor Palpatine live in Coruscant? So this is clearly, I think it's like the is that Jackie Kennedy? Yeah. We're gonna say 1960s. Or LBJ, yeah. Oh, is that LBJ? Oh my God, it is LBJ. That's LBJ. So this, I'm guessing, is 1960 something. Okay, 1966, maybe 1965. We're gonna go to DC. Let's go right to the White House. Yeah, we'll say 65. Where's DC? There's DC. DC. Let's go right to the White House. Right to the White House. Oh my God, DC is such a boring city. Anyway, oh my God, it's such a. By the way, it's so hard to walk around. It doesn't even have good transportation. It costs so much money. Jesus Christ. Okay, where the fuck is the White? Excuse me. Where the heck is the White House, guys? There. Wait, why am I going? It's down here. There it is. All right. So the White House. We're literally on the front porch of the White House, right? Yeah, we're like right here. We're like right here. We're probably on this side. We're on this side. So we'll go right there, right on the White House, and we'll say 1965. Right, 1965. Let's try 1965. Everyone, we'll try 63. I'll say 64. Put it right in the middle. Take a guess. Okay, it was 63. We were only off by 1 year. But we were very close because we were only 10 meters from the location. And I actually think that they put the wrong location on here. I think we were right on the location. So we're 10 meters away from the location, which is great. So we got 5,000 out of 5,000 for the local location. Oh, it was at JFK's funeral. Well, then I should have said 63. Whatever. We did pretty well on that one, guys. We did pretty well on that one. Next round. Okay, this is something. Oh, okay. Screen. This is the SEIU. Isn't that the Isn't this is this the writer's strike? No, janitors. A janitor's strike. The Service Employees International Union. Okay, so when was this? This is America, obviously. But what date? What date would this be? This looks like it was in the 2000s. These cars are kind of weird, though. What are these cars? These look unusual. What do we think? So, MTV Networks, Santa Monica? Yeah, it's the Server Workers Union. So, the MTV headquarters in Santa Monica, is that really true? God, they're like America-centric today. Let's go. I mean, we did have two that were in America, but let's see here. Santa Monica. Oh, my God. I don't remember where Santa Monica is. It's somewhere. Will someone remind me where Santa Monica is? It's in L.A., right? Or is it separate from an L.A.? Okay, whatever. It's L.A. I thought so. Okay, where in L.A., though? Santa Monica. Are you sure there's no armed police? Hey, Dolly boy, it's early on in the march. Give them time. Give them time. Oh, it's in New York City? Oh, so this is New York City? The MTV network is in New York City? You guys are confusing me. I don't know. I don't know where it is. Jesus. Fine. Should we try New York City then? But MTV probably has an LA office too. Scroll in on the street sign. What street sign? What street sign? There's no street signs. Are you crazy? God, I can't. Janitor is ready to strike. No idea of where we are. None. It could be New York City or it could be. All right. Scroll. Okay. Santa Monica. Okay, fine. We'll do Santa Monica. Now, I don't know where Santa Monica is. It's somewhere along here. There it is, Santa Monica. So Santa Monica, mid-city. We'll just like put it right here. Okay. And what year do we think this is? What year do we think this is? We think it's like 2013 maybe 2013. Any advice here on the date, folks? 2013. Anyone? I'm going to say 2012. Let's do 2009. We'll do 2009. Okay, I'm just gonna the only number I saw offered. What? Crawl of Zonth? I swear to God, Crawl of Zonth. How dare you confuse me? Okay, we'll do 2009. Ready? Let's do this. Let's do 2009. Make a guess. Oh, we were 1 year off. That's not bad. That's not bad. You were wrong, Matt Saigai. That's not bad. Okay. So we were only 1 kilometer off. So thank God for that. And we were only 1 year off. You know, guys, we're doing very well this time. I'm very proud of all of you. I'm not going to have to get outrageously angry. Oh my God. 2 of our favorite people, guys. Look at that. Look at that face. That's the face of a leader if I've ever seen one. Look at that. And I gotta love that. Also gotta love the cut. By the way, I know that building. Isn't that the MI6 building? Well, in I should put it this way. In James Bond, that's the MI6 building. Okay. And then there's London Bridge in the background. And can we see the eye? No, the eye is that way. We know we can't see the eye, but anyway. So this is cute. This is great. I love both of these people. They're great. So let's go to I'm sorry, Tower Bridge. Forgive me, Invalid Axiom. I get confused. Right, I get confused about. You have a lot of bridges over there, right? I don't know. You got a lot of bridges. Okay, so let's go over here. London Bridge is Tower Bridge. That's right, it's Tower Bridge. So, and then that big building, which I know is used as like the, well, whatever. So we're like right here, right? Now, do we think we're on that side of it? So we're actually on this side, right? We're over on this side somewhere, right? We're on the Queen's Walk. We're like right over here, I'm guessing. Do we think? Like right along here? Probably. Oh, it's North Bank? I thought it was South Bank. Am I going crazy? Okay, I believe you. We'll go North Bank. North Bank. Boop. All right. How dare all of you? I'm trying my best, guys. I'm trying my best. Okay, so we're on the North Bank. So we're on the North Bank. I've been to the Tower of London, by the way. Lovely place. Inspires me to do some things to the elites. Anyway. Now, what year do we think this is? Now, since we got Dipshit and Dipshit 2 up here, what year do we think this is? So we think 2011-ish. Okay, Dolly Boy. 2011-ish. Okay, we'll do 2011. 2004, really? I don't know. What does he have? What is that symbol he has right there? The hell if I know. Oh, they're so cute. Okay, we'll do 2011. I'll do 2011. I'm listening to Dolly Boy. We'll say 2011. All right, that's the 2012 Olympics logo, so then we'll do 2012. We'll do 2012. Okay, everyone ready? Let's try. Let's see what this is. 2012, that side of the bridge. Let's go. It was 2011. I guess it was in preparation for the Olympics. Okay, so we'll do this, right? This is lovely. And I was right. I was on the right side of the bridge. You are a bad Brit, Invalid Axiom. I had it exactly where it was. Exactly where it was. I knew it. I've been there. I could tell. You were wrong, Invalid Axiom. Shame on you. This is why we had a revolution. I know your city better than you do. I took all that time to calculate the location, and then Invalid Axiom's like, oh, but no, sir, that is not where it is. God damn you, Invalid Axiom. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm calm. I am calm. I love you, invalid axiom. Okay, you get the fourth bonk. Bonk. Okay, I don't know, invalid axiom. I know. Forgive me, invalid axiom. I'm being racist. I know you probably don't sound like that. Okay, but I felt like yelling at you. Okay, all right. You know I love you, invalid axiom. Okay, so hello, Mecha Kind. Life is great here. We love it here. It's terrible. So okay, because Dolly Boy, I should have listened to you. Okay, you know I love you, invalid axiom. All right. So, by the way, I'm jealous that you're Dutch. I wish I were Dutch. And I know you're also American, okay? So that's why clearly I shouldn't have listened to an American. Okay, anyway, all right, moving on. So, anyway, we got very close to being right there, and I should have listened to Dolly Boy, okay? Should have listened to Dolly Boy. Though I did think. Anyway, let's go on here. Where do we think we are here? That flag could be anything, but unfortunately, it's black and white. Righto. Where do we think we are? Where do we think we are? Where I love you all, by the way. I'm not angry at all. We think Hungary? You think so? It could be, but like, it's hard to tell because this could be what, the French flag. It could be the not the French. This couldn't be the French flag. This could be like, I don't know, the Dutch flag. This could be, oh, the fuck if I know. What's this damn ship out here? Are they going out to the ship, not French? No, I know I messed up. I said I changed my mind because the French flag goes the opposite direction. Fuck all of you. Okay? It could be the flag of people on the tour boat and not the country. I guess Meowzord. Do we think it's the Netherlands? Okay, do we think it's the Netherlands? I mean, I don't know. What do we think? Christmas Island? What's Christmas Island? How is my dad's fine? What do we think? This almost looks like it's Norway or some shit, doesn't it? Doesn't this look like one of those things in Norway that everyone likes a lot? Okay, I don't know. I've been to the Netherlands. I'm just joking, guys. I'm just saying the flag. You know what? Fuck all of you. Thank you. A fjord. It looks like a fjord. I've been to the Netherlands. Fuck all of you. Okay, I can't tell. It's a dark picture. Okay, whatever. I'm just throwing out names. Cold weather. I think it probably is Norway then. But the problem being that I don't know. But like, it kind of looks like a fjord. Sorry, I didn't mean to make fun of that. Sorry, Drizilla, don't hate me. We could say here, you think 1934 Netherlands? Okay, do we think it's a fjord? I just think that language is hilarious, Drizilla. I got to tell you. I'm sorry. Okay, that's not what it sounds like. I know I'm an asshole. Should I just shove it in the middle of this fjord right here? That's not. Okay, well, Mecha Kind. Then where is it? If it's not a fjord, then where is it? All right, I don't know. Where do we think it is? Do we think, then where is it? Like, anyone have an idea? It doesn't look like the Netherlands. I know, but like, it doesn't look like, you're right. The Netherlands doesn't exactly have mountains in it. It's not a very mountainous country at all. I don't know. I don't know. It can't be, it can be Norway. Okay, I'm just gonna try a random place in Norway, whatever. I'm gonna find a fjord. All right, I'm gonna find a fjord in here. Let's go to Stavanger, which it looks like it has a very nice fjord. By the way, the fjords are beautiful, and you should all go see them sometime in your lives. All right, we'll just go right there. I don't know. I don't know. We'll just go right there. Okay, there's a fjord near Bergen. Okay, we'll try a fjord, and I'll try 1934. 1934, 1935. All right, let's try that. Everyone ready? I don't give a shit. We're going to try it. We're going to try it. We're going to do it live. Okay, make the guess. Oh, you know what? Oh my God, I'm a genius. I'm a goddamn genius. This is why I should never listen to all of you losers out there. This is why you watch me. You want to see the genius in action. Okay, look at this genius. Why, I was only 1 year off. I was only 1 year off, and I was 119 kilometers off. Brilliant. Absolute genius. And the rest of you are losers. Whoever said it was, okay, I don't care. Okay, fine. Maybe the year wasn't my idea, but I'm taking credit for it, okay? That this is a winner. Look at me. I'm a winner, okay? Look at this winning I just did for all of you. I sacrificed myself for all of you, okay? I don't know. I'm not going to acknowledge that SoCal. Okay, this was all my job. Okay, this is capitalism. I get to take credit for all of your labor. Okay, obviously, look, it literally was a fjord, so I was right. Okay, I was right that it was a fjord. So all of you people being like, you don't know anything. It's not a fjord. You were wrong. Okay, let's see our final score, folks. Thank you, Invalid Axiom. I agree. Guys, we did really well. We got 46,000, I'm rounding up, out of 50,000. Not bad. Not bad. Dolly Boy, I apologize for hurting your feelings, okay? I don't really care, but I do apologize. That looked more like the Netherlands flag. There are no mountains. Okay, I just took off another one of my bells. God damn it. I need to stop tearing apart my outfit. All right. All right, you guys. Great job. I'm very proud of all of you. I'm very proud of all of you. Okay, the Netherlands has inverted mountains. That's true. Let's go. I'm going to put my face up. You don't know that, Dolly Boy. You don't know that. All right, let's go on here. Where did I put my face? Oh, yes. I know you love me yelling, guys. I know, Drizilla. I know that's your favorite thing, Drizilla. You like to see me distressed. Okay, Drizilla likes to see me suffering. All right. So, guys, yay. Yay. Don't you support Invalid Axiom, okay? I hate Invalid Axiom. Invalid Axiom, I just want to yell at Invalid Axiom all the time, okay? You know I love you, Invalid Axiom. Okay, guys, anyway, so I'm going to go now, right? I'm going to go now. It is almost 4:30, and I'm hungry, and I'm going to go eat, okay? Yeah, exactly, Invalid Axiom. I'm going to go. You're so funny, Drizilla. Yeah, you're right. Who says I don't already have blood pressure pills? Everyone ready for me to go? Thank you all for watching. I will stream tomorrow. Is my day off, so you likely won't see me stream tomorrow unless something disastrous happens. Okay, well, Matt's like, I have to make dinner. Okay, Jesus. So I'm gonna go do that. And if anything horrific happens, I'll come back on. Okay, I've been streaming for 5 hours, and I'm gonna get a blood clot. So I'm gonna go and I'm going to do that. I will see you all again on Thursday at the latest, maybe tomorrow if I'm feeling up to it. Okay, everyone ready for this? I love you all very much. Thank you for watching. First of all, guys, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Oh, my God. Oh, free Iran. Free Palestine. Free the Ukraine. Free Venezuela. Free everyone and everything everywhere all the time. We're living in a fascist moment. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, okay? We need major reforms. You cannot stand in the center. Do not let the fascists walk all over you, folks. Please, please, please. Do not let the fascists walk all over you, okay? And always, always, always fight for a better future. And I also, I'm sorry. Wow, I'm completely losing my track of what I'm doing here. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to not blindly listen to authority figures. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes, all right? Again, see what other people are saying, all right? I'm not perfect, and I make mistakes, and I want you all to think for yourselves. And also, on the wall behind me is a sword. The name of the my IQ does go down when I'm hungry, okay? On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today. Some of the rights we have, some of the freedom. And although Chainbreaker really does thirst for the blood of the Confederates and would love to provide more, would love more blood being given to it, feeding it, I would rather that not happen. Okay, so can we please honor the sacrifices of our ancestors and not have to do it over again? And always, 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 guys, fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your day. Try to enjoy yourselves a little bit. Do a little bit of relaxation. And if you want to help me out, go tell your friends about me. Tell them that there's a psychiatrically deranged jester that they need to see on the internet. Okay, try to get more people in here. That'll help me a lot. We did finally get to 300 followers over on Twitch. Okay. So I love you all very much. Have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.